Well, the live update has started, everyone. So, Zach,
Yeah, still looking
w-
pretty quiet,
we're still
right?
pretty quiet. We do have a
Got one
storm.
storm.
So, we want to give you a heads up for Laura Walden in the Kingston area. I was thinking that was a beep, but it's not. And we got a storm that's popped up. This is in the east of Huntsville area on high heating and cooling mega Doppler. Check that out. A little bit of lightning too with this. Not a whole lot. It's kind of in its initial stages of development. Now, the storm doesn't appear to be what we call taking off. Okay, so here's a look at the weather bug camera. I'm going to bring this up on Weather One. You'll be able to see that. So see if we can catch some lightning. The updraft trying to go up, but really, honestly, they've been lacking the low level instability and they've been lacking the upper level support. So they kind of get choked off and they kind of die out. So that's what we're looking at right now. But with that being said, additional storms could develop. But what are you thinking, man? I've been looking at this extensively. I just don't know if we're going to get anything significant.
I mean, the ingredients are definitely there for tornadoes, but the question is there going to be that trigger mechanism to launch those storms?
Yeah.
And because the energy is kind of lacking behind, and
Yeah.
that dry line retreated west, and that cold front is overtaking that dry line. Looking like the storms might get undercut by that cold front as we go throughout the night, and that means that they will not be surface based, elevated. So, but that being said, still gotta watch it because that threat is not zero.
So here's my advice: is that if you have a way to be alerted and be woken up, then you can go to bed because we're not going to bed. We're going to be watching the storm system close, and hopefully everything kind of dies out. People keep praying, no storms. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see the storms, and so hopefully everything will die off. But if it does develop, if it does pop up, we'll be here. And then we're going to push out a notification saying, okay, it's time to wake up. These storms are moving in. They are intensifying. They're strengthening. Even the lightning has decreased, though, with this cell. I was seeing a little bit of an updraft earlier. Now it's kind of falling apart. So I would say good night. If you don't want to watch anymore, I understand. We've been hearing multiple times about severe weather potential that just hasn't come to fruition. And we're thankful for that, but we're not done yet. As unfortunately, if we look at the dry line, as Zach has mentioned, um, here's a look at the dew points. Now, there is one thing that could throw the cap off. The cap is a layer of warm air aloft, and the more humid we get, the more unstable we get, the farther right we are on the SKUTs. So therefore, that cap could be broken.
Yeah, still looking pretty strong, right? But a little bit of weakening in a few spots of that cap, and if it does erode, then we definitely could see storms. But right now, the cap's looking pretty strong.
Yeah. Someone had a good question here. Can you send out a test notification just to see if it works on our phone? I don't know if I want to send out a test sound notification, but I think we could do a test push notification. What do you think?
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Braden, if you have our weather app, I don't think that's a bad idea, honestly. We'll just do a little test, if you will. So while you're talking about these storms, Zach, I'll go ahead and push this out. So we can maybe make that happen. Good question, and I'll push out a silent test notification.
All right, so yeah, storms looking pretty quiet now. We could take a look back at the mega Doppler. Take that full. Again, this storm did produce some lightning, and it was looking impressive for a little bit, but it seems to be weakening now. Just some showers, and pretty soon all this is going to be out of the forecast area. So right now, not too worried about this storm. But that being said, as we go throughout the overnight, the ingredients are there for severe weather. So we're going to keep watching it, even though it looks quiet right now with that cap in place. It could erode, and if it does, then these storms could ramp up. And again, that cold front is coming in, and when that, or if that overtakes that dry line, then that means that our tornado threat will go down. But until that happens, we're gonna be on it, looking at this radar, again, right now, very quiet, not even a whole lot to even talk about. Just that one cell that was up there near Huntsville. We can see it from our Huntsville camera. No hail with this, just some lightning. So some brief downpours as the storm quickly makes its way to the northeast. Should be out of here pretty fast. And again, the models, the Futurecast radar models, they've been inconsistent and they haven't been very impressive. So gonna have to just keep watching the radar because the models, they've been inconsistent. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly where these storms will fire off if they do. So again, right now, still a whole lot of moisture further south. If those south winds pick up even more, that low-level jet could advect some more moisture into northwest Arkansas. But right now, 63 Fayetteville, so not too bad, not very humid. And if you step outside, kind of feels a little bit cool. So doesn't feel like severe storm weather, but as we go throughout the night, that may change as that cold front passes through. We got a pretty powerful system. We've had a whole lot of severe storms further north. Iowa had a lot of severe storms. Illinois, they had a few tornadoes. But thankfully, Arkansas has been quiet as far with this system. But again, that may change as we go into the overnight hours. So again, the threat is there throughout the whole night. So from right now through daybreak, which is around 7:30. So going to be a long night. But again, the chance of a severe storm happening, we're a little bit uncertain with that. Kind of the threat looks to be decreasing. Ryan is saying Fayetteville fizzle strikes again. Yeah, it's looking that way. But, you can't let that guard down now because still got that cold front coming through. And definitely going to be seeing some storms as we go throughout the overnight. But the question is, are they going to be severe? That is the trend for severe weather looks like it is going down.
So all right, here it comes. We're going to send the silent push notification right now. Ready? See how long it takes. 3, 2, 1, sending a push. Making sure it's silent.
Jeremy's asking if Josh fell asleep at the green screen. Josh went out to go.
Yeah, we got a little surprise.
Yeah.
So Josh,
he'll be back.
He'll be back. He'll be back with something that we can all use, except for you.
I don't know.
I don't know what this is, man. He hasn't. Don't knock it till you try it. Like they said on Twister, be prepared for the worst, hope for the best. Rena, that's the best way to put it. Let's go through some of this stuff. So there's the dry line that's off to the west. Let's see when this comes out. All right. We'll just see it. You guys can let me know when you get it. Now, remember, it's silent, so you're not going to see it. You're gonna hear it. I mean, you're not going to hear it. You're going to see it as a push notification. So, but if it's a real one, then we would send it out. All right. Let's go back here. Make sure that all works. So the dry line is quite a ways to the west, and honestly, the models. And you can see that how so far it is off to the west. So we're going to continue to watch that. There's a look at the low pressure system, the dry line. One thing I will say is that the models have trended up on the cold front storms. So it's going to be through our app, by the way. I still haven't gotten it yet. We'll see what happens. It's been about, what, a minute?
There it is.
There it is. Okay. So this is a test of our silent push notification. Got it. Got it. People got it. All right. There you go. So if the storms are bad, then we'll let you know about it. And if you have your phone on silent, then it's not going to sound. But they got the notification. Silent notification worked. Cool. So they did the test on that.
And if they don't have that app.
Oh, yeah.
And Dan, if they don't have that app and they want that app.
Yes.
Then
here's what you do. All you got to do is just go to NWA Weather Authority, Your Weather Authority. It's our new weather app. Well, really, we've had it for several years, but we continue to update it, modify it, do some different things, and I did not receive it. Well, William, you probably have those notifications off. Do you think we'll be under a tornado watch in the AM? You know, I do. I really do. Oh, look at what we got here.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yes, it's the Baja Blast.
Yes.
All right.
Hype. Now it's a party.
Now we're ready to go.
Now it's a true sleepover.
It's a Baja Blast.
All right, that's for you, sir. I got
There
one.
you go, Zach.
All right.
I thought
Sugary-
I thought a Baja Blast was just a soda.
No,
It's a
this is a
slushy.
slushy, man.
Isn't it just like a version of Mountain Dew?
Yeah, but
No,
it's a
no, it's
slushy
bitter.
though.
It's bitter.
good. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Zach's gonna do it, man. I see it.
All right. So,
Yeah.
He's wanting
wait,
it.
but you have to tell me what is this?
Okay, so it's Mountain Dew, Sprite. I think there's some other stuff mixed. The Powerade in
Yes,
there.
Powerade. That's
Yep, that is
healthy.
legit.
Boy,
Powerade.
what makes it? It's just like
It's just a
ice?
slush. It's frozen.
It's a frozen. It's a
frozen?
slushy. By
It's a
the way,
slushy.
this is the only way to go. Baja Blast freezy.
Freezies only.
Oh, that's heaven. It's so sugary. Come on, you got it. Zach.
Hallelujah.
Yes,
Hey,
he's doing
hey,
it.
Hey.
Yes.
Dude, I got the adrenaline rush, dude. You might get one sip. And it's just like an adrenaline rush.
All right. It's pretty tasty.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty sweet.
Okay.
It's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet as in
Hey, I
sweet
mean,
as in he
I-
loves it.
I drink black coffee, black tea without
Yeah.
any sweetener. So
All right. So that's why I didn't get it. I have the old NWA. So your weather authority is the same thing as NWA weather authority. We just have the exact same thing. So don't forget to unsilence it, please. Oh, I won't. Absolutely not. No, we'll definitely do that. All right, back to the real deal here on what's happening. This is what I wanted to show you. Maybe a little bit of an uptick. You all remind me of a frat house.
Yeah, let's go, boys.
this guy especially right here. It's like we need the shirts college on the front, like an Animal House.
Can you tell I'm the youngest person here?
All right, so here's what we got here with the future track. Maybe a little bit of an uptick on that line, 5 a.m. That's a little bit more stout right there.
It has been trending a little bit more stronger as it comes in during the early morning hours. Again, though, it's along that cold front, so it would have a much higher potential of being undercut. At the same time, though, there's still the parameters in place, and especially with that surface low that we've been noticing, Dan.
Yeah. Ooh, see, that's a broken line.
That's
right
broken.
there.
That's problems. Those are problems right there.
That is not a solid squall line. That's a broken line. So,
Yep. See, that's an uptrend.
Ooh, brain freeze too. Did you get
Yeah,
one?
I'm getting the brain freeze right now. That's for sure.
Ooh, those hurt.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I need it though. We need it. We need it. You
Need a
need
little
that.
brain freeze.
Yeah, you need that.
Ah, it's an esophagus freeze too.
Pain is the best teacher, right?
All right, here's the latest timing on this. If we look at this, we updated this. So from 12 a.m. actually, I'm gonna update that. We're not going that long. Can you imagine if we're there till 12 a.m.? No, 12 p.m. That would be a long severe weather risk. There we go. 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. And then we got 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. and 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. So as we showed you, that risk could be definitely increasing as that line of storms moves in. We should look at some other stuff too in terms of other models. We can look at the graph, the newest graph, that'll be updated. But that is a broken line right there.
That's not good.
Now, the question is at 6 a.m. and just before that, what's our tornado potential looking for?
It's still quite high. You know,
Yeah.
and you notice too, once that front is moving in, that there's kind of breaks in that tornado potential, right? So that's showing up because of those thunderstorms forming over those areas.
Well, we have a new update, by the way, from the Weather Service. We can read that. I'm gonna
Yep.
bring this up here real quick. The SIG Tor parameter and see how much it increases. So here's what I want to show you here.
Would you like me to read this?
Yeah, in just a second. We'll read it in just a second, but we want to look at about 4. Oh man, all those colors are still showing
So
up.
you get any isolated cells that form on top of that. That's why we're here right now.
Yeah.
We're here because of the parameters that are in place. If the cap were to break in portions of northwest Arkansas or the River Valley, we would have that significant tornado potential for sure.
So Marcia, we've been up for a while. Josh has been up for a while. We're just having a little fun, just trying to stay awake. We are being professional. We're just having a little fun. But really, honestly, Baja Blast freezies are really good.
They are.
And so that is no joke.
They
Do
can do
you
some
all
crazy
think
things,
that
too.
we are going to issue a tornado watch for Northwest Arkansas? Let's see what the latest here
Yep.
is from the man, Stephen Piltz, the meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service in Tulsa.
He is the man, the myth, the legend.
Let's see what he says.
He says a moderate cap remains in place except in the zone across far northeast Oklahoma. This area is a little northwest of the zone of weak lift that has persisted from southeast Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas, which is why we've seen those very isolated to scattered showers and storms fire up throughout the late afternoon, early evening. But none of those storms have become surface-based, so we haven't had that tornado potential yet. A small batch of storms in northwest Arkansas appears to be elevated. The storms on the approaching front have remained cellular and behind the front. The cell motion keeps the storms behind the front, making the threat mostly hail. In a few hours, it appears that storms could form in central Oklahoma near the front and dry line intersection. If they form, those storms could make a run into the more favorable environment in southeast Oklahoma and southwest Arkansas. So this would be along and south of Interstate 40, which, Dan, we were both talking about that earlier on this evening, about how we would have that potential across the River Valley. We didn't see as much of that isolated storm development. You could see it in the temperatures. You could see it in the dew points. We're still on the 80s near Fort Smith, and we're still in the middle to upper 60s in terms of those dew points. So
surely that can't be a Medicare call.
I think this is somebody we know.
Is it someone we actually
Yes.
know?
Yes.
Not saying do we want Medicare or Medicaid.
Whether this is Josh. Dan's on Weather Live right now.
Facebook Live. What's
Facebook
up?
Live.
I was asking a question, but it's not that. Chelsea was saying he wanted to see about my glasses for some reason. So.
Oh yeah, well we can do that later.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
All right, sounds good.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see Macaulay without his glasses. So.
Me too. By the way,
can I just say, I just want to say something too, because I know that, someone said we need to be professional. We're having a little fun. We know severe weather is very serious. And when the storms develop, if they develop, actually, we should ask, but if they develop, and when they develop, we'll have to be very serious.
I mean,
we'll be extremely serious. There won't be anybody more serious than us. So
I mean, we've been pretty much all business throughout this entire event.
Yeah. So we'll, like I said, we're going to definitely be straight, focused, because this is obviously stuff that can impact people's lives, can flip their world upside down in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen some of those tornado videos.
100%.
This is a good point. I have to make sure that people know about this. Jeremy Medlock says, important announcement. This is a problem with the Apple App Store and stuff like that. People need to search for NWA Weather Authority. It's supposed to be your weather authority, but that doesn't take them to the actual right app. So they haven't changed that around yet. We're at the mercy of the Apple App Store for them to do that. And
yes.
probably our little app is not right high on the list.
Yeah, definitely.
For
Like when
them.
you updated it, could likely cause some issues and some confusion there. We gotta check that.
Yeah. So this is we'll get behind that and see if we can knock on Apple's door. There's a look at Newton County. There's definitely a lot of cells there, but those aren't severe. Those are what we call elevated storms.
Yep.
And we're not really looking at anything like that. That's bad. So let's see here. Yes, we do, Kylie. Please, we are full. I've already had some pizza. You are awesome, though. Last time she fed us, it was really, really sweet of her.
Oh, no way. That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Like the giant pizzas from Dollar Slice
Slice
Club.
Club.
Yeah, shout out to her for sure.
Let me tell you this man right here crushed a whole box with ease. With ease.
Well, I have been running on the treadmill, so that's why I'm not.
Makes up for it.
I'm so big that I cover up the green screen.
But built different.
All right.
You know, Zach and Dan are just.
We're going to start answering some questions here instead of going off of on a tangent. Appreciate your professionalism. Let's see here. Not sure you're. Let's see here. Looks like an outflow boundary is forming in northwest Oklahoma. So let's check that out.
Yeah.
That actually is not the outflow boundary. What that is the dry line. And so you can actually, let's go ahead and switch radars because that other stuff isn't really happening. So go to click on KVNX. You can just click on the KVNX on right there. Yeah, just go ahead and click on the dot. There you go. So we're going to bring up Mega Doppler and we're going to pop this up and you're going to get to see the actual boundary that he's talking about. So that is, in fact, the dry line. The dry line is dropping southeast and probably merging a little bit with the cold front too.
I think that is the case.
So now notice how those storms are out behind the dry line. Hit play once and see what's happening with that line. Oh yeah, so that's marching east. So those storms merging with the cold front and the dry line, that's what's forming those storms. And by the way, that boundary collided into each other. It's pretty wild earlier. So let's look and see where that's at. And here's a look at the surface map. Got the dry line that's off to the west. That might be an older one.
Yeah. Let me check to make sure on that.
I think that's an older one. Yeah. Because I've had a bunch of shows going on. So
yeah.
Let's look at some different models here and see what we've got in terms of development. And also we're going to show you why the storm development was so slow to materialize today. Well, really not just slow, but didn't materialize. Yeah, really.
Yeah.
It's not slow. It just didn't. Here's a look at the latest graph model. I haven't looked at this. I haven't seen that.
That's the same one from before.
A little bit of an uptick, but that just really doesn't look all that serious, almost like the cap holds.
That's the same one as before that we saw earlier.
We never showed this. This is a pretty cool graphic for a cap. Have you ever showed this one?
I have shown that one.
Okay,
it's
so
a very good one.
So this is a graphic that I've made. I've seen it from the National Weather Service out of I want to say Boulder, Colorado.
Oh, they would know a lot about it.
Yeah, they know a lot about the cap. So here's what the cap is, and here's how it prevents thunderstorm development. So this is what happens. To our southwest, we have the sun heating the high terrain of Colorado and New Mexico, which is about 5,000 to 8,000 feet above the ground. What happens then is because you have those southwesterly winds, those warm winds blow that air off the high terrain into the plains and start moving it over our area, Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas. That, folks, is that warm layer of air aloft. That's called the cap. So when that cap moves overhead and you got warm, humid air that's underneath that, which is what we're seeing, that warm air aloft prevents those thunderstorms from forming. And the reason for that is because warm air will rise, but if the air that's surrounding the warm air is warmer than the air that's rising, that's stable.
Yes.
So think of a hot air balloon. If I have a hot air balloon and I'm pulling the thing and I'm filling up the balloon with hot air, the hot air is going to continue to rise. But now let's say surrounding that balloon, I have temperatures that are even warmer than what's inside the balloon. That is stable air, that is sinking air, and that's what the cap is. And the cap forms from those southwest prevailing winds from the higher terrain of the Rockies. And then you'll notice here, if the surface air can get warm enough or the cap weakens enough by such as a jet streak or a jet stream, or we could show this too with Buff Kit soundings, because we do have quite a few people on here. We can educate them and show them what's happening. Those storms can actually form just like that when they break through the cap.
Yes.
So,
and that's why we talk about the cap eroding over time. Once that cap erodes, that's when you see that explosive thunderstorm development. Because you had a great analogy for it today during one of your shows.
Yeah.
You pour gasoline throughout a room, right? And you have a match. But if you never light the match, well, the ingredients are in place, but the fire's never going to form.
Yeah.
It's when you light that match and throw it on the gasoline, that's when things erupt. And it's just like that with thunderstorm development, right? Once that cap breaks, the match is lit and the gasoline is set on fire and things go nuts.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why we're here.
Because that match could drop.
Yes.
And if it does,
Man,
everything's going to go up.
We've got a lot of gasoline on the floor right now.
Are you getting the archives? All right. You got getting the models. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to be able to bring this in after we get it downloaded. And let's look at some other models here. So I hope that makes sense with the cap and what we were talking about. And so that is kind of a little bit of an explanation of the cap. And then you can see the thunderstorms forming into overshooting tops and stuff like that. Speaking of overshooting tops, I'll show you a storm that that's a lot of in facts. Let's look at the storm that did break the cap. So this is kind of cool. What we can do is we can go to what's called the mesosector. Notice how it's dark right now, but all we got to do is go back 6 hours and you're going to see what it looks like when these storms take off and break the cap. So here's what we've got. Near Des Moines, Iowa. We got to go back a little bit more. Let's go back just 12 hours, and this might take a little while to load. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go back. 8 hours. I wish they had some different. Let's see here. Let's go back 8 hours. Here we go. After that data loads, I know it's all messed up. Here we go. All righty. So Missouri, you're going to see a storm where the cap breaks. Now, this is earlier today. It's going to take a little while to load. So while it's loading, we'll just let it go. All right. You ready for some soundings?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. So let's bring up on this. I drive Arkansas. Perfect. All right. Come back to here. We'll bring up weather 2 full. All right. So this is a sounding. So where is that cap right there? What is this for Fayetteville? And this is for right now. HRRR.
So this would be currently.
You want to know what's protecting us from tornado potential? Roll up that mouse to right around that very small inversion. So right there, you see that red area right there. That red area just to the right of the yellow line. That is the air that's warmer than the surrounding air that's in the hot air balloon. And what that's doing is preventing the air from rising. What you're looking at is called a skew T log P. It's what we call a sounding. And essentially the line that is drawn on there, the blue line right here, I'll kind of take the mouse real quick and just show what's going on. So this blue line right here, what it does is it represents the temperature at the surface, the red line, and the green line is the dew point at the surface. And so you can see how it's drying out as it goes up higher. The dew point's kind of drying out slowly, but then it dries out pretty dramatically. So it's this little warm nose of air. No, it's not a true inversion where the temperature increases with height. It's still decreasing with height, but in fact, it is a cap because it's to the right of this line. Now, let's see if this cap were to break. Oh man, that is so unbelievably close.
It's very close. I mean, it's right there, dude.
So this is 10 o'clock in the evening, and now you see this. It's just all it is this small little sliver.
This is why we're here.
Now, if that small little sliver were to be removed, and this is why I don't think we're seeing it because we're not having the forcing. If we had forcing, this wouldn't even be a
this
question.
Cap would be gone.
It'd be history.
Yep.
Because it would cool, and as it cools, imagine here's your hot air balloon. You're going up in the air, you're dry, but then you reach what's called saturation, 100% relative humidity, and instead of going up the dry adiabat, now you've got water vapor that's totally saturated, 100% saturated, and it's going to go up the moist adiabat. Moist adiabat is about 6.8 degrees Celsius per kilometer, which is a minus because it's a lapse rate. So it's decreasing 6.8 degrees Celsius or 6.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer. And because of the latent heat release of water, the lapse rate is less than dry air. Dry air is 9.8 degrees Celsius per kilometer. It's this tiny, tiny, tiny little sliver
We gotta
right
zoom
there.
in, like,
Yeah,
to see it.
that's what it is.
Yes.
If that's not there, here's your hot air balloon. You're going, whoa, you're going up. And at this point, you are accelerating because you have a bigger temperature difference. So if you have a greater temperature difference from the air surrounding you, and you're like, let's say 10 degrees warmer than the surrounding air, you will accelerate and you'll start slowing down a little bit as you get up to the top. This right here is what, 37,000 feet?
Mm-hmm.
That is called the equilibrium level. The equilibrium level is where you have your anvils of the storms. Okay, so now you know all that. This is it in real life. Here's everything looking good. Everything's quiet. Look at this energy moving in. Here's your cap that breaks right near Moberly. Watch what happens. Kaboom. Look at those storms going up.
Match lit.
There's the match that's lit. Then you've got the storms that are really erupting. My goodness, those are taking off. And you can tell they're a lot stronger because what's happening is the air is rising up. Those are called overshooting tops.
Yeah.
The overshooting top is an area where the thunderstorm is rising up and over essentially the anvil. And so this is air that's accelerating and punching through the stratosphere or the tropopause into the stratosphere. So that's what you're seeing right there. And then also there's what's called above anvil cirrus plume. You see that kind of like that little wave? What's happening is these cloud fragments are getting high enough into the stratosphere where the jet stream's carrying them over. And then look at the ripples. Now watch this. We're going to put on the warnings. Watch what happens here when we put on the warnings. You're going to see, well, maybe. That's not what I want. I guess, well, that should be on there. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, that should be on there. System time. Oh, data time. There you go. That's why. So look at the warnings here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back in time. The cap breaks. No storms. And then all of a sudden, okay, so there was already storms there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could see that storm crank up. Look at the tornado warning that's produced. And it kind of weakens. Look at the flanking line, too. That's so cool. You can actually see the flanking line of the storm to the southwest. Then there's the energy coming through. Then the storms erupt. Now the energy really cranks up. And then look at that. That shadow right there, what's happening is the sun is setting in the western sky. The anvil is high enough where it's blocking out the sunlight. And so this right here is essentially the shadowing of the overshooting top. Pretty cool.
And that shows you that it's a strong storm.
And that is something to sneeze at right there.
Yeah.
And then, as you'll see, this thunderstorm cranks up. Now watch what happens as it gets to Peoria. Look at that energy. Low-level jet kicks in, and bam, we got tornadoes. We got more tornadoes. Why doesn't it shade the? Hold on just a second. Hold on. Impact-based warnings, no fill. And there we go. Now we're talking. So
with
you got
considerable tornadoes.
Considerable tornadoes. Yep, strong tornadoes. And I don't know if Peoria was hit, but it was close.
Yeah, I think it thankfully it lifted.
Did it lift?
That.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that was close.
That was
All
very
right.
close.
So you're getting to see all that.
That's an example of a cap break.
That's the cap breaking. That's the sounding. So kind of cool stuff. Definitely something that's neat.
And going back to why we're here right now, that's it.
Because this tiny, tiny little sliver right here. Now, what happens over time? Well, let's see. So we're going to take this and we're going to drag it along. And oh, look, the cap strengthens again.
Oh, and it weakens.
And it weakens.
Make it stronger.
And it strengthens. Then it weakens. Then it strengthens. There it's gone.
Ooh, that's 5 a.m.
There it is. And that's your thunderstorm potential.
There it is. 5 a.m. Now, here's the problem. That is a fully surface-based storm. How do we know that? because here's your level of free convection. That means the air is going to rise as high as it gets to the top of the tropopause, and there's nothing to stop it. And if we look, let's look at some parameters here. Photograph, this is where the winds start not looking as favorable.
Exactly.
However, we got more of an easterly storm motion,
Which could very well
which is
happen.
very well happen with the westerlies coming in. That's going to be a little more favorable. So that's what we're going to have to watch for with this line, is if it goes a little more easterly, that's what we're going to have to check out.
Yeah, and we've been talking about it
Let's look
too.
at Fort Smith. Capped, not capped.
Not capped.
Ooh, and that's a very low LCL. What is that? A few hundred feet?
That is.
1,600 feet?
About 1,600.
So the LCL is a lifted condensation level. The LFC is basically right next to it.
Wow.
That's extremely low.
Cloud scraper, ground scraper.
5, 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So that's the energy. That's the model showing that. Let's go to some indices. Zach, you got anything to add at all? Or
I could look at some different models.
yeah.
Take a look at the NAM.
Yeah, see what they're showing.
So there's the Cape. There's a I can't read that off to the side.
Sin.
Okay, the Sin right here. Mixed layer Cape. What's the storm relative velocity on there?
Storm relative velocity.
150. It's not great. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that does decrease.
Oh, it does crank up.
Well, that's going backwards.
Okay, it's going backwards. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
And then there's the front coming through. There's the heavy rain briefly, and then it's gone.
But we're starting to see now that line of storms that's moving in during the early morning hours, Dan, that uptrend.
Yeah.
We've been
There's
talking
the
about
cap
that.
again, and then boom, it comes through.
Mm-hmm.
So the cap is what really prevented thunderstorms from developing. That's too many developings.
Develop.
Yeah. Okay. Oh man, I'm watching Bill Paxton run through a cornfield right now on Twister. Yes. Bill Paxton, the legend. When the jet kicks in, I believe the cap will get a little weak. I sure hope so. We'll take you to. Yep, I know. You said it. So if you guys have your copyright and have done it before, you have legal rights to that. Unfortunately, I don't think we're ahead. We've always said your weather authority, but they changed the
Logo.
the wording. Yeah,
Wording.
the branding. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
They can't predict the weather changing. There's so much going into it. Yep. Colby Ward, keep up the good work.
He's doing a good job right now. He's doing a pretty solid job. I was at his house before I came here this afternoon. He said he was going to try to destroy some storms.
Well, he did a great job of that. Let's go back to our radar here, because we already saw that cold front that's dropping southeast. Let's go and see if there's anything popping up.
Have you guys looked at water vapor lately?
Let's do another weather class. Well, we were just doing that. Yeah, that is my son, Cade Marco Polo. I do have a feeling you're one of Cade's friends. 03H got storm with large hails. Oh, hail no. Let's look at the 3Z HRRR. By the way, I love the way that this audience is educated, man. They're pretty good.
It's what we want to see.
They're pretty good.
It's what we want to see.
So here it is. Nothing. I say that's handling it pretty well. If we
Yep.
go to looking out the window,
So far, so good.
it's got a few storms in north central Oklahoma. It's got a few storms in north central Oklahoma. It's got a few cells that are developing in north central Arkansas.
Right near Newton and Boone County.
Yep,
You see that?
and it's got a few cells that are developing in north central Arkansas.
Looks good
That's
to me.
that's not bad.
Yep.
Good initialization on that model. Now let's see what it does over time. And a little more cell development.
Wow, that's very robust.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot more than what it had.
That's robust. That's easterly motions. That's trouble.
Is this the one that breaks apart? Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now see this is where things could get a little hairy tomorrow morning.
Including some of these isolated cells. So
Yeah.
now the question is, do we stay up all night? Or I guess the question is, do I stay up all night?
Yeah. I mean,
You're here.
I'm here. I'm in it for the long run now.
I guess maybe if I have Baja Blast and stuff, we'll be
Zach.
we'll be keep going.
Yeah.
He's looking at that
That's all
I
you
don't know.
need.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Actually, is pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
We
It's
wanna
pretty
hear
healthy.
that. Yes, it's healthy.
Yeah, it's a protein
Is it?
shake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
that. You
a-
can see the protein in
It's
it.
a
You
protein
shake
shake.
it up a little bit.
Like 100 grams of sugar.
Zach knows a whole lot about working out, man. Yeah, he is
He is the man.
he is a legend at working out, and his squats are solid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Take pride in my squats.
he
The
does
Hulk.
very good squats.
Yes.
So what you're saying is 60% of the time it works every time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 40% of the time it doesn't work all the time.
Yeah.
All right, so
That's how it goes, right?
graph model.
Is this a 3 kilometer? Oh, that's an uptrend.
That's an uptrend. Something's telling me, folks, we're going to be watching this, and we may be sending out an app notification around 4 a.m.
I think we are. I think we will see a tornado watch too be issued on this as well with those storms that are developing.
And such a long evolving event.
Yes.
You know, the
Yes.
Little Rock event happened so fast. You know, the storms popped up, a tornado watch was issued. It wasn't an hour, and then you had a tornado coming through Little Rock.
Mhm. And you want to know what we saw with those cells too? A broken line
Yep.
of supercells. And they started having those easterly motions, and that's when they took off. And not comparing systems, right? No two systems are alike, obviously, but this is with the parameters that are going to be in place, with the potential we have. We're going to have to watch these storms like a hawk tomorrow morning. Man, that's trouble.
That's different.
That's trouble. That can cause
That's
problems.
different. Look at that
What about
isolated
the
cells.
NAM model?
NAM 3 kilometer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Never accurate model.
Never.
I mean, but the NAM has been pretty consistent with that broken line of storms.
Has been pretty consistently terrible.
It's good for confirmation,
That's
as Charles
Pretty
Peake
consistent.
was saying that last night,
Yeah,
and I agree.
I would agree too.
You should always look at it.
I'm just messing around.
yeah. The Baja Blast is talking.
Hey, NAM is very good with temperature.
It is great with temperatures. I will say, the NAM is
Especially
very
in-
good with temperatures.
Cold air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cold air
Yeah.
mass.
Cold air masses, Arctic fronts, it does very well. All right, so here's a look at the future track model. That's definitely an uptick. Oh, and look at that. It's got some isolated
supercells.
cells. Those are isolated cells out ahead of it.
We're gonna be here.
4 or 5 a.m.
We're gonna have to stay here and watch this. Wow.
Yeah, that's an uptick. You know what's interesting is about 12 hours ago, we're trying to show the line that comes through, and there's not a single model that shows it.
Yeah.
Now it shows it. So this is a reason why you just can't let your guard down.
And when you look out the window on this, you can see it forming. You can see it developing on radar. I mean, this is definitely something that's evolving right now to our west. And you know what?
Let's look out the window here.
Energy's kicking in now.
Oh yeah, you can see it.
So here we go.
How can you tell? Well, look, you see the cloud deck right here, and you see the cold cloud tops. I'm gonna put on the edge where it was. Look at how it's moving east.
Yep.
Now
Yeah,
that cap could hold, and that's still a possibility.
Yes.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. But if that forcing moves into our area, that cap's going to evaporate pretty quickly or erode very quickly, because it based on what the models show, it's not going to be too terribly strong tomorrow morning.
Let's see what we've got here for some comments. Let's continue to go through some of these because I know very impressive. Not as much as prefrontal 0Z NAM. Ryan's looking at the significant tornado parameter.
Mhm.
Low level jet kicks in. Will the cap get weak? So that's a good question. Low level jet, we'll see if it's kicking in right now. But so we're starting to get higher dew points.
Yep, that's the side of a low level jet kicking
See,
in.
we've got man. I mean those dew points are not far away. That's low 70s, upper 60s, low 70s. Let's see a 45 mile an hour wind out of the south above your heads, pumping in moisture. That's, I'd say, what, maybe, I don't know. How far do you think that is from our location?
Miles wise,
Yep.
150,
Yeah, about
maybe
100.
about 100.
So
not far.
2.5 hours.
Yeah,
It's going to be here
Lines
before
up.
5 o'clock.
that lines up.
So I don't like that.
No, and that's fuel for thunderstorms right there. That's how they stay, long track and strong.
Yeah. We still have lightning that's popping near Newton County, but that cap is holding. So here's what's happening with these storms. I don't think we explained this very well yet, but what's happening is right here, you can see those storms, but they're not taking off. They're not going as crazy as those other storms were over northern Iowa and eastern, northwestern Illinois. What's the reason for that? Well, we're going back to our sounding, and you'll notice that there is a point where the temperature is warming and the surrounding air, the bubble of a hot air balloon is warmer than its surrounding environment. And that's going to be right here, called the level of free convection. This is what's called the LFC. See that right at that point? We'll put the cursor right over it. This yellow line, the air as you're rising up, moist adiabatically, is warmer than the surrounding air because remember, anything to the left is colder, anything to the right is warmer because these are skewed temperature lines. And if you're like, I'm not getting this, I don't understand how to read a SQT. It took us 2 weeks to learn in college. So you can't just describe this very shortly on a Facebook Live, but we're trying to. So what's happening is these storms are popping off here and going up. Now, if you'll notice, how high is that?
That's about
But it says it right here on the side.
7600.
7,000 feet above the ground is where the base of your thunderstorms are. That is called an elevated storm. That is why, right here, that these aren't surface based.
Yeah.
So the tornado potential is happening down in the lowest level, 0 to 3 kilometer, even 0 to 1, and even under a half a kilometer.
And you just explained it right there too, the difference between elevated and surface-based thunderstorms. Elevated thunderstorms are going to form above the warm air lock at about 7,000 feet or higher. Surface-based storms are going to, the cloud base is going to be about 3,000 feet or lower.
Yep.
And that's the big difference. Obviously, the lower to the ground the storm is, the better the chance it has of rotating.
Because it's tapping into that low-level horizontal rotating tube.
Exactly.
So will the low-level jet kick in? It looks like it does.
It's starting to.
And we can look at that stuff. Like, see, there's some stuff that we can't look at on our weather graphics system, such as the Mesoanalysis or Scram. We'll look at the Scram and see what happens. I know. I love that. Scram. Storms. Get out of here. Yeah. Sounds like an old person, old disgruntled person, doesn't it?
Yeah, Sonny.
Yeah. All right. So let's show you this here. We're going to show you the Mesoanalysis. So this is something that I'm sure a lot of you guys look at. I'm amazed how much people know. I mean, 10 years ago, people wouldn't know what a mesoanalysis is.
Well, it's just why
I
it's
guess
great.
education.
Yeah, education and everybody has access to this stuff.
So here's a supercell composite. First of all, we're going to look at the upper air, and we're going to look at the 925. And that's not good, folks.
That's not good.
I mean, the really, really deep moisture is down here, but that's going to be mixing out. But we're getting up to 18, 19. That is some very, very moist, let's just say moist things.
There's a severe storm up there.
All right. So we got a severe storm in southeast Kansas. So here's what happens over time. There's the moisture surging north. And look at how that really nudges in.
Oh, man.
Right ahead of that line.
Trouble.
I gotta say, honestly, that this surging north ahead of that line reminds me a lot of the Springdale tornado, the way it did that.
Yeah, it does.
Not saying that a Springdale tornado will happen, but I am saying the way that everything is merging north, that is looking a little suspect.
Very concerning.
So here's another question. What is the 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear going to look like with QLCS tornado potential? Because there's a potential that this is QLCS.
This is a full line.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's look at that. Let's go to multi-parameter fields. We're going to look at the 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear vector. Kate is calling. He's calling pretty late.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. What's going on, Cade? What's up, buds? Well, here's the problem. 5 a.m., 4 to 5 a.m., Cade, something's brewing, man. We're looking at it. We're watching it.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Yes, high risk of a sleep deprivation warning. Yeah, that's right. Here, I'll put you on speakerphone because we're on Facebook Live right now. Here, say hi.
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 So this is Cade,
Yes.
my son Cade, and Cade quite a weather watcher too. He knows his stuff as well.
And he's a fellow Baja Blast bro.
Yeah, do you like the Baja Blast?
I was going to say, did you tie in the Baja Blast factor to the sleep deprivation warning?
I think we have done that. Yeah.
It did decrease the sleep deprivation level somewhat.
Yeah, no, I was just going to tell you that I was looking at the models myself, and I was wondering if you'd be home by 5 so we can go look at damage together.
No, yeah, no. That sounds like what we did with the Springdale tornado
does.
too. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, if it does happen, Cade, this time you're going to be wearing a raincoat and some waterproof pants because you got soaked last time
Oh boy.
as it was just pouring down.
That doesn't sound
It was
nice.
just raining and raining.
Yeah.
Robert just asked, I'm confused. Yes, I think we're getting severe storms at 5
I
a.m.
think so.
And I think the threat's not over. And I think things are starting to wind up a
the-
little bit.
The models are now all
trending
of them.
up.
All
They're
of them.
going up.
Yes. Not just
So
one or two, all of them.
WRF isn't doing a great job. No, it's been all these models have been kind of all crazy. Look at the Cape around that time. Should we
There's going to
get
be a lot of instability in place.
watch this here? So some effective layer. Okay, so here's what we've got. These are the ingredients that are just off the charts. So we definitely have to watch this closely. So we're going to add this to the stream. This is called the Mesoanalysis. It's the so this is the significant tornado parameter, and we go along in time, and boy, you can see that nudging in. Let's see, it's gonna update. Oh wow, look at that! Wait a minute, where did that come from?
I think
Yeah,
that's lagging a little bit.
it's a little bit of an isolated storm
Oh,
that
no.
pops up
Oh.
that shows a few isolated supercells
Oh, no.
that are trying to pop. And in fact, look at the radar
Look at the
now.
radar.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of development. It's still not popping completely, but Kay, we were kind of talking about elevated, and then we were talking about the cap, and
The cap, their cape.
yeah, cap and cape. Yep, and the difference between elevated storms and surface-based storms.
I think there's some indications.
Let me guess, there's a slight notch right now.
There's a what?
Is there a slight notch right now, and then probably none for the morning?
Yeah, no, there's no watch. I mean, there's no watch. They don't have.
Not watch. The slight cap right now.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's going to be no cap tomorrow.
That's right. That's
That's
what it
right.
looks like. Yep, that's what it looks like. In fact, look at that, no cap, and
That's pretty close to what the Springdale tornado was like.
it is. It kind of looks a little similar for sure. We can actually look at that. So what we'll do is we'll go to. I'm going to change a sector. I'm going to go to.
And we've got a new mesoscale discussion, Dan.
Okay.
Raced by Tulsa. So I'm wondering if Northwest Arkansas is going to be in this. I would bet. that would be the
Okay.
case.
All right. Stand by.
Stand by.
New mesoscale discussion.
I'm gonna look into this. No, not
It might be a little bit farther west, honestly, but here's what I was going to look at. Springdale tornado conditions. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the National Sector Archive. We're going to bring up 2022, March 30th.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's
It's
right
west.
Yep. But
And-
I would wager that we will have a watch issue.
And we'll go to 12Z, which will be 7 a.m. And we'll do the past 6 hours. And let's do, what do you think? Low level Cape. Let's do surface-based Cape and Sin. So this is going to show you what happened with the Springdale tornado. First of all, it's not nearly as much instability as what we have now. You can see, though, how that noses up right at the last second. 9Z, by the way, is the time of the tornado. So if we go back here, and we can look at the significant tornado parameter. Let's do effective layer, retrieve the archive. And so here you got it right here that's developing, and there you can see it nudging in. Now look at this here. March 30th at about 9, we're talking a significant tornado parameter of 1.
And what we've got in place is like a 5 to 6 to 7.
Let's look at the it doesn't do that 0 to 500 meter, the violent tornado or anything like that. How about the 850 winds? Let's look at that. You can see the low level winds increase. So look at this. This is the moisture that's surging northward. So right there, surging northward, the energy's to the north, and we go back here. Let's look at the jet stream. There's the jet stream. Notice how the trough is swinging east. Now, this is a little bit more focused in our area. I will agree with that. That is a little farther south with that trough. Because if we go back here, well, I hope we have that up. Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to the jet stream. Cade, what you thinking, man?
I'm thinking that I should probably go to sleep before I get a sleep deprivation warning.
Okay.
It's an advisory right now, not quite a warning.
Yeah, advisory.
Oh, yeah.
But I might have to issue a watch soon.
Yeah.
So
I have to function properly tomorrow in case I do have to probably get up and take shelter.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's the trough. Notice how it's focused. All right, Cade, we'll see you later, buds. We'll be watching it.
Bye, Doug.
All right, bye.
See you.
So was that MCD farther west in eastern Oklahoma?
Yeah, it was north central Oklahoma, southeast Kansas. Same area as that severe thunderstorm watch.
All right. So here's a look at the jet for now. Let's go to 5 a.m. See it swinging through. Notice, though, that the jet on March 30th was a little bit farther south.
Yes.
The nose of that jet, which is what you never want to see, was right basically into our area, which I think really heightened that severe weather potential.
No doubt.
If we go back to this, what else do you want to look at here? How about the dew points?
The dew points, yep.
So those surged north right at the end. Just like what? See, nothing.
And then boom,
Surging north, coming in.
low level jet.
That's the low level jet that kicks in.
Does this have that ability to look at our QLCS parameters?
No,
Unfortunately, no.
nope. And it does do this. It does do this 0 to 3 kilometer cape. So 0 to 3 kilometer cape in QLCSs are really important because it's that low level spin and the instability that's in the low levels that will be important. So we're looking at around 50. That's enough to create those horizontal spins, and then look at the vorticity, surface vorticity to the west. So that kind of shows you that that's coming in. So what does it look like for us if we look at that? So here it is.
Vorticity.
There it is right here. So no low level instability, but is that changing? Yes, it is. Oh,
125,
my goodness,
150, what the
150.
Well, QLCS tornado potential is certainly there, I would say.
Yep. And if we go back to this, according to this, once this swings out, we got 40 knots. So the line has to be northwest to southeast or basically north to south. If it's oriented northeast to southwest, that's not going to be tornado potential. Nope. With QLCSs. Nope. Unless that gets over 40 to 50 knots, which is, it doesn't really show, you can't do trends or go into the future on that. Nope.
But
how about this? LCL heights and low level. So that's also there. And it's basically everything's nosing in right at the last second.
a typical Northwest Arkansas severe weather setup.
Even with all the ingredients in place,
exactly,
it
like,
still didn't happen.
With all the wintertime events, it was the instability concerns, right?
Yeah.
We got the instability. all that this comes down to now is the forcing. At this point,
Yeah.
it's like, when does the energy come in and when does the cap break? Does it come in time?
Let's bust out the 8-ball. We've still got 450 people on here.
Our fourth meteorologist at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Zach is gonna have a sugar crash. He hasn't touched that thing, man.
Nah.
He took one tiny sip.
Here, let the 8-ball drink.
That was a pretty healthy sip.
I don't know about that.
Most of that's melted now,
Yeah, see, I mean, I don't want to drink that now and then crash at 5 a.m.
but you won't crash
You
at
won't.
5 a.m. You'll have the adrenaline running with the storms.
Yeah.
Josh,
But you want to have a
Josh,
sugar rush.
I
during
can't wait to see
storms.
Josh after today. Now, if there's damage, I can tell you this: if there's damage, we're gonna be out.
We're
there.
gonna be out, and
Maybe helping clean
we'll
up
be
too.
helping clean it up. Yeah.
All right, let's check it out. What should we at? Is there going to be a tornado watch? Let's start with the tornado watch.
We'll start simple. Start
Is there
easy.
going to be a tornado watch in Northwest Arkansas?
Should be an easy question for the 8-ball.
This should be
Pretty clear cut answer.
most likely.
Okay. So 8-ball knows. 8-balls.
It is. I'm not lying.
8-ball
Most
knows.
likely.
I like
Zach is like.
He doubts.
Zach is like,
8-ball.
which, by the way, I don't watch this show, but someone brought it up. You kind of look like the Bachelor that was on this.
Oh,
season.
yeah?
does.
I've
Yeah.
never seen it.
And honestly, yeah, there was a lot of ladies swooning over him.
Uh-huh.
So maybe Zach,
Get
yeah,
this
Yeah,
man on the
I'd go
Bachelor.
on that show.
a Giga Chad over here.
Giga Chad. You're just like walking up in there like,
a Giga Zach. All right, next question. Let's answer some more questions here. Dalton, here's the deal, man. I got an update for you. I think 4 to 5 a.m., I think we're going to be in trouble. Things are really starting to come together for pretty significant severe weather potential between 4 to 5 a.m. That's not going to be during your shift. It's going to be during the morning shift. But it looks like tornado potential really ramps up.
the models are starting to get good.
Everything is, remember how they weren't showing
Yeah.
storms? Now they are. Here, I'll show you. I'll give you kind of a little bit of a behind the scenes. So here's one right here. Those
That's
storms,
broken line.
those storms are coming in. Now that doesn't look as healthy as this line right here as it comes in.
Ooh,
That's pretty
bad.
stout right there.
Yeah.
And then look at how it breaks up. So you can see that line that kind of breaks up. And the tornado ingredients really ramp up too, right before 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, going until about 7. So, and then what do we have? We have one more model.
Graph.
Yep, I'm going there. Here's the graph. And then look, it kind of, you can see that energy fling in, and then there's those storms right there, right as it comes into Northwest Arkansas. So, however, for now, I think you can go home because there's not going to be anything while you're here. But look at that coming in right about 5 a.m. That's trouble.
That's a 3 kilometer too. Ooh, boy.
For those that aren't seeing this. Yep. Yep. So we're not done yet. Yep. Unfortunately.
Keep doing a great job, man.
Well, I appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Alex.
You guys headed out?
Yep.
Yep. I think so, because there's nothing really going on now.
Okay, we'll let the morning show handle it.
Have a good one.
yeah.
See you, Dalton.
Oh. Uh-oh.
What's up?
Well,
I'm telling you, it's
bring up Mount Magazine here. We
Yep.
could have some lightning on this puppy. And then you want to bring that camera and point it to the southwest. It does, but sometimes delayed, I find. Ava, let's see. Ava. All right, another question for the 8-ball while we're doing this. So you're going to bring that up. Uh-oh, camera's
Oh,
disconnected.
was it still recording?
Oh.
Disconnected?
One of them's someone's still recording. Let's go to Huntsville and stop that. We'd forget. Stop that. Stop that recording. Yeah. We'll
okay.
delete that puppy.
Yeah.
Now let's go back.
That's
to
a
my
long
magazine.
one.
Yeah, I know. Oh no. Really?
No.
Maybe because it's here. Of course, it disconnects.
Oh, is it Cox?
All right. I noticed a huge bulge in the dry line. This could cause some convection to burst out ahead of the line. Look at people talking about dry line bulges.
Dude,
That's
I
perfect.
love this. I love that.
All right.
The education.
What about Michigan? Michigan's under the gun tomorrow
10%
with this system coming through. Yeah. We're going to have the new risk here pretty soon, too.
Yeah, we could
Are none
definitely-
of them connecting? Okay.
Maybe
That was good.
Close
this
out of the program and then open it back up. Yeah. Whereas before the tornadoes, people weren't as concerned. Yep. That's the truth. Who is likely to be hit? Well, Juliana, you saw the details. It's going to be pretty widespread. I don't know exactly who's going to be impacted, but
Man, that's a lot of storm development.
here, I'll show you.
That's a lot more than what the models were showing.
Much more.
Way.
And you can see the way that energy is coming in.
It's very widespread.
If the cap breaks, we're in trouble. And I think that
It will.
energy is starting to come in.
You can see it in Scott County right now.
But that broken section's coming for Lincoln. So this is, by the way, this is future radar. This is not what's happening right now. This is future radar.
But it gives you a good idea of what we're looking at, potentially.
And look at this. That even has a little isolated supercell popping up. It's disconnected, huh?
Yep.
Oh!
Dang it.
We would be able to see that storm because there's something popping up trying to. And it would be totally isolated, too.
Yeah, with the full moon, you'll be able to see that sucker.
All right. Do you see any major difference in the tornado potential of Northwest Arkansas versus the River Valley? Generally, most area of concern. I really don't. I would say kind of the way everything's nudging in closer to the low. I'd honestly say Northwest Arkansas is a little more.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Even though the warmer temperatures and the deeper dew points are located along in South Interstate 40, I think Northwest Arkansas has the better parameters in place for tornado potential with that surface low moving in.
Jane says rain stopped in Parthenon in Newton County. There's this. There's the energy moving to the east.
Another little cell trying to pop up in Madison County.
Huntsville, get
Yeah.
that weather bug camera and we'll look at it
Yeah.
south. So turn that camera and point it south. We might be able to see some lightning. These cells are going up pretty quick because there is a lot of instability. Josh, good to see you living your
Hey,
dream.
Cheyenne, River P. Ridge. Yes.
How about that?
Yes. Go Blackhawks.
So right click,
Yes.
preset south. Let her go. All right, now
Perfect.
leave it alone. Let's see what we got. Going to go to Huntsville.
See if we're getting lightning strikes there.
And we'll watch it here. We'll just keep popping up some things. Michigan, Jordan, we mentioned that, but let's see if we can get some lightning, and then I'll pop up the risk for Michigan, just to let you know. Because they are under an enhanced risk. They are under tornado potential. It
Wow,
goes
that's a
all the way up.
huge
It's a
enhanced risk,
huge
man.
enhanced risk.
Wow, that is a big enhanced risk.
But, yeah, I don't see any lightning yet.
Not quite. That is a really big one. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a moderate somewhere there tomorrow.
There's Michigan. Almost the entire state has a hatched area. Tulsa is a little bit farther west, and I don't know if the ingredients surge into Tulsa as much as they do here. How do I wake up alert? How do I get the wake up alert? We're going to be doing that for you. So if you download our app, NWA Weather Authority on the App Store, but really it's called Your Weather Authority, but the name change is kind of in limbo right now, in purgatory.
Should I say the least?
Possible Fayetteville Fizzle also, always, absolutely. Alexis is starting to hear some thunder.
Western Grove.
Western Grove. In fact, that
Good.
cell is kind of taken off a little bit.
Wow. Yeah, we got to watch that one.
Point that camera to the east, the
You
Huntsville
know,
camera.
Starting to see the cap maybe weakening a little bit.
Yeah.
These storms are taking off a little. They're getting a little bit stronger.
So you're going to see this camera point to the east. And I
energy-
bet you we're going to start to see, ooh, look at the flag, or look at the pole waving around. So
The
this
energy
is due
might-
east, and we should be seeing some lightning on the right-hand side of that camera. So let's keep that up here. Moist, says someone.
That's
Have
Ryan
you been on?
Lemery.
Oh, there we go. We just saw it. Just saw the lightning.
There you go. That's old Ryan Lemery. Said that.
Here's my question. That's a lot more lightning too. Yep. Our cap
There we go.
depth numbers really haven't changed down there at all. Such a tiny amount of surface in. That's what the weather service says. So James is up too. He's waiting. He's
Well,
watching.
But here's the thing, Dan.
A lot of people.
You know,
are
when
up.
that energy kicks in, that tiny amount of sin becomes irrelevant
Yeah.
because it's gone. Because
Oh, yeah. Did you see that? There's
Saw
the
that.
lightning. It's right over by the right hand side of the screen, right to the right of that pole that's shaking around.
That's your low level jet kicking in.
That's actually starting to blossom into quite a storm. Alexis.
Wow, that's a lot of lightning. Ooh, boy.
This could be a foreshadow of things to come out. If this does happen, these would be isolated supercells. If in fact this does take off, if this does start to take off, I think maybe a watch. Oh, look at what's happening to the west now too.
This is warning shots.
So let's see what we got. Let's see. Oh,
So
you know
hard to
what?
see so
Let's
far.
let's
We
let's
feel
bring up our
fortunate.
radar.
Yeah.
If that's showing up that much from Tulsa, that's a pretty high storm.
Yeah.
All right, so we're 11:30 on the comments. Man, we got a long ways to go. Could this be like the tornado in 2020? But we'll tell on radar. Ah, boy, QLCS tornadoes are hard to
They're so
detect, but we've done a lot
But
of
we've done some
research on them.
and education.
Yep.
We've been educating ourselves here leading up to QLCS events in order to be prepared for them. So
My nerves can't handle this. Well, we will handle it for you.
we'll handle it for you.
I promise you, if there's a storm coming, we're going to let you know where it's headed, how long it's going to take to get there, what areas are impacted, what cities are going to be impacted. But we're not able to tell you that this far out. And I know you're like, it's only a few hours. Well, it just all depends on where the storms develop. Right on the Boone County, Newton County line tonight. So terrified I won't be getting any sleep. Well, join the club. Here's Western Grove right here.
Look at
just
that.
to
You
the
can see the
southeast.
higher echo tops just to the
Fact,
south of Snowball.
we got Cody Hudson, one of my storm spotters here. Cody, we're doing a Facebook Live, and I see that cell. Is that going up pretty good?
Oh yeah, it's climbing and it's definitely booking it. I've watched it move a pretty good distance, and the low-level clouds are really moving. I sent you a message. I've got my weather station camera live streaming it to my YouTube.
Really? Okay. Can you give me that YouTube link? We'll pop it up here
Yeah,
on this Facebook
Are you
Live.
log into your personal Facebook? I messaged you the link to it.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that here. Hold on. We'll
Yeah.
can you see it?
Yeah, oh yeah, I've got a good view. I'm up at 2,200 feet, looking down over into the valley. I'm Mount Judy. I'm just south of Jasper, so I can see the tops of it. It's pretty high. The lightning is not really. I mean, it's been steady, but it's not picked up. But it's definitely spitting some lightning out. It's way up there. And like I said, the low-level clouds are really just booking it right now.
Yeah. Switch accounts.
There's a water droplet kind of in the middle lower part of the frame of that video. I cannot shake it off. So
Go wipe it off.
It's about 20 feet in the air. I'll try to.
Yeah. But I'm surprised the wind isn't shaking it off.
Oh yeah, that's what I tried to do. I tried to move it around to get it into the wind, and it would not. The wind actually has kind of died down here over the last couple hours. It was probably blowing
Whoa.
10 to 15. Yeah, there was right.
Oh, I could see the stream, and I could also.
Whoa, that was a pretty good
Oh
light
yeah,
show.
so this lightning is going nuts. All right, stand by here.
It's moved. I mean, it's booking it.
It's cranking.
It's pretty much moved across my field of view pretty fast. So I'm gonna get down there and then move the camera over, but I can only go so far. Then I hit some trees, but it's probably gonna be out of view here for too long. But
Okay.
it's definitely climbing. It's way up there.
Let me get this up here. I got so many windows open. Let's go back here. I can close this out now. All right, let me remove this. Share screen window.
Well, we were walking back earlier this evening, Dan, looking up at the sky. It says, well, little jet's not really kicking in right now. It looks like it's here now.
Yeah, it's cranking up now.
It's here now.
Look at those look at those clouds moving. So let's just watch this and see if we can see some lightning on this. So Cody, where are you at for those that are watching on our Facebook Live? Where is this stream at?
So I'm about 3 miles south of Jasper up on Mockingbird Hill, sitting about 2,200 feet elevation. So I got a really good view to my east and south a little bit. I can see Mount Judy. So where the camera's pointing is back over towards Mount Judy. And then once you get further towards the north of Mount Judy, you get into Western Grove. I think there was a lady that was talking about, living in Western Grove, but I get covered up with some mountains over there.
Alexis, yeah. Alexis always wondering about the weather. Oh, there we go. There was a big flash. Yep.
I moved my camera over to kind of keep track of it. But like I said, once in the next probably 10, 15 minutes, it's probably going to be completely out of view of my camera. I've got, a lot of trees on the northeast side of my house. So
looks like it's a circle of spinning of buffering right now.
Okay, yeah, it's probably my internet. We don't have very good internet here at my house. So, but I'll keep it running up all night, and hopefully it'll come and go. Typically, when we start getting rain, the antiquated phone lines don't like it here. So
yeah, I hear you. Well, here we go. Camera's moved. So let's see. Man, you can really see that low level jet. Is it humid too?
Oh yeah. Let me see what my weather station says for humidity right now.
Definitely the cloud bases are lower.
96%.
Cloud bases are definitely lower too, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're booking it.
Are these more surface based, or would you say those are elevated?
The clouds that are moving?
No, the storm. The storm. Would you say it's elevated, or would you say it's surface based?
I couldn't really tell because low level clouds were kind of covering it up, so I could only really see the top of the clouds. So I couldn't really tell if it was surface based. Oh yeah, it just had a backflash. It definitely looks like it may be surface based.
I think that's a surface based thunder.
Yep.
And this is a sign that the cap is starting to break down.
Yep.
This is an eroding cap right here in action.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to stop this share. Stop this screen real quick. I'm going to bring up Mega Doppler. Okay. So stand by here.
Yeah, the wind's starting to pick up quite a bit here now.
This is a look at the storm. So we definitely have an increasing. Look at that updraft right there. Let's go back in time here and load it up. So that storm's going to be headed towards, it's in Searcy County now. Western Grove could be a little south. Everybody is really monitoring this entire event just because the potential is there. And
I'm going to keep an eye on that cell that's just west of Ponca. That's still kind of in Madison County.
I'm watching that one
if this cell started off with nothing, I mean, you know as well as I do that one little blip on the radar can blow up to just extremes in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, and there's another cell that's popping up too. So we're starting to get a little bit more development as the low-level jet kicks in.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's the service kind of going. Interest and kind of.
That's surface.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's starting to try to become surface based.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good, Cody. We'll see you when you get all just keep us updated. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep my phone handy.
All right, later, man.
Later.
Bye.
Now I know that's going up.
Yep.
This is kind of a precursor to what can happen over the next few hours a little bit further west in portions of northwest Arkansas River Valley, and that's why we're here. That's why we're here right now.
A lot of activity south of Scott County.
And there's activity in Scott County. That's that low-level jet kicking in, and that's that energy starting to move in, and that's breaking down the cap. It's eroding it.
But it's not happening in northwest Arkansas, which means that this atmosphere is going to be primed.
It's going to be primed. It's a loaded gun.
Oh, yeah, there's a base.
There's a base.
So even a little bit of a structure to it, kind of almost a little bit of a meso appearance, mesocyclone appearance.
We're going to
So
We're gonna have to be on our A+
we
game.
can mute this here so we don't hear it. But look at it. You can see how fast the clouds are moving too.
This energy's moving in, man.
Yeah. The dew point's going up.
Dew points are
Yeah,
going
let's
up.
check it out here. Stop sharing that. Okay, we're gonna go back to our.
After this stream's over, I'm gonna go step outside.
Yeah,
I bet you it feels a little bit
check
more
it out
muggy
as
again.
well.
Yep.
Boy, it's gonna be tough to catch our half hour behind on the comments. Sorry. There's
There's
just
still 435 people here.
I know.
It's amazing.
We're keeping you updated.
Yes.
Keeping you updated. That potential is still there.
Mhm.
So I think if things start blossoming a little bit more, and let's see what we got here. So we're still, it tries to go up, and then I think it gets choked off. It is starting to move out. Look at the additional storms, though, that are popping up to the northwest of us along the front. Look at this right there. And then you see the cap kind of holding, but it's going to be so close.
So could the cold front still undercut these storms?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
It can, unless the storms are fast enough where they stay ahead of them.
Which very well could be.
Yeah,
And they're moving very quickly, and the cold front is moving so slowly.
yeah. At least initially.
Initially, yes.
Let's look at water vapor, because water vapor will tell us a lot. Just a really weird system, how it was taking a long time to eject. This will really show it too.
Oh, I can see the piece of energy moving, starting to nose in west of Oklahoma City.
Yep.
Um,
It's kind of right here. So this is water vapor. Water vapor lets us see kind of little subtle short
that
waves.
one right there.
There's a piece of energy right there. We can see this kind of breaking down. This is another low. So this is the surface low that's going to develop here. And then we got, it's trying to develop storms.
See, what I don't like is that surface low. That surface low, it can cause problems.
Let's look at this here. Those cloud tops still aren't exploding. You see, when you get into the reds, those are really cold. Look, you can see how they're getting choked off by the cap. Look at
Yep.
that.
Yep.
And when the cap chokes them off, it's like basically, here's a great way to think about it. If I have a faucet with a hose on it, I turn on the hose and I point it up, all the water is going through. But if I take the hose and kink it in the middle and stop it, then your water flow is going to be less. So that's essentially what the cap is doing. It's choking off the middle part of the updraft, and that causes it to weaken.
But here's another thing about holding that hose in, right? Is the pressure starts building up,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And then that also can make your environment a little bit more juiced.
that's a good.
And-
That's a great analogy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
need-
right now in Northwest Arkansas, the environment is primed.
It's a loaded gun environment.
It is primed.
Yes.
It is going to be bad. Let's see. We'll
We'll
find
see.
out.
We'll see. It could.
Dew points are going up. 8 ball. Is there going to be a tornado warning in the Northwest Arkansas coverage area?
Okay.
That's a legit
That's a
question.
legit question.
It is decidedly so.
I don't believe it.
Huh?
I don't believe the 8 ball.
I'm a believer in the 8 ball, dude.
What did it say? It said it is decidedly so.
It is a good meteorologist.
Here's the next question. Will there be a tornado that touches down? Not just a tornado warning. Will there be a tornado that touches down in the Northwest Arkansas
We're really testing the 8 ball right now. Wow.
coverage area?
Hitting him with the hard
This
questions.
is a tough one. My sources say no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm
me too.
Yes.
Tornado warning, great.
Okay. As long as there's no tornado, we're good.
I would love to see all the little mesoscale features that are coming together to cause some pre-dawn issues. Not good. It would seem like all the little mesoscales super soupy out. Okay, so we haven't been outside yet.
Yeah.
Josh, why don't you let me know, man.
Get on out there.
64, 66.
By the way, my phone just went to sleep mode. It's like you're supposed to be in bed by now. No phone. You're out of sleep mode. You get no sleep phone.
It felt like a mini sauna. Really?
Really? And he's in Fayetteville too.
Yuck. This is exactly what I was hoping wouldn't happen. I know, Josh. Not sure we need the 8-ball. We should name the 8-ball. I'll take it, Zach.
I'm gonna name the 8-ball Peyton.
Peyton? All right.
Yes.
Peyton Langford? All right.
That's what I'm gonna name it. 8-ball is named Peyton Langford.
All right, let's see here. Okay, we got some questions. We're kind of flipping through some of these comments here. Wisconsin's getting 2 seasons at once. You know, that's Wisconsin's getting slammed by this system.
That's for sure.
HRR really accelerates the cold front. Yes, it does.
There we go.
What you got?
Well, Stephen Piltz from Tulsa said front could still catch them.
Well,
Yep.
that's a possibility, but it also may
Right.
not.
Yeah, so the threat definitely
Could.
still is there for these tornadoes, and if you do have
Wow, look at that. Look at those storms. They made it all the
be a
way.
strong one.
Yeah. There's 2 seasons right there. North side of Wisconsin's winter. The south side of Wisconsin's getting
Severe weather.
storms. Let's see. Where's my dad? Oh yeah. No tornado. No tornado. It's already gone.
Yeah.
So my dad lives in Menominee Falls. I'll show you West Bend. There's Menominee Falls.
Falls.
Yep, Menominee Falls.
Yes. Sounds like a beautiful.
We call
area.
this me no money. That's how you spell it without the Y.
Me no money.
Me no money falls. Yep. Menominee Falls.
I
But
love that. All right, I'm gonna go step out.
go check it out.
Let's go see what they got.
Look at that energy lifting all the way north. Let's see here. NWS chat. Oh, basically telling me our friends. Latest cap strength there, 99. Oh, 22. Okay. Let's see. Let me get this here. I'll bring it up there too. Yeah, they did. They sent a new. Ooh. See, this is wild, man. The atmosphere is just so primed, isn't it? Have you
Yeah.
seen something like this, Zach, before, where it's just so primed?
No, usually I used to be in Abilene,
Yeah,
and usually the storms would fire off.
yeah.
'Cause
Like they would actually develop,
Usually the cap would always it would always break.
and that's because you've got like the energy a lot closer.
Yeah,
The
dry lines.
dry
always
lines a little
closer.
more pronounced. Yeah.
A lot more capey usually because you got that super hot sun.
CG McCurtain County. Oh yeah, we definitely have that. So here's what we're going to do: forecast tools, look at the observed now sounding analysis, and now we can actually look at. And it's still surface-based CAPE is 62. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you the sounding. We're going to continue to geek out. Here you go. So this is an actual sound. This is not a model sounding, but this is an actual sounding. So first of all, 73/62. Here's your temperature and your dew point. So what you do is you take the temperature of the dew point at the surface. You go up the mixing ratio line. Okay. Then you have the temperature at the surface go up the dry adiabat. Where that crosses right here is what's called your LCL. There's your mixed layer LCL, which is about 1 kilometer up. After that, you rise. There's just a little bit of sin, not much. Sin is convective inhibition. Once you hit this level, this is called your level of free convection. It says it's right down here, but honestly, it's probably more like up here. So if this cools aloft by rising motion or by cold air advection, then we could have severe weather potential. I can tell you this firsthand. The photograph, extremely impressive right there. Critical angle, you go from here to the top of the bend of the photograph, and you've got the right motion, northeast motion, you've got a pretty favorable tornado potential.
This is
So there is a cap in place.
There is a cap still.
So what could break that cap?
It's a good question. what we got to look at is 700 millibar temperatures. Right now, the 700 millibar temperatures is about 8 degrees Celsius. Would you agree?
Yep.
So we look at 700. That's the cap. So here's what we want to do. We're going to go back to a mesoanalysis. Let me make sure that's what I got on there. I do. No, I don't. I have just the sounding. So I got to remove that. I got to stand by. This is why it's good to
So many
go to the
different
window.
tabs.
I know. So now we're going to look at 700 millibar analysis. We're going to look at the temperatures. There's 8. There's 6. It's just not much cold air advection. So it's going to be very, very close if, in fact, that does get broken. Because right there, and what we mean by advection is you have 8 and 6. So what did we say it was? 8? Just about?
Just about 8.
And that was sent up not too long ago. And so there's an example of a model being underdone in terms of how warm the temperatures are aloft. And then as we move along in time, it starts advecting a little bit. Now it's down to 6. So that might be enough. If you get down to 6, we go back to the sounding. If we take that and we get down to 6, that would be the cap's broken.
Yep.
We get down, if we get down 2 degrees,
It makes all the difference.
2 degrees Celsius will make all the difference if
This is
storms
just like
develop.
winter weather forecast.
Ooh. I think we got a storm that's really popping in McCurtain County.
Yeah, that's what they were saying here.
Look at this.
I think it's lifted like due north almost.
Look at this one. This is in McCurtain County, and that's pretty stout right there. So let's look. It's got a lot of lightning with it. It's still, yeah, it's there. So let's do this. Let's look at. Oh, wow. Now that is an
That's a pretty
updraft,
beautiful
folks.
storm.
That is an updraft.
And that tells you how like crazy this environment is.
Yeah.
This storm like it's formed so quickly.
Watch this. We can go back in time. We can actually see it develop. Look at that. That's
it's-
explosive.
I mean, once this cap breaks,
That's already got an overshooting top.
Yeah.
This could prompt a watch to come out.
I think we're going to see that very soon.
This could prompt a watch. Look at that. Look at the height now. So if we come back, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so we can get the full environment of this storm developing. Nothing. Now watch. Okay, so here's the deal. This is the mid-level cap right here. Right in here. So this is the cap. The storm tries to develop above the cap. It's all of a sudden, boom, explosive.
And it got above the cap.
And it's gone. It's taken off. Now the question is, will it be choked off? Well, that depends. If the forcing continues, that might not be choked off. Now see that those cells aren't as intense. This has been a tricky system.
Yeah.
Even the storm prediction set. Look at all the lightning. Let's get Fort Smith's weather bug camera because everything's so isolated. We might be able to see that if we point this straight south.
By the way, I stepped outside, Dan.
What would you say, Josh?
I would say
Not there yet.
it's not there yet.
Not there yet.
Now, here's one thing that I did see: the moon. It's
Yeah.
clear outside right now in northwest Arkansas.
Well, good thing it's nighttime.
The moon is going to be very helpful too to see these
Yes.
updrafts. All right, let's see if we can see south view. All right, and we're going from this marker here, 60 miles. So if this storm is really cranking up as much as it says, then we should see a little bit of lightning off in the distance. If that storm is in fact, this storm is taking off.
Tell you what, though, when I was outside, the southerly winds have picked up considerably, and you can see the low level jet kicking in as well.
James ate a lot, hates pineapple on his pizza, so we like to mess with them.
What's your opinion on pineapple?
I love pineapple pizza. Man.
Okay.
Yeah.
See,
Pineapple pizza is great.
it's underrated.
Yeah.
I think it's just one of those things where like people don't like it because a lot of other people don't like it. You can't fault it till you try it. Pepperoni and pineapple pizza, Hawaiian style.
Isn't Hawaiian ham and pepperoni?
Canadian bacon. Let's see here. Salem's so hot and muggy and everything's still. It really is kind of eerie. Logan says Cap's starting the weekend. I mean, that second you put pineapple on pizza, it stops being pizza.
Blasphemy. What does it become?
What's the name of the app? This is what it is. It's Your Weather Authority. So all you got to do is on a computer, you go to nwahomepage.com. You're going to go to our weather tab. You're going to click on this, and then you're going to go to Weather Stream. And here's the thing. I don't even think I showed that. So stand by here. Let me load that up on this page. We'll keep that open. All right. So it's look up NWA Weather Authority. That's our weather app. There it is right here. You said it right there. Really, we're trying to brand. It's not just NWA. We're also River Valley. So it's Your Weather Authority. But we'll hold that for another day. I don't know what else to do to get Apple to change that. So you go into here, you go to the weather tab, and then you see over on the right-hand side, you're going to see weather app. The only problem is I need to make this full. So we go to weather, and you go to weather, download our weather app right here. Second last one. You click on that, and then that'll give you for your iPhone. So there's Your Weather Authority, but they still have it called NWA Weather Authority. We have to change that. That's that. So that's what it looks like. Look for that logo. And then we've got this. If we go to weather tab, download our weather app. Then for the Android, Google Play Store, there, and they didn't change that yet. They didn't change any of the graphics either.
And here's a great thing too.
That's all right though.
When you look at that on the Android store there, Dan.
Yeah.
It's rated E for everyone. So
All right. We had storms getting stronger, ping pong size hail. Abby, where are you at?
Where's that located?
Pella, Iowa. Yeah, you had some pretty nasty storms. No doubt there. I have a class in the morning, but I have to wake up around 8 a.m. Jordan, yeah, 2 cells developing in Scott County. You guys see it too. Now this storm's really taken off. Let's get back to it.
Polk County now, starting to move into Polk County, southeastern of Florida.
So let's do that. What is James saying on there?
Pizza time still. This man just strikes the match, drops it in the gasoline, and watches everything burn. Look at that, dude. Look
Wow.
at that overshooting top.
Very nice.
It's clear and it's very evident.
Becoming an anvil.
You can go back one scan and see that too. Beginning to develop. Yeah, that's a pretty healthy looking thunderstorm.
This is going.
Yep.
So where is that storm headed? Well, that's a good question. Let's track it. Because I bet you people are probably wondering, where is it going?
I would say it's heading northeast. Based on what I'm looking at right now.
No, I know, but just like, when is it going to arrive?
Oh, yeah.
It just doesn't
Gotta
look.
find out the speed.
Yeah. So there's a couple ways we can do that. Probably going to be, let's just do it with the center of the cell. So we'll do this. We'll place the marker here. We'll go back a few frames. Let's just go right here. Set the storm motion from morning 221 at 46 knots. So about 50 miles an hour.
Pretty good speed.
Pretty good clip. Yep. Let's see what we got here. So 50 miles an hour. I think we've already got set. Actually, no, we're a little faster for that left mover. Take that to the northeast over the next hour. Here's who's going to be impacted by that cell. And maybe turn that right just a little bit more. It's going to be going just to the west of Waldron, according to the latest. So let's see.
And
Yeah, that's a pretty good path right there. Maybe even a little bit more to the west or to the east. I mean, we'll take it right through there. It's taking off.
it is taking off a little bit.
Yeah. But at the same time, the lightning decreases a little bit, increases and then decreases.
Still fighting that cap,
It looks like it is.
but it's trying. Yeah. Definitely a lot more development than what we've seen all day.
So storm in Yell County's out of there, Jeremy. You don't have to worry about that. It's gone. You can definitely see lightning on the Marshall cam. Oh, cool. Yeah, I bet.
That wouldn't be a bad idea to look at.
How often do the models update? Well, the HRRR updates every hour.
Which
We haven't
I
looked
can
at
look
the
we have not looked
Texas Tech model in a while.
Well-
Jane says, cool.
it only updates every 6 hours, remember?
See if it's
yeah,
done.
that's true.
Yeah. But
Fayetteville, will there be any tornado here? Potentially. I'll have to watch it.
we'll be here regardless.
I opened up a can of worms. Check out the sounding for 06Z for Fayetteville. Holy cow. What model, Bradley?
For which
That
one?
was at midnight.
For
6Z.
6Z.
6Z sounding. I'm imagining
Oh.
for download the newest HRRR.
Yeah.
Mike
It's-
is lagging a little bit. Yeah, it might do that. Hopefully it's still working though. Is it still everything okay? Oh, the mic was lagging on him because of the stream. Yeah, absolutely.
Man, the HRRR is not backing down on that robust line.
I'm new here. What's the cap? We actually described this, but if you didn't get a chance to see it, here's a look at the cap. This is understanding the cap. So cap is a warm layer of air that's even warmer than the humid air that's at the surface. And so if we put this up, you can see that kind of dying off and then increasing. What do you see it?
Where's 6Z
The 6Z, probably HRRR.
at 6Z?
Yeah, I don't know if it's at 6Z. I guess maybe
Because the
so.
6Z HRRR is not out yet.
Well, it would be at 6Z, so which would be
So right
1
here.
o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, over Fayetteville.
Yeah, that's pretty stout.
I mean, it's loaded gun. Close to loaded bazooka. Truth be told.
This is why. Oh my goodness, you got to see this. Yeah, we'll show this here.
Yeah, this is concerning. It's concerning. That's why we're here.
But my goodness, there might just be just enough of a cap to prevent. Let's zoom in here. Well, they're starting to.
Man,
just-
somebody's going off right
I think it's about chili and beans.
now. This is a pretty fiery combo. Oh no, this is weather related.
Is it?
Looks like the K County storm is behind the cold front. Check out the 70-mile-per-hour gusts ahead of the storms.
K County. So that's the cold front. All right. So let's look at severe weather. Let's see if there's any updraft helicity here.
Springfield
yeah.
says that they are monitoring the potential for isolated supercell development ahead of these storms.
Okay. So let's go back here. Click on Fayetteville. That's not the sounding. What was what was it? 3Z or was it the 4Z?
I was looking at 4Z.
And what time?
About
Oh,
5 a.m.
Not 6 a.m.
Let's look at 4 a.m. That's better.
I think you were looking at 1 a.m., weren't you?
Well, I mean, I wanted to look at 1 a.m. because that's what the guy mentioned. They mentioned,
Yeah. So 1 a.m. the conditions are
which is 6Z. I mean,
very
that's-
ripe.
Yes.
Okay, let me
Okay.
see. I don't even think that's what we have up. Okay, so this is the. So, anyways, that warm layer of air can be eroded and then it disappears. All right, so this right here is the model sounding. Oh man, there we go. So this is the model sounding, and if we look at this, there's just a tiny little cap, very tiny. Look at that, 14 Really, it's minus 60, so it's stronger than what it actually shows with surface-based cape. Very impressive photographs. There is some weak flow aloft, so it might be kind of cloud seeded, like the updraft might get kind of choked off just a little bit, not entirely, but that is a possibility where it becomes more HP. But impressive sounding, a little bit of a cap because of that little nose right there. And that's developing from that southwesterly flow. Now that temperature is around at 700. Now that's a little colder at 700, but it's still right around 8 degrees, 8 or 7. And then here we have nearly 15 degrees Celsius. So, man, a little bit of a warm layer of air. Let's see if that erodes. Nope. In fact, anything that strengthens.
Nope. Still there.
Still there.
Oh, strengthening.
Still there.
Oh,
Gone. Uh-oh.
And PD, and here we go.
what time is that?
4Z.
This is during the
I
morning.
mean,
hours
excuse
when
me,
that-
not 4Z, 10Z.
This is when those storms are rolling in.
It's 5 a.m.
This is when the
That
cycle starts.
is legit.
And we've still got the favorable photographs. We still got the favorable sounding. This is trouble.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
You see the SARS
Yeah.
sounding analogs?
Yeah.
100% tore. There's one loose match.
Look at the effective layer STP. Wow.
Critical angle isn't perfect though, but it is less than 90. Less than 90 is more favorable than over 90.
Yep.
But is that really where it's at? The parcel pausis curve is actually kind of borderlining that. But that is trouble.
Look at that three. I just saw that 3 kilometer cave. Wow.
The 130.
Wow.
And let's see what happens. Watch how fast this goes down at 11Z. Gone.
Good.
There's
Quick movement.
1 hour of opportunity.
But that's when the storms move out.
5 a.m.
That cold front comes through after.
4 to 5 a.m.
Trouble.
Oof.
Trouble.
I think there's going to be a watch here.
Got to be one coming.
Get
soon.
rid of that 8 ball. we got
Throw
a
it.
lot of people on
Yeah.
here. Yeah, I really do think something's brewing here. Cap is breaking.
No doubt about it.
Boy, it's firing off here.
I know. What's going on here? I was like, this sounds like the chat going off when storms are going crazy.
Yeah, but it's just a bunch of
Pizza
chit
talk.
chat.
There's that considerable tag on that one storm just to the west of Fort Scott with that severe thunderstorm.
Oh,
warning.
yes.
Check that out.
Is that considerable?
That would be considerable, yes. Look at this, though. You see these storms starting to fire up. Taking off. I'll continue to ramp up as they move off to the east.
See, this thing like burns my throat.
What, this?
Yeah.
But it feels good. You know, right?
A little
It
bit.
feels good. It feels
It
good.
definitely wakes you up.
It wakes you up. It gets you amped. Gets you ready to go.
Yeah.
In fact, I was talking to a personal trainer the other day. He said that Baja Blast 2 a day.
2 a day.
Yeah,
Keeps the doctor away.
that and
And
also
you get major gains.
yes, it increases your gains by 200%.
Yeah.
One for each
it's
Baja
like the
Blast.
new creatine.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Secret ingredient.
Um,
That's what all pro bodybuilders take.
yeah, It's the real deal.
They're still
Might have to
so they're
hop on
taking
that.
off, but they're not really, are they? They're still kind of getting choked up. Wait, why are we in Tulsa again?
Well, I wanted to look at the storms that were going on. over
Okay, there. All
Yeah.
right, I was just trying to see what they look like here.
there. The one that was
All right. All right, here let's get back to some comments. We're kind of going off on a tangent here. So here we have Jordan Curry. If you're still on here, I highly doubt it. It's like 15, 20 minutes after your comment. But if you watch it again, what time for Fayetteville? Between 4 to 5 a.m. So we're looking at a little before sunrise, right about the time your morning show starts.
yes, sir.
I'm not going anywhere. We're going to stay here.
Go boys.
No. I'm just kidding. How do you figure an accurate forecast when you say the models are off? It's true.
We were just talking about
It's
that.
a very good question. Pretty much wait and watch and wait. That's exactly
That's
what
pretty
it
much
is.
the answer.
The models are off. And so you just got to use a little intuition. How's the storm looking for Farmington later? Well, let's look at some of the newer model runs here. So we still got that cap, by the way, and this is what's going to happen with the cooler air. See, when we get that cooler air, watch what happens. We lessen that cap level. That's going to cause those thunderstorms to erupt and form.
Yeah, that's the thing, like you mentioned, Dan, with
Oh,
the warmer
That's
air
got a little bit of supercell appearance right there.
just to the west of Lake Hamilton.
Yes.
That's near Hot Springs.
Yes.
Near Mount Ida.
Mount Ida. Let's
You can
bring
see
that up
that.
on the radar
I'm
here.
going to go back to Fort Smith here so we can check it out a better look.
Yeah, that definitely has got supercell.
Kind of looks like that sickle cell look.
Why is that LZK winter? Here, hold on. Get that winter trash out of there.
Wow, there's a lot of lightning.
Yeah.
Mount Ida.
Mount Ida. Oh boy, that storm.
Oh, a lot of positive lightning strikes too. That tells you a
is-
lot of energy's coming in.
That is a storm. It is a storm that is trying to take off. Is Little Rock saying anything about that?
Pineapple has no place on pizza. Pineapple and ham, yeah. U of A is actually really the only place in Fayetteville that has sirens, but they aren't meant to wake you up, just to alert. You guys are awesome, man. Pineapple and pepperoni is where it's at.
That's where it's at, man.
Wow. This is where it's at too. Look at those cells. Is that the one Mount Ida?
That's the one to Mount Ida.
That's a cell. Look at
Wow.
that. You can see the
Very healthy
overshooting top.
updrafts.
Let me get caught up here. Fayetteville really doesn't have the sirens.
Wow, look at that. That's an even better view of it. You can really see those healthy updrafts.
The RRFS now showing a broken line. Well, thanks for joining the party. Yeah, let's show the R. The RRFS is okay. It kind of did me wrong today, but we could show it. Let's bring it up here.
I will say, to be fair, all of the models have done this pretty wrong.
Yeah.
Today, even the Texas Tech WRF.
Yeah. Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, I love that model, but it was just a little rough.
All right, so let's go back here. We're gonna go to RRFS. Let's see what we got here. Updraft helicity. Yeah, it's
Whoa.
got some updraft helicity tracks.
What the
It's got one coming through
going on?
5 to 6
KDP.
a.m. You're on. Yeah,
KDP.
you don't want to do
The
that.
Riley Index.
The Riley
It's a
Index.
square.
All right, let's look at updraft helicity here. Yeah, a little bit coming through. What's up, Josh?
Come on.
What's up, dudes?
We're just chilling like a villain, watching these storms take
Still a
off.
Facebook Live, and
Still a
you
job.
can believe it. So there's that. Ooh,
Wow.
You guys are here. I'm still here.
look at this, Josh.
I like it.
My,
Look at that.
my.
Oh my gosh.
Those are that's a broken line of super
5
cells.
a.m. to 6 a.m.
Jeez.
Yeah, I think.
That's not good.
No, it's really not.
And this is not like that, like these are like broken supercells. These are similar to what we saw last week
Yeah.
in Central Arkansas. Bad news with those kind of storms.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow morning, it's going to be game on, probably.
Sweet. Well, not sweet, but you know.
Baja Blast.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Mike Susko is on here too.
Let's
and-
go.
Mike
And
effect.
Mike is East Coast time, so
Yeah.
it's even later.
It's even
for him.
later.
Yeah. 10Z in Washington County just before the line moves in with the 0Z HRRR. We looked at that as a matter of fact just now.
Mhm.
Can we see this Fayetteville model that they're saying holy cow to? There it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. That's the
That's
holy
trouble.
cow. And then you can see it move east. It's a lot of supercells. So now the question is are they going to rotate? The answer is probably. So let's look and see. This is with the helicity tracks. Oh yeah, there they are. You can see them. So right before it moves in, let's see what kind of environment it's got. Pretty darn favorable, but my goodness, it could be just that small little sliver that saves our fannies.
I'm
I don't know,
I'm
though.
going to say one thing though. I don't buy that
The forcing
because
is
the
going to be too
forcing is going to be
strong,
too strong.
or it could be the God effect, just kind of stopping
That
the
could be it,
storm.
too.
Just a tiny little nose of warm air.
We talked about that though, right? We talked about that. The more people that know about it, the more people that are going to pray.
Pray.
Yeah.
All right, let's go here. We keep going. Can't tell if Texas Tech's going to hit the mark or if it's not handling it. It's not projecting any supercells out of the line. It doesn't show the line holding together. Yeah, sorry, Texas Tech WRF. You have been dethroned.
I have to throw that out for this one, unfortunately.
I can hear little rumbles in Farmington.
Really?
It could be us with the Baja
Blast.
Blast.
You know, our stomach. Right now, there's a lot of lift
I wasn't talking
in the
about
stomach, in the atmosphere right now, moving towards the small intestine. Within the next 2 to
Yeah.
3 hours, it will reach the large intestine, and that's when
Yeah.
it could take off. The cap's going to break.
The ROJ.
You don't want to be caught in that.
Yeah. So here's something right here. Let's see here. Oh man. SPC Mesoanalysis, the S15, STP5, STP5 .gif. Experimental mesoanalysis. Let's go here. Let's go to mesoanalysis or the mesoanalysis archive. You say 11, but it's just that small
Cap
cap,
still in place.
not by much, but it is, and it could be. Oh yeah, that low level jet's starting to increase now. 40, 45 knots. What does it get to? Does it get to 50? No, kind of veers a little bit too. The veering is what might save our hide. Whoops. Let's see here. Go back to this. Oops. All right. I wish we could copy. Unfortunately, we can't copy those links. It's kind of a pain in the butt. But let's see what we got here. There's a lot of experimental things that. This is a long link, but I'm gonna type it out.
I was looking at the NWS chat, you know, the conversation that's going on. You just got Steven just with the smiley faces.
Yeah, what's funny is
4 kilometer WRF is most aggressive with activity in southwest Arkansas. In fact, it steadily increases it and heads at northeast. Resume.
be amazing if I get this link right without.
Dan, I think this storm that's north of Mount Ida is getting close to really causing some problems.
Oh, yeah, we already looked at that. Yeah, a significant tornado parameter.
Wow, this is the
Yeah, go to velocity on that. And that's so here's what we're looking at. Look at this storm. It's got that kidney bean shape starting to show up as a supercell. Now here's the deal. We were on a velocity, but let's go to some higher tilts because I bet you it's got a meso. Yep, there it is.
This is a storm that needs to be watched.
Strong circulation.
Sent-
Aloft. Look at that.
Wow.
Strong meso. So this is definitely a strong storm that's beginning to increase. And that,
And it is outside of our weather coverage area.
yep, that's going to be Yell County, though.
Yell County.
And we had some people on here with Yell County. So what's wild, though, is like that's not, it's going to be a little southeast of here. But that is in the moderate risk.
Yep.
Which, by the way, new risk is coming out here shortly. Oh,
Wow,
wow, that is a beef. That is a beefy cell. That is
that storm is very healthy. And
that is a good supercell. This is gonna prompt severe weather potential right here. No doubt about that. That's a big one. That's going to near the Mount Ida side. That's kind of showing you what could be possible.
Yeah.
Another thing we can do with this is we can look at
Look at
the.
all those positive CGs. That's crazy.
There are quite a few of them. Look at that.
Oh, there it is.
Cold cloud tops.
Eruption.
And we can look at this and watch how it erupts. Right here, it takes off.
Boom, boom.
So this is the cap that's breaking.
And you can see the colder cloud tops as well in Scott County.
that was over Mount Ida, right?
Right over Mount Ida, just to the north of it. Yeah, that's a storm that's gonna have to be watched pretty closely. Because that's starting to really take off.
Yep.
And these are the type of storms too, Dan. We talked about it earlier. We don't typically see these in the state of Arkansas, isolated supercells like this. I mean, these are typically storms you see in central Oklahoma, Kansas, not in Arkansas. So this is one of those kind of rare events where the parameters are in place for that. Right now, it's southeast of our weather coverage area, but man, that's a pretty
Is
healthy
my
looking storm.
magazine connected? No.
Because you probably see that from Mount Magazine, right?
Oh,
What's going on with that camera?
easily.
What's going on with that camera?
I don't know.
Can we reconnect it?
Just in time.
Can
I
we-
know, just in time for it to go down.
Is there a way for us to get that back up?
No.
Go down there, climb it.
I mean, we need to get that camera back up. I want to see this storm so bad. Because this is the type of storm you could see, with the clear skies and the moon, the full moon. I mean, we could see this thing.
Oh, 100%.
Of course,
yeah.
of course.
We might be on a white screen on the stream. Yeah, we were. I bet. Kind of losing our marbles here. Yeah, that storm is taking off, and why the hell would we lose that? All right, so Northwest Arkansas is going to officially get
Dang it.
hairy, 4 to 5 a.m. It's all right. We'll figure it out.
I want to see that.
Same here, man. I keep hearing the wind. Bushes hitting our house because that wind's really starting to crank up. Is that a new model, the RRFSA? Yes, it is. It's a new experimental model. Prayers through the cap. Yeah, I know. We don't want that cap. That is one razor thin cap. Hoping it holds for y'all tonight. Looks like it's not for Central Arkansas. Texas Tech used up all its. That's funny. Oh, that was
Rip
about
to its
238. Yeah. Rest in peace.
Yeah. For now.
How's everything looking for Clifty, Madison County, Dina? If you're still watching, not a whole lot going on right now. Clifty, Madison County, everything's pretty quiet.
There's. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've experienced the ROJ several times.
Village increase on the storm north of Mount Ida. Yeah, let's go back to that storm is cranking.
It is
In fact,
real
that's going to
bad.
be severe pretty soon. That's the cell. Go to the. I bet you we've got over 40,000 echo tops.
Yep. It's ease. Approaching 50,000.
Can you make that bigger for us? I don't know what
Here.
make what bigger for. No, I don't think that's what you're asking. Could you blow up the radar? Oh yeah, you wanted to see the radar like
Oh,
that.
okay, that's well.
Baja, awesome. How about that, Stephanie?
Baja, awesome.
Now the meso's starting to lower. So what's happening is the low-level rotation is not there yet, but mid-level rotation is. That's why it takes a little while. Can't see anything because you have it minimized. Yeah, that's what we were saying when it was white.
So many comments.
Josh Myers, Tornadic 0 to 1 kilometer EHI has been increasing and moving towards us. Yep. Josh is looking at all that. Just a tiny radar. I know. Sorry we had that.
Sorry.
Okay, we're caught up on our comments.
Okay, we did it.
Till about 4 or 5 a.m.-ish. So for those that are just joining, let's reset here. We're at 1:45. We got everything squared away. So here's what we've got. We've got storms that are starting to pop, including this one that is in Yell County, a very intense thunderstorm that's popping up. We'll go to Mega Doppler, and we are expecting additional storms. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets warned on here within the next 20, 30 minutes at the most. There's a look at the cell. It's starting to develop some hail. We look at the reflectivity. It does have that look. We look at
that's a very healthy
those
thunderstorm.
are beefy storms. Oh my goodness, I wish we could see that on our weather bug camera.
Of course.
So frustrated that it just went down.
I don't understand why that happened.
Do I text him? Probably not. Okay, you're caught up as the live stream might ends, even if nothing happens right here in this moment. So that's a cell that's over Yell County. That is impressive. Not only that, it looks like it's splitting. Looks like you have one cell that's starting to split. One cell that's taken over. I guess they're both the same, but it might be splitting supercells.
It's a pretty beautiful storm.
Man,
Oh,
look
I
at
wish I
that.
could see that. My goodness.
Wait, did it connect?
Nope. Still an X.
There's no way to connect to it.
Is there a way to like reset
Close
it?
out again and try.
No, it's not that. Golly.
Why?
Yeah, sounds good, Della. Let's do a track on this. So, first of all, here's what we got. Let's get to the radar. Get to LZK. Well, Riley in Yell County is trying to develop a low-level meso. Yep, sure is. All right, so here's live Doppler radar, Della. We're going to bring up the source. This is the storm. Let's see what the motion is. It's probably moving a little slower because it's starting to root in the boundary layer, and it's moving over pretty rough and rugged terrain in the Ozarks. And you can see that cell popping up. So let's do a track on this over the last, we'll say maybe 45 miles. I'll just keep it at 50. And we'll take that to the northeast over the next hour. This is when you can expect it. So I don't know where you are in Yellville. Let me know. But Danville coming in at 111. So it's about a half hour away. Russellville at 136 and the municipal airport at 137.
Transportation camera at Y City.
Oh, yeah. Frequent lightning. Y City. That would
go
be
to
good.
Weather 3.
Weather 2.
Weather 2, my bad.
How late will y'all be
Live
live?
drive,
Probably maybe the
yes.
whole time. I don't know. Up watching in Conway County is this line of storms. Yeah.
So
Look at this low-level meso that's starting to develop here.
And then Y City.
Okay, so you're in Dardanelle, Della. Dardanelle.
So I'm gonna zoom in here.
It's going to be close.
Zoom in right there. See
Yep.
where it says Y City? That one right there.
So you got Delaware, you got Knoxville, I'm just kind of zooming in so you guys can see. Dardanelle is going to be in the path of this.
Don't tilt the camera. It's just
What?
shadows.
They don't tilt the camera.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of lightning. You can see it. It's frequent. It's boom, boom, boom. If we had the Mount Magazine camera, we would see the structure of the storm. We would see everything.
just missing Scott County. Barely.
This is a perfect angle though on this thing. The camera's right here. It's just like looking right into it. And we'd be able to look right at both of these storms to the southeast. And we'd have an incredible view. I have never seen the Mount Magazine camera go down a single time since I started working here.
I know.
And then when we get a beautiful isolated supercell, something must have happened. Lightning strike, I don't know. It was the gremlins that turned off the camera on Mount Magazine.
Could be.
Could be. Here, let me show you guys what we're looking at here. Obviously, it's not at the best angle. This is near Y City, so it's to the northwest and to the west of both of these storms. However, you can see frequent lightning, which is something that we typically
Raining.
a little bit of light rain, a little bit of light rain
Little
shower
light
activity.
rain.
And that's some
It's a
color. Car
Making it look all ominous.
might have their brights on. Don't blame them. That's a pretty sketchy road. But you see the frequent lightning strikes in that camera shot there.
Yeah.
That's typically a sign of a strengthening thunderstorm. And you can see it right there on Mega Doppler as well. If we go back to Mega Doppler here, look at all that lightning. You got one storm here to the west of Mount Ida. This one's a little bit more disorganized. And then the more dominant supercell is near Onyx, south of Rover. And this has a ton of lightning as well. So we're going to switch it back to the Y City camera. Of course, not at the best angle, but it's what we've got right now.
That's all we've got.
That's all we got. But right now in Northwest Arkansas in the River Valley, we've got basically no storms. There's just a few.
Looking quiet, but Josh, isn't the atmosphere primed?
It's a loaded bazooka, man.
So if we get a disturbance coming through, cold front, dry line, some energy.
You get forcing. It's time. The cap is not strong.
Yeah.
It's there, but like all it's gonna take is just a little bit of forcing, and that's gonna make things take off. That's the match, right? That's
that is the match.
lighten the match is the forcing. It's crazy to me though how this proves that every single severe weather event is going to have a limiting factor. Every single one.
Yeah.
Right. Even
a moderate risk.
even the higher end severe weather risk have limiting factors.
Yeah. How many severe storms have there been in the moderate risk so far today?
Well, there was one up in Iowa and Illinois, Missouri. That one verified.
Yeah.
There was one severe in Berry County, and that's
It's so
That-
far.
and that's it.
that's it.
And they're about to issue a new SPC outlook.
They just did. The problem is that it's day one and it moves out of our area, and it's after. So here we are again in between risks.
Yep. But don't like we've been saying pretty much all day today. Don't get caught up in the colors or the risk. The parameters are there across the entire area. Even though I do think farther east you have a better chance of seeing those isolated supercells. Obviously, what we're seeing right now because of that better forcing and less of a cap in place.
Just gotta hope and pray this cap holds. Because if it doesn't, then
Yeah,
tornado potential, very large hail, it's all there.
it is. No doubt about it.
What happened?
He was just
The cap breaks.
Yeah, he's just hoping this cap stays together.
There's a comment that I'm just like not understanding.
On NWS chat.
Yeah.
I saw that too. I was like, what? And then
Huh?
everybody stopped talking after that.
Wait,
It was
what
up.
did I say?
Everybody was like, what? Oh man. Here comes the juice. Do 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 do. Here comes the juice for storm.
Organic structure exists that is created and managed larger organizations. All
Wow.
push for a flatter organization.
Yeah, this is trouble.
Are we starting to get up there?
Here it comes. See
We're
those
still at
yellows?
64 though. We haven't warmed at all.
Here it comes.
Florence, Scott County is pretty soupy.
Yeah,
Is that yellow
it's-
70?
That's 70s dew
So
points.
that's gonna.
That's surging north so fast. That's super fast.
Let's get that cold front moving in faster.
Yep.
Let's hope it does.
Let's see.
It's
Yeah.
like there's the cold air, then there's the warm air.
Still live. And we're still live on Twitter. I wish we could see Twitter comments.
I know,
We
I-
can't, though.
There's
That's
quite a few too. I
Yeah.
noticed. Look at these temps though.
77, 79, 75. A lot of lightning north of Y City. So is Farmington ready to go to bed? You can go to bed now. You can get a few hours of sleep, but you might want to set your alarm for like 4 a.m.
I think we're starting to see maybe a little bit more low level rotation starting to form on this storm. It's not really there yet.
So Flynn, they issue the day one outlook. It's going to be east of us, but there is, just to let you know, there is an outlook that you can do. Yeah, that's starting to.
This is bad. This is bad.
See those pinks in there. Some
Mhm.
This has got that look, dude.
reflectivity hell.
Yeah, look at how it's starting to rotate a little bit more and more. Now it's not quite in the lowest level, which is what? How far? About 6,000 feet above the ground. At 4,000.
4,000.
Mhm.
Then we go up a little bit more, and you can definitely see it.
All right, so I want to show something real quick. We're going to add this to the stream. We're going to bring this back up. I want to show this new outlook because
It's gonna be deceiving.
it's going to be deceiving. We look at the convective outlook. It's not going to be updated yet, but there it is. And look at how it's east of us. But there is, in fact, an outlook. What the heck? If we go back to convective outlook, where is the? There should be one. I don't see it on
It
here.
usually says at the top.
Yeah,
go
like
to-
the 0 to 12Z or the
Yeah.
one or that's weird. Oh, because it's not updated yet. No, it is updated.
It's a bit strange.
Yeah, what's going on here? Home. Okay, convective outlooks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see the
It's weird.
I don't see the oldest one here.
That's really weird.
Huh. Maybe they haven't done it yet. Z to 16Z. Yep. All right. So back to I don't know what's going on. It's not showing up.
Yep.
Upper air 925. There's a low level winds. Look at the moisture surge. Man, has that come back?
It's coming in quick.
Watch this. Oh, it's got to be getting juicy out there, and it's got to be getting windy too. Oh man. Okay.
We'll feel it again. It wasn't like that an hour ago.
Surface base cape. Boy, does that nose in, and the cap just disappears. Look at 3,500. That's some very stout cape.
Surface base.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Now, surface base with the front moving in, with storms likely to develop. Let's look at the SIGTOR parameter. Ooh, boy, 11. Refresh that. Let's look at the effective layer, 8. And it still goes up. Fixed layer. Yeah. How about the violent tornado parameter?
Oh.
Jeez, it's up there. We got another supercell too that's popping up. Boy, that's a lot of lightning, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all south of us though. Hope it stays that way.
Mesoscale discussion coming. Here we go, guys. So the mesoscale discussions issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Storm Prediction Center is looking at the newest update and about to issue what's called an MCD. So, SSPC. Let's see that area. I wish we had 2 monitors where we could show exactly what's on there all the time
Yeah.
instead of doing multiple windows. All right. What do you think? Getting juicy or no? Still not
Juicy
there.
now. It's getting juicy now. I can feel it. And one thing that the biggest difference, I stepped outside earlier about an hour ago. Southerly winds weren't really that, they're still pretty strong, but now it's whipping right into my face. And you can feel the moisture returning out there. Definitely a big difference.
So let's see if we've got that on there. Yeah, there's the MCD. Storm development over west central and north central Arkansas is being monitored for the possibility of further intensification. Those cells are pretty intense.
Those are pretty intense already. I think tornado watch will be pretty imminent on that.
Because here's the deal. We look at this. I'm going to bring up, you're going to see this kind of on the right-hand side of the screen here. Look at this. This is that iDrive Arkansas camera from Y City.
Yeah.
Additional storms popping up. Pretty frequent lightning, too. Shows the road, but it doesn't really show anything else. Wonder if maybe the network reset at 1 a.m. I don't know. Please work. I have to go down. That's just frustrating.
Very frustrating.
Okay, Chris says Bella Vista is feeling cool at this time.
That's not surprising to me.
Because it's a little farther north.
Farther north.
Yeah.
It felt cool out there an hour ago here in Fayetteville. It doesn't feel that way now. If you know what it feels like, Dan? When I stepped outside yesterday morning, heading into work,
That's what it felt like.
it
huh?
feels like that now.
And now we got storms that are coming closer.
Yep. I'm telling you right now, the low level jet is here. It's pumping in the moisture.
Can you see it?
You can see it with the high clouds that are streaming in. Now, by the way, there's quite a bit of clearing. There's like no more like mid to low level clouds.
That's that cap that's holding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a full moon, but you can see those clouds.
I got to check this out too. Yeah.
But
I still have my mic on. Oh, I wonder if I have it on.
batteries, new batteries.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's definitely on. Still 2 bars.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
I'm gonna let you handle that for just a sec. I want to go outside and I want to see what it's like out there.
It feels warmer and sticky in Tawny
It's
Town.
like Bill
compared to a few hours
Paxton
ago.
sniffing the dirt, man.
Yeah.
The days of sniffing the dirt are over.
I don't think I did a Bill Paxton there. I think I did a Mercedes.
Yeah, that's what you did. You did a Mercedes when the refrigerator door opens up.
It was crazy. Mercedes today, she was like so like out of it,
Ooh.
at the beginning there.
Yeah.
And then once I pulled up that CSU,
Look, I know she's like bounced up. I
She's
think
like-
she was like had enough on my lap, but so we're starting to get some low level rotation over Rover. So we'll be watching that for Dardanelle very closely for you as it moves closer to Russellville. So let me go outside. I'll step outside here and we'll get a feel for what it's like. If you're just tuning in, and hope you had a great little nap.
Look at
or if
Joe.
you didn't nap. Here's the deal. It feels like tornadoes outside. 4 to 5 a.m. 4 to 6 a.m. is that window, with about 5 a.m. is the most likely time. So 4 a.m. we know that very well with what happened with the Springdale tornado.
Yep.
And this time I'm not going to bed beforehand. I'm going to stay up. And I'm
We're all in this kind of.
he
And
doesn't-
take that.
He
Thing.
doesn't like
What
it.
in the
I'm
world
taking
is
the
this?
Baja Blast.
This is blasphemy.
Baja's.
Like Stephen A. Smith, he goes, blasphemy,
Oh,
blasphemous.
yeah. That guy kind of drives me crazy.
He does too, for me. But I do find him kind of funny. I do find Stephen A. Smith kind of funny. All right, so Dan's going to check out the juice outside. Elizabeth, this is a very good. Hold on, Elizabeth. This is a very good question right there. Send Dan for snacks. We've got plenty here right now in the weather lab. We are loaded up. We've got the secret snack compartment here that nobody else knows about. We're ready to go. That's for sure.
Jackal, I think we do see a tornado watch issued for Northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. I think it will come out probably around 3 o'clock would be my best guess. Zach, you'd probably agree we see a tornado watch issued by about 3 a.m.
I think so,
I think-
Josh. You know, I was just outside and definitely does feel a bit more muggy, soupy. Feels more like severe weather.
So definitely feels a lot more muggy than it did earlier.
Yeah, and
I mean,
that
like-
south wind is really whipping.
Yeah. An hour ago, like it didn't
Yeah.
feel like anything. It was
No.
cool. The south, there was still a kind of a southerly wind, but it
Yeah.
wasn't very strong. It's strong now. I mean,
Yep.
it's about 35, 40 miles per hour. Wind picking up in Lowell. This is no surprise. It's a low level jet. It always picks those winds up. Bradley, good question. Let's look at that on Mega Doppler, and it does kind of look like this southern storm caught up with the northern storm, which that could be a cell merger. Let's look at some past few scans here, and it definitely looks like the storms are kind of merging a little bit there. We'll watch that very closely for those trends. Here's the thing, though, common misconception with cell mergers, you still could get pretty good tornado potential with them. I will say this, though. I'm looking at the SRV base reflectivity. I don't know if they're lining up right now, but that could change. Man, there is some pretty strong rotation in the mid levels right now, though. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Wow, that's kind of an uptrend. Yeah, this is
a
a
little bit of
surface.
a.
But does it line up? Right? Does it make
Oh,
sense
yeah, let's see.
on radar? So here's where your area of rotation is, right? Based on storm relative velocity. Now let's look at this. Normalized rotation, that lines up.
A little bit.
Yep. Remember too that the rotation is the most likely area for a tornado is going to be here in this area.
Yeah.
Right. But we're starting to see those winds crank up and change directions a little bit. But like this does line up.
So that has to be watched.
This has to be watched. There is a cell merger going on. But that doesn't necessarily mean that this storm's going to get choked off. It could, especially with the rotation showing up on the north side. However, I still don't know if that's exactly lining up right now. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. I'm wondering what this storm's going to do. And this storm's starting to show maybe a little bit of rotation. That doesn't look like it's lining up on radar. But
Can we do a wider shot? See what else is happening.
I mean,
Let's see what else.
you got another cell going on near Clinton. That's
That
starting
was
to take
pretty
off.
healthy.
That's starting to take off. There's just not a whole lot of activity in our area, man.
But that last MCD, that was further east of us, correct?
Which makes sense because it has to do with these isolated cells.
And that's because the cap is broken.
That's because the cap is starting to break in these areas.
But it's still a little bit of showers in northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, but they're just
That's
struggling.
nothing.
They're nothing. Look at these. I mean, they've been showing up
That's
and
nothing.
they're nothing. It's just a sign.
It's fizzling out.
All this is a low level jet kicking in. This is purely based off of the low level jet.
Yeah.
Wow, that lightning is
Some
pretty
lightning.
intense. I wish we had the Mount Magazine cam because we could see this storm. This is probably just a beautiful storm right now. Of course, that happens. Now look at this, Zach. Look at these storms down. They're starting to form, and
Yep,
they're starting
that's
to
a
form
line.
a little further south. And this is a broken line. You got one supercell here. You got one supercell developing here. Another one
Yeah,
here.
that's not good.
This is bad news right here, folks. We don't want to see
String of-
this.
String of pearls.
String of pearls. That's exactly it.
Hopefully
And-
that cold front can come in there and undercut them.
It very well could, but
Yeah.
at the same time, the cold front is still not moving very fast. These storms are moving a lot quicker than these, and that's why what you're seeing on the future track and everything. Which, by the way, we're getting another update now from the HRRR. We should probably check that out, Zach, and
Yeah.
see what's going on with that. But let's check some more questions here and some more comments because we're just getting a ton of them right now. We can't go into specific areas, Noah. I know there's a lot of people asking, what about my city? What about my town? Every single location in Northwest Arkansas and the River Valley has that potential. However, again, it's going to depend on where's thunderstorm set up. Now, I'm going to tell you what, Zach, I'm starting to see the energy kicking in.
Oh, so Josh, that is a strong storm in Scott County.
This one right here.
Yeah.
This one right here.
It's exiting Scott County, but
Yes.
that storm right there, producing hail, small hail, penny-sized hail, but worth mentioning. Some gusty winds too, and minor damage. So, and
Sarah, this is
Interesting.
going to be hitting Northwest Arkansas in the River Valley after 4 a.m. So that's the time frame.
All right, you want to know my opinion?
What's up?
It doesn't feel quite like tornado weather yet.
wait, is that cold front ahead of those storms?
Yeah, very well could be.
So aren't they undercut?
Those are, yeah.
So those aren't going to become.
But the energy flings out, which could cause the storms to move more in a northeasterly direction. Because right now they're moving more northeast, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
So
That's the only thing. And on top of that, too, the ingredients are surging north. So that could lead to maybe a little bit more thunderstorm activity ahead of the front.
Yep.
But I don't know, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dan.
It doesn't.
Compared to when I went out there an hour before,
I would agree with that. Yeah,
it
it's
is.
different.
It's surging in now. You can feel it surging in. I bet you if we step outside at 2:00, it's going to feel even more juicy. I could feel the juice coming in. The southerly winds have cranked up.
Speaking of juice, where'd my Baja Blast
Uh,
Did you chuck it?
Yeah.
It's
You
gone.
You haven't touched it.
I was saving that for the storms.
Oh, were you really?
But here's the thing: that you got to drink it while it's still freeze.
It was liquid.
Dude,
I
I
liquid.
just want the energy.
Well, I'll get you a Mountain Dew.
No, don't worry about it. It's fine.
I didn't think you wanted it.
more to drink.
All right, let's go through Danville, and not Danville, but Dardanelle, because I know that lady's watching for sure.
Yeah.
Especially with that storm rolling towards you.
Yeah. So that storm is right now just to the south of Danville. Looking at it right now. Hold on just a second. So we're looking at these storms right now, Dan. Now I've noticed something interesting over the last few scans. It does look like the southern storm is starting to overtake the northern one. It's kind of caught up to it. So we may be dealing with the merger here with these cells, which can either intensify storms or weaken them. It depends. Typically, you'll see the southern storm get a little bit stronger, but again, something to watch very closely. You can definitely see some rotation showing up south of Rover right now. Very weak, but it's a lot stronger in the mid-levels, that's for sure. And that's a sign that this storm is intensifying. Look at this one to the southwest, though. Ooh. Yeah, we got to watch that very closely.
And where is that?
That would be
southwestern Yell County.
Yep, southwestern Yell County, just to the southeast of Harvey. This storm right here, I think, is becoming the dominant supercell. Let's look at let's do a volumetric scan of this entire storm, because this is probably going to be very impressive. Oh yeah,
Some pretty high equitops.
very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's not severe yet, but still producing hail, gusty winds.
Man, that's a good looking storm. And you can see that cell merger going on. Look at this sack. So here's both cells, right? They're both separated.
I wonder why we can't see those from our, like, normally we would be able to see those from our, if it's clear, but.
It's kind of interesting. Man, those storms are probably now, I would say, about 50,000 feet. Let's look at the equitops. Yeah. Some areas that are up to maybe 50,000 feet. 50,000 feet. Yeah, these are pretty intense storms right now.
Yeah, and the higher the ecotop, the stronger the lightning.
Yeah.
So lightning is going to be a big concern with that storm.
Exactly. HRRR shows a bunch of helicity tracks with that broken line in northwest Arkansas around 10Z. Zach, did the latest HRRR come in yet? Or stuff still
Let me
come in
Let me look at it
on
here.
that? Because I'm wondering how that's trending. Because we do have a couple questions about the model runs.
Okay.
Lisa says wind's picking up in Goshen big time. That's that low level jet kicking in. That's trying to transport the moisture north. As Dan said, not quite tornado weather yet, but it's definitely starting to get there very quickly and very rapidly. And that's why the low level jet plays such a big role in the weather. So we'll watch those trends very closely.
We've got 5Z.
Let's see what that five. Yeah, we can get out to 5Z
We can
here.
get it.
So go scroll down a little bit, go to severe weather, and then do the reflectivity UH greater than 75. And let's look at those storms.
We could probably share it on the
We could.
yeah.
So let me go.
Should the ongoing storm continue to strengthen, severes will be necessary. Not seeing much in the way of low-level rotation at this time, but mid and upper structures look good.
It does. That lines up.
Yep.
Yep, I agree 100% with that. Oh my goodness, dude, Dan,
What's up?
that's continues to uptrend
Yeah.
with that. That's a nasty line.
But is that ahead of the cold front or is it behind? I think it's ahead, honestly.
I think that's ahead of the front. I mean, that I think that would be ahead of the front, and I think that's trouble.
Yeah, so we're looking at you've got all that stuff on that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring this up real quick because looks like the Mesoanalysis.
It's crazy.
Did you look at that?
I did.
What was that?
Violent tornado.
What?
Yeah.
Keeps inching closer.
And it's uncapped.
We need to be watching for
This is
sudden supercell development. It could happen.
look at this. Yikes.
Mm.
I'll bring that up full here. So this is the violent tornado parameter that Josh Myers was talking about. That's pretty high. Gosh, the ingredients are there. We know a front's coming in. Is the cap going to hold until the front comes through? It is like literally a ticking time bomb.
I don't think it's going to hold.
It is a ticking time bomb.
The forcing's coming. I think we need to be prepared for severe weather.
13.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in on that so you guys can see that. That is
13. I don't think I've ever seen 13.
that deserves a screen capture.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen 13 on this Mesoanalysis for violent tornado parameters.
Yeah, that. Let's see if that like broke.
You're right. It doesn't show that much of a cap now. It's starting to break down a little bit,
Wow.
but that's sin.
Boy, oh boy.
Hmm.
Starting to see an uptick in low level rotation southeast of Gravely.
Lines up. Oh boy. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, this storm right here, we got to watch it very closely. Let me go
Especially
back.
for Dardanelle, which
Yep.
is outside of our weather coverage area, but we
Yes.
got people watching.
We
so.
got exactly. I'm going to go ahead and stop screen sharing there. We're going to go to Mega Doppler again. We need to watch this storm. This is at the lowest tilt, right?
Yeah, so that's close to the surface.
This is close to the surface. We go up one tilt, and you can see there's some strong mid-level rotation. Very strong. So now we got to watch this storm very closely. It does look like that southern storm, though. Again, there's a little bit of rotation showing up near Danville as well. You know, you kind of got that cell merger going on, so there it can be a little challenging because those storms are interacting with each other.
Yeah.
But this storm is moving pretty quickly too, at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So Interstate 40, right? You're heading up towards Atkins, Morrilton, Hollis, Perryville, a little bit northeast of there near Guy, Jerusalem. These areas right here, you need to be watching this storm very closely as it keeps going to the northeast because it could intensify. And it looks like I mean, this storm has definitely got very healthy updrafts. It's broken through the cap, no doubt about it. It's now a strong storm. There's another storm too that's near Clinton right now
Right
as
ahead of it.
well.
Stephen Piltz just dropped his jaw when he saw that look. The violent tornado parameter.
Yeah.
He was like,
He was like, "What?
whoa.
I've never seen it that high. I've never seen it that high
Tor
before."
watch will cover central. All right. So tornado watch is coming out for central Arkansas.
Yep. So if you live in Central Arkansas, I know we've got a lot of viewers that are watching right now.
Yep.
The tornado
Tornado
potential
watch is coming out.
tornado potential starting to ramp up a little bit, especially with this kind of mess right now. But this is because this is a cell merger.
I have to say this. I'm a little frustrated.
Mhm.
Mile Magazine would be able to see this so well.
Let me check it again.
It's out.
Think it's out.
Yeah, it's out.
What do you think happened? You think lightning struck it?
I'm gonna lay down. Ben's up since 5 a.m. Call me if something pops. New MD coming.
What's going on here? What's going on?
Lincoln's down now.
What's going on here?
Lincoln's down. Yeah, that disconnects every now and then.
Not magazine. No.
What?
Is this live? Yes, it is live. 100% live.
Yeah,
We're
you're seeing our raw reaction to cameras going down right now.
Yeah, 1:21 a.m. There you go. By the way, that was one of my favorite tornado chases right there.
What a beautiful tornado.
Campo, Colorado.
Now, yeah, Josh explained it right there.
Yep.
Somebody asked what it is. That's exactly what tornado parameters are. And here's the thing, though. Here's the thing that I'll say about the violent tornado parameters. It doesn't mean anything if there's no storms, right? If the cap is in place, it doesn't matter how high your violent tornado parameters are. However, the cap is going to break, I think, with more forcing. So we'll see if that violent tornado parameter is still high when those storms come in.
Rotation.
Rotation.
It's subtle, but it's beginning to evolve and develop. And here's the deal: it's not going to take long for this to start spinning.
Look at the one tilt up.
There it
You
goes.
can see it. I mean, that's pretty strong mid-level rotation.
There it goes. Yep. Oh man, I am just. I was working so good too. I'm so like this.
Alex, Mountain Home, is it going to be okay for the night? You need to be prepared just in case. Right now, I don't think any of these cells are tracking towards Mountain Home. But now there's some indication that the cap's starting to break and that these storms are starting to take off, especially in north central, and northeast Arkansas. So you need to be weather aware. I think you could go to bed for the night if you're thinking about that, if you're asking about that. However, you need to have those alerts on. You need to be prepared just in case severe weather strikes. Trent asks, is Joplin safe? I will say
Joplin's pretty far to the northwest.
Joplin's a little farther northwest. I don't think the tornado potential is nearly as high there. In fact, I think there's only a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for those counties. So stay weather aware, Trent. But I think if you're thinking about going to bed, you can go to bed for the night. Just have a way just in case you receive warnings. Let's see. What about Perryville? Well, let's see here. I would say Perryville needs to be.
Whoa. Supercell Composites
Right
up
there.
to 20 now.
If this storm takes a right turn, April, you got to be watching the storm very closely in Perryville. Right now, there's one area of rotation that's to the west of the area that won't impact Perryville, but there's another cell right here that we need to be watching very closely. So keep your eye on this storm, April. Keep your eye on this storm. Right now, it looks like it's going to be a little bit to the west of Perryville, but these storms can definitely change directions very quickly and very rapidly. Man, that's some stronger rotation there, Zach.
Yeah, it's keeps
North of
getting stronger.
Plainview. That's something we got to watch right there.
There's two areas of rotation.
Two areas.
So here's one of the things that I've realized with these storms is that
I'm gonna take this out of the way so we can see that.
so a
better.
lot of times when storms from the southwest clip a storm that's to the northeast, like what you're seeing here, This is called the forward flank right here. The forward flank can actually enhance the RFD, which I think is starting to develop near Ola and Centerville. So it looks like a QLCS and a descending rear inflow jet, but it's actually not. It's a merging cell, and the circulation would be located right near Ola, moving to the northeast near Centerville.
Look at that next scan there.
So, so what you're seeing here is inflow. So we're starting to develop the inflow because this is the wind that's going towards the radar. This is the wind that's going away from the radar, and there's your circulation. Now, one of the things we can do is go to a 7-panel tilt, and you can see the strength and the depth of the circulation. So
It's there.
these are 4 tilts. So this is the lowest tilt. This is the second lowest tilt, 0.8 degrees, third lowest, and then fourth lowest. So essentially, this is 12,500 feet above the ground. The center of this circulation right here is 9,600 feet. This is 6,918 feet. And then this one is about 4,700 feet. So now the question is, do we switch radars? At the moment, I think we do.
Yep.
So we're going to go back to 1 panel. And I think we're going to get a different look on this from. All right. Watch coming shortly. Here it goes.
Okay.
So we're going to be able to see this as soon as it's happening. So I understand you're worried about a violent tornado parameter. I understand. I get that. As the conditions are there, but so far we don't have any storms. But just take shelter the best place you can go. Downstairs under something, center a house, keep away from windows. Now, we probably don't have a storm motion set. Nope. So go ahead and right click. Well, it might be pretty close, though.
It is very close, I think.
Yeah, that's good enough. So then you right click. No, right click in the center of the circulation. There you go. And set storm motion for morning. There you go. Can't use the arrow keys, of course. Yeah, look at that inflow beginning to develop.
It's pretty close.
Might be a little off. Once a warning comes out, we'll be able to know. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you the as soon as the watch comes out. I don't think it's going to be a PDS watch. Nope. I'm willing to bet it's not. Should I leave my animals out inside or outside if I had to leave? Oh, definitely inside.
Keep those.
Oh, we live in a trailer and can't take them. They spend a lot of time outside. Oh, boy, that is, that's a really good question.
Whoa.
Yeah, we got
Whoa.
a circulation
Whoa,
here
whoa,
that's
whoa,
happening.
whoa.
That is a very good question. So here's my thing, honestly, about this, is that if they're in a mobile home, there's a chance that they could be trapped.
Mm-hmm.
Animals will know probably before you if a storm is coming. That could be pretty nasty. So I don't know. I'd say
if you can take them with you.
Yeah, but they can't.
Oh.
She said you can't take them with. They spend a lot of time outside.
Oh.
If you have a friend, family member who has a place where they can go.
Strong crate is a good idea. Boy, that's a tough one. Okay, so question. Just tuning in. Hi, Ashley. Hope you had a little bit of a nap this morning. Probably going. Everybody's on edge this morning, rightfully so, because there's so much potential for this storm system. But Fayetteville about 4 to 5 a.m. We're only 3 hours away. Tornado warning just issued, folks.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yep. Tornado warning. This is going to be in the Clinton area, just north of Clinton. So this is crossing Highway 65. And this is in basically Van Buren County. So for those that aren't really accustomed to where this is Van Buren County. It's going to be moving into Stone County and just barely clipping southeastern Searcy County. Western Grove, you are not in the path of this storm. But,
some strong rotation.
But there it is. It is ramping up and dramatically increasing. So Remember what we were doing? We were looking at these supercells. Now let's see what a tornadic supercell looks like. A beast.
A beast. Overshooting tops.
Let me go ahead and go out a little bit bigger. There we go. And then here's what we're going to do. We're going to go bring up weather 1 on there. So I have this. Will this hit Mountain Home? It's a good question. We'll track it here in just a second.
Mountain View for sure.
Yeah, Mountain Home is a little bit north of this, but Mountain View is definitely, let's see here. Yeah, Mountain View is very close.
Mountain View needs to be watching this. Stone County.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh,
So
man.
there's your storm, there's your supercell. Probably not even as well developed as the other one, but the rotation's starting to increase and
Rotation's
those low
healthy.
level circulations are definitely increasing. Let's go to ISO surface here. Let's look at the depth of this rotation, and yeah, it's definitely starting to go.
No doubt.
So there you got the circulation, depth of the circulation, and yeah, there it is. So normalize, there it is. Crossing Highway 65 here very soon. Let's do a track on this. So now watch this. Now I got the storm relative velocity. I'm going to set the storm motion from the warning. Let's see if our velocity. Oh, you already did.
Yep.
Okay. The velocity doesn't change because he already said it. Couple things we can do. Number 1, we can look at that rotation indication. We're going to right click on this and we're going to set a storm track. That storm track will go exactly where it's headed. So it's going to be very close to Mountain View, Old Lexington, Fox. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Your producer is here.
All right. Well, we got a tornado warning storm that's out of our weather coverage area. It's a little east. There's a tornado watch that was just issued farther east. We've got a very favorable environment for tornadoes 4 to 6 o'clock in the morning for our area,
Okay.
right in the middle of our morning show. So
Yeah, Ben told me not to work too hard on the show because it's probably going to be severe weather.
yeah, that's
Probably.
a pretty good chance.
Okay.
And we got another storm that's popping
Yeah.
up too in Yell County.
If you're in Old Lexington, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right
Immediately.
now. Immediately. And if you're in Mountain View, a little bit further down the road, you need to be aware as well because this storm could take a sudden right turn.
So here's the tornado watch, and it's not for us. It is just a little east, so we're in
Okay.
between watches.
Alex, Mountain Home's okay. You're good.
Mountain Home
This
is
is going to
fine.
miss you. No need to worry.
Oh, they have a Clinton camera.
Look at that,
That's
there's
right.
TVS showing.
iDrive. Get the iDrive
get the
camera on
iDrive.
Clinton.
Clinton. There's no doubt.
Billy,
There's a TVS now.
this is developing,
This is
folks.
developing right now.
Tornado is developing,
Yeah.
so be careful.
And I don't want to get too caught up in the storm too, because we're still watching this. The storm that's to the north of
That's just
Ola.
organizing.
That's just now organizing. So we'll keep an eye on that. But this storm right here definitely has the potential to drop a tornado at any time.
yeah.
That's some strong.
So we're not
rotation.
on TV. Just to let you know, we had a question on this. In fact, Mike Susko burning the early morning oil.
It's 2:33.
We'll just continue this Facebook live stream without interruption. That way, everybody's still on here, and we'll just go
Wow.
until this computer starts smoking. Essentially,
Here, it's
Where's it going to be?
Clinton.
There it is.
Right here.
go there quick. Which way was that facing? South. Looks like it's facing south.
They never
to me.
tilt these.
What is it? What is
South.
it? South.
They never change the direction.
Yeah,
of these.
and that's
It's-
worthless then.
It's no point.
Yep.
Hold on. There. I don't know if there's another camera. That's probably not.
There's not. Nope.
However, Marshall has a camera. Marshall.
Yeah.
Or
Whereas Marshall is looking southeast. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we would have to bring that up. What's up, Ben?
yeah. There's not an iDrive camera, but we know somebody who has a camera. at
Okay,
Marshall.
there's the tornado watch. Golly, it's just east of our weather coverage area.
But I feel like there will be one.
there's going to be
added.
one that's coming out for us. So let's give you the information on this watch.
So right now, they're based on what I'm seeing on radar. There's no indication at this time.
Not a PDS watch.
Yeah. No, I don't.
But they do have moderate chance of EF2, moderate chance of tornadoes. Everything's moderate except 65 knot winds, which is low. 65 knot plus winds. Boy, old Lexington.
Oh, Lexington,
really
you
needs
need to
to
be
take.
taking your tornado precautions. Fox, you need to be taking your tornado precautions as well.
Can draw that track on there and show
Yep.
people where it's headed, and in the same time, I'll do this, and we'll do a storm track on it.
Oh boy, yep, right over to Old Lexington now with that rotation.
And it's moving fast
It's
too.
moving fast. And here's the thing:
Moving
Mount-
nearly 50 plus miles an hour.
these storms have a tendency to change directions and turn to the right suddenly.
Mountain View
Mountain
is in the
View
path.
is in the path. You need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. You've got plenty of time now to do that. I would go ahead and get that done right now.
Is anybody on this stream from Mountain View? Let us know.
Let us know.
If you are, and I know several people from Mountain View, they need to be taking. So this is not Indiana. This is Arkansas.
By the way, there is a strengthening rotation near Centerville as well with that southern storm.
Yep.
In Dardanelle, we'll watch that very
It's
closely.
going to be southeast of Dardanelle, so it's going to be missing. The circulation is not going to be hitting
Oh,
Dardanelle.
I saw an uptick. I think this is about to go tornado warned. I think this is very close to him going tornado warned. Atkins, you need to be. I think you should go ahead and take your tornado precautions in Atkins.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. You still have a little bit of time, but these storms will ramp up quick. But here's the circulation, the way that it's headed. You can see Mountain View. You've got about 20 minutes from now. So that's a pretty good heads up. Now, keep in mind the tornado warning actually does include Mountain View. So you've already got the alert. So you have plenty of time. A camera north of Clinton I Drive is showing lightning. So it's showing lightning, but it's just basically reflections because the camera's facing south. And so you're not going to be able to see anything from the storm. Cartwright Mountain, no visibility right now. That we do have a camera for, unless it crapped out too.
Yeah, probably. Yep,
I think that's actually just because it's totally cloudy.
could be.
Oh, actually, no, that's the wrong link too, because they changed the link.
Yeah,
Yeah, Cartwright's still working.
that's good.
Very little visibility. After this, can you go to Indiana? Is there storms in Indiana too? I haven't had a chance to look.
There's one. There's one storm in Indiana.
All right.
That's tornado. That's
That's
severe
tornado
thunderstorm
warning?
warning. No, severe
No.
thunderstorm warning.
Okay.
It says on GR. Oh, that's Iowa.
Yeah.
I'm stupid. I'm dumb.
You're fine. You've been up forever. So Indiana, nothing.
There's nothing. There's not a
There's
single storm.
absolutely nothing. So you got nothing to worry
Yeah.
about. You're fine. A little bit of light rain. There's that tornado watch. Now, here's a question. Why is it popping there? Why is it developing there? Let's see. You can see the
Energy
nose.
kicking in.
You can see the energy. Oh, yeah. Look at the dry punch here. Right there. And look at how those storms are taking off right at the nose of the dry punch. So,
It's over here.
oh, I didn't. Hold on. I don't know if we showed this or not. But here's a look at the dry punch. By the way, just to let you know, Indiana's fine. There's nothing going on right now, at least. Now, there are additional storms that are developing to the west. That line of storms will be making their way towards Indiana, but you have a while before that happens. It'll be after sunrise that happens. Uptick on this cell. Old Lexington. Go to debris and let's see if it's in there. Any type of debris. No
don't see any.
signature.
But you still got some pretty strong rotation.
How's Clarksville looking? I think that's going to be northwest of that cell by a long way.
I think you're fine.
Clarksville's fine right now, so you're fine. River Valley and the Clearmore is coming, so people are just kind of joining on here, and I think we need to reset. So we're getting close to 140 in the morning. We got storms that are starting to pop. You can tell the cap is breaking. There's a very fine line as to whether that storm, breaks the cap or not. Right now in Northwest Arkansas, we're not seeing that. The River Valley, we're not seeing that, but you will see additional storms popping up as we'll take you through on our weather graphics here. So let's show you here some of the computer models. You keep watching that storm, Josh. I'll show you the latest 3-kilometer graph. And not having those, this just shows you how you can't trust models. It doesn't even have a storm in Yell County, and yet it's popping up.
It's going nuts.
So, you look at this, that's going nuts right there. And then you can see that moving east. So there's that energy that pushes in. But this model isn't perfect. It doesn't even have the cell that is tornado warned right now in Van Buren County and Stone County. It doesn't even have that. So let's go to the HRRR. Let's see if that did any better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it did.
Yep.
It has done a lot better. So let's see what we got. There's the uptick in cells. Notice the time, 5 o'clock in the morning, folks. Early morning wake up call.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think the cap is going to break any sooner than that. I think it's going to take that forcing to come in. I don't think we see many isolated supercells ahead of the line. I just don't. But we're going to have to watch that.
So if we're going back to this cell that's moving now into Searcy County, just now across Van Buren County is in Searcy County. If you live in Fox, or folks that live in Fox, they need to be taking their tornado precautions right now because that rotation is going to go right through Fox. There's no indication at this time that there is a tornado on the ground based on radar. However, these storms are going to be rapidly intensifying. So we're going to have to watch that very closely. So Fox, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Mountain View, you also need to be watching this storm very closely as it ejects off to the northeast. You can still see that rotation there in southwest Searcy County, beginning to move off to the northeast. And there it is, Dan.
This is what we say all the time for severe weather safety. So for those that are in Mountain View, you want to get downstairs under something, center of house, keep away from windows. Now, here's the deal. The reason we're covering this so much is because, well, it's early in the morning. We're waiting for storms.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are wondering what's going on. We got a tornado warned storm that's east of our weather coverage area. We got a tornado watch that's east of our weather coverage area. But we're watching this storm closely. Savannah, did you need anything at all?
I was just gonna ask formatting questions, but it's not that important.
Okay. Well, we're going to be doing this the whole time. But as far as formatting is concerned, it'll kind of be probably both of us. If there's severe weather coverage, we'll be doing that. But maybe for the morning show, have us both in the weather lab, and then Perry and Crystal can pitch to us. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe I'll walk to the wall. We'll do the weather coverage. I'll pitch back to Josh, for forecasting information. We'll just kind of play tag team.
Okay.
If that's cool.
So I should just do a
And
regular
Zach.
weather open instead of a Josh weather open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do just regular weather open. Yeah. And then for the forecast, for some of the main forecasts, you could do the Josh weather open because he'd do the weather.
Okay.
Like some of the longer hits. Does that make
So we're
sense?
talking 4 minutes for full weather.
Oh yeah, that'd be
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I can do it.
Perfect. All right. So it looks like, Dan, that there is a new tornado warning that has been issued. This is for Stone County.
It's an
Correct.
updated
It's an updated
tornado
warning.
warning. Yeah.
Yep.
They cropped out the other counties.
Yep, they did.
Real quick, Melissa says, so my weather app, when updating, is showing less and less rain here in Pea Ridge. So far, it's down to 50% at 5 and then 100% at 6. And then the rain is gone. There's good reason. I want to know what that weather app is. Is it the
Apple.
Weather Authority app or is it your generic phone app? Either way, it's not a bad forecast because what's going to happen is this line of storms is going to come through. It's going to be quick hitting. Going to move through pretty fast. So here's a look at widespread rain coverage at 5 a.m. and then 6 a.m. Guess what? It's kind of gone. Now, there might be more stratiform rain than that, but regardless, it will be clearing out pretty quick. So the rain won't be lasting all day. Getting
Eric,
nervous here, Mountain Home.
Mountain
It's
Home is
dead
good.
silence and lightning. You are
You're
fine, Eric.
Eric, you're
Promise.
good. We
As of
promise you.
now,
As of
there
now.
may be additional storms.
Yep.
And I know you're getting lightning.
Wow, there's another storm that's pretty strong in southeast Missouri.
My phone app, and it's usually right on. All right. Well, cool deal. What app is that? Because forecasting is not all equal.
I'm going to say that the Apple app is not great, in my opinion. Like the generic one,
Yeah.
that's the default one. It changes every 5 minutes.
Ashley, we're still watching 4 to 5. You can go to sleep. Wake up about 3:30. We'll let you know, or we'll wake you up. We'll wake you up if
Yep.
a storm is going to be happening. Bradley's saying another storm's popping up in Yell County, and it's looking mischievous.
Yeah.
Oh, it sure
It
is.
sure is.
Uh-huh.
This is the Charlie.
So let's bring that up on Mega
Mhm.
Doppler. There it is.
This little storm right here. Got to watch that very closely as well. Oh yeah, next radar scan, you can see it there. Definitely has some mid-level rotation. Right now, there's not a whole lot of low-level rotation. You can see that here, but if we go up in tilts, you can start seeing that mid-level rotation increasing. And we look for those things with intensifying thunderstorms because that's where the rotation is going to be ramping up before it reaches the low levels. So we'll watch that storm. Now it's north of Danville. This is the thing. This is very similar, Dan, to last week with these cells. You know, you had one storm that fired up, and then you had more storms that fired up behind it, training over the same areas. And you get these areas of rotation. They ramp up, then they recycle, and then they ramp up again. Any one of these cells could become dominant and produce a tornado at any time. And that's why we're remaining vigilant here in Northwest Arkansas as well when that front arrives.
So I want to do something fun. We're going to do what's called now casting. All right. So now casting tornado potential is we want to look at the environment. So I would say Little Rock has a very good, favorable profile that would be representative of the environment. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go on to here and we're going to look at the FAA METARs. I think Clinton's got one. It's a south-southwest wind. So maybe that's not super favorable. That's a south wind, 16 to 27. So we want to do, let's do this. KCCA. All right. So here's what we're going to do. I'll let you keep talking about Mega Doppler. In the meantime, I'm going to load up a hodograph and see what it looks like.
We're looking at autumn.
Yeah,
Yep.
hopefully it works. I don't think people will be crunching hodos this early in the morning.
It was working the last time I used it in the evening.
All right.
So it should be good to go. But we're still watching these storms, folks. I think there's 3 areas of interest right now. First of all, we still got that tornado warning in effect for Stone County. It's very broad rotation right now. There has been a downtrend in the overall rotation. It is important to note, though, that we are about 5,500 feet from the radar. So we are starting to get pretty far away. There is still rotation, though. So we're going to be watching this very closely as well. Again, Mountain View, Fox, Hanover, a little bit further down the line, Mount Olive, Sage, Zion, these areas. I know you're not in a tornado warning right now, but you need to be watching this storm very closely.
What was Clinton again? CCT?
No, it was K.
Clinton's actually boundaried already. Let's do this one. KBVX.
Mhm.
Okay. And that's a wind south 18. Okay. So we're going to go south-southwest, right? Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we'll go south-southwest at about 18. Oh, yeah. That's pretty favorable photograph.
Wow, that is very.
It's not bad.
Mhm.
I think it needs a little bit stronger low-level winds.
Yeah.
But this is what we're looking at here. Okay, present. Yeah, that rotation's still showing up, but I
Still
think
there.
I know why it's not.
It's not really tight. It's very broad,
Yep. Okay.
Which is
I'll
good.
share.
which is good, but you still need to be aware of this.
Make sure we're on that. Okay, let's bring this up full. So this is the hodograph that we're looking at. This is a really cool program called Autumn Sky. But what we're looking at is the Little Rock radar. We're looking at the low-level winds. The storm motion is northeast. And it's so far right now, what is the storm motion? 227?
Yep, 227 at 43 knots.
All right, let's try that here. So we're going to go 227 at 43. So it's actually a little less than what we got there. So there's your 227 at 43. This, in order for tornado potential to really crank up, I think this shear vector needs to be a little bit larger.
Yes.
Right now, it's there, but it's kind of weak. So if that in fact does strengthen like it could and straighten out, then we could be looking at potentially some tornadic conditions. So that's something to watch.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit of nowcasting in
It's
terms
pretty
of
cool. Like,
looking at that in real time and trying to figure out if it's going to tornado or not. Because right now I see a lot of away, but not a lot of towards. So the RFD is struggling to wrap around.
it did look a little bit more impressive when it was near Old Lexington.
Yep. We got this. And I think this is a little bit farther away from the low level jet, if I'm not mistaken. But the energy is coming through, forming storms there.
Mm-hmm. Starting to kick in. I do think we need to watch that storm to the north of Danville too, though.
Is it going to be a broken line, Elizabeth? Yes, I do believe so. I really do. I do believe it will be a broken line. It's going to be broken enough. So here's a look at, bring this up here. So here's a look at the line about 5:30 in the morning. We'll look at some other models, but there you see it coming in 5 a.m. That's the time. That's right when your morning show starts.
And right through it, 5 to
Some
7.
of the cameras we're going to be on there.
5 to 8. I mean, wow.
Now you're going to have to start getting the forecast ready and all that stuff. And
Yeah,
you know,
it's about that time.
yeah, it's getting close.
I cannot believe it's 2 a.m.
Let's go back to the most recent one update. Continue to watch that and see when that updates. Stop that. Most recent. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So, yeah. How about Tawny Town? Well,
Similar.
Lisa, you can see we don't know exactly where storms will develop, but there's a chance it's going to be pretty widespread as this line comes through. Now, here's the thing. These storms don't look all that, tornadic because they're not isolated supercells. But the problem is you go to the Mesoanalysis and you got some issues. So we're going to bring this up when we look at add to stream. Not that. Removing that. We're trying to do this on one screen. I really think we need more than one screen, but
It's tough.
can only do what you can do.
Yep.
All right, here's the Mesoanalysis. Here's the surface-based cape, still capped. This is where it's uncapped. That's
we
why
got
those
these
storms pop. Now we'll go forward in time. Look at how that gets uncapped, but still doesn't form storms until that line moves in. Now we have plenty of fuel for those storms to pop.
New tornado warning issued on that cell near Mountain View.
Okay.
It does look a little bit stronger.
Yep.
Still kind of broad rotation.
Now the storm motion's changed a little bit.
Yep, that's why we set the new storm motion for morning.
So let's go here.
So it's moving at 229 at 40 knots.
229 at 40 knots. Close enough, but
Yeah, that's
perfect. There you go. Not great still.
Not
we
great.
got to get that increase. So 642. This is kind of old. It's trying to update the
I will
the
say
bad.
I will say this though. I do think the rotation is going to move into portions of Mountain View.
Oh man, that's
Yeah.
very close to Mountain
That's
View.
very close to Mountain View. If you're in Mountain View, we talked about it 15, 20 minutes ago. Tornado precautions. You need to definitely be in your safe space right now as the storm's moving through the area. Yeah, there's definitely a lot stronger rotation there, Dan.
Ooh, okay. Stand by.
Okay. I'm going to check to see just
Hold
in
on,
case.
I'm going to show this. I didn't show that. Wasn't
Yep.
on that. You got to remember.
Yep. So here's
That's bad.
that's much stronger rotation there. You're starting to see a little bit more of a tighter couplet.
Maybe even beginning to develop a
There's a
tornado.
TVS.
Yep.
I looked at the CC. There's no CC drop yet. But that doesn't happen until the tornado is already on the ground. I would say this is close.
Take your tornado precaution. Another thing too
Yep.
is don't forget that Mountain View, take cover it looks like it's going to be northwest of Mountain View, but remember this radar beam is 6,000 feet up. So the tilt of the tornado might actually be a little bit farther south. How can we know that? Well, I'm going to show you if we actually look at the circulation of this. Oh man, that is a big storm.
That's a big storm.
I need weather 1 on there. You know what? I'm going to try to do this here. Let me see what I can do. Let me see if I can. I can't shrink down this window at all. Wish I could.
Yeah.
Wish I could shrink that down, make that a little smaller. I don't think I can. So anyways, here's what we'll do. We'll just adjust the alpha. Now look,
Yeah, you can definitely see something.
there's the tilt of the tornado. See how it's south to north? So the circulation shows up here, but it might be a few 1,000 feet to the south of that.
Mhm.
So remember that. It's a good reminder. Strong circulation. Take your tornado precautions, Mountain View. Very serious storm. And there could be debris here coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, at this point, based on storm relative velocity, there could be already a tornado on the ground. Remember, correlation
Ooh.
coefficient drops, PTDS drops don't happen until the tornado's already been on the ground.
Boy, it's going to be really close. I think the west side of Mountain View is getting impacted.
Definitely going to be impacted. And you can see quite a few roads here as well.
So zoom out here. We might have a tornado possible tag on the storm in Russellville. So we have a storm that's developing near Russellville.
Okay, we just got a new scan on that storm.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
2 tornado possible tags
Yeah,
on the Russellville storm. Of course, it doesn't show tornado
Doesn't
possible on that, but it does on
Yeah.
this.
yep. You can see those areas of rotation, very broad, but there.
So
They certainly have
tornado
that look.
possible till 2:45, and then we got tornado possible until 2:15. But this storm is going nuts.
Yep, this one,
storm's about to produce.
very close.
It's coming.
Mountain View, tornado.
Oh, sorry.
Be careful. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Yeah. There we go.
You can load up an NWS chat on the Mega Doppler computer too.
Yeah, we've got it on there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
But-
then that way you don't have to switch back and forth to that.
Well, okay.
Here's the critical angle. It needs to straighten out a little bit more, but it's getting closer.
Mhm.
Definitely starting.
Yep. And the TBS lines up for sure with the rotation.
Ooh,
Everything lines
man.
up there. I would say this is either producing a tornado or is imminent with that storm northwest of Mountain View. And remember, like you just said, Dan, this could be a little bit further south. So Mountain View, you need to be already in your tornado safe space. A little bit further down the way. Is that Ewan, Dan? Is that how you say it? Ewan?
Honestly, don't know.
Yeah.
It's gonna be northwest of that.
Northwest of that, but Sage, I think there's certainly a possibility that storm could impact you.
Check out Bradley. 4 years, and I'll have my bachelor's in atmospheric sciences. Where are you studying there, Bradley? That's pretty awesome.
That is awesome. Oh, you.
What about West Central Arkansas? So there's going to be, yeah, it's definitely going to be additional storms. Now
Mhm.
you're starting to see. Here's what I don't want to see. If we start seeing brightening colors, Penn State. Hey, Mike
There you
Susko.
go,
He
Mike
might still be
Susko.
on here. But if we start seeing brightening colors with rain that's moving towards the radar, that would be your tight circulation right there. This is definitely a strong circulation here.
No doubt.
And a very impressive looking cell. If it right turns a little bit more, that might be even more of an impressive circulation. So it looks like it's kind of
Broaden a little bit.
it's broadened just a little bit in the last scan. I bet you that's spinning like a top though.
Yeah.
Visually.
Absolutely.
Is there anything like any weather cameras from Mountain View?
Any
at all?
iDrive cameras, Zach? A little bit further north.
Let me go. I got
A little bit further north.
All right, so here's Walnut Ridge. No, there isn't.
Not really. It's
Pleasant
very
Grove.
rural area.
Mountain View
Mountain
Road.
View Road. This is southeast of Mountain View.
Yeah.
It's not tilted up, but we can see it. Look at all that
A
lightning.
lot of lightning though.
Yep.
Woo!
Electric show.
Stand by. I'll show you this. This is constant lightning too. So here's what we're gonna do.
And this camera is southeast
Whoa.
of Mountain View.
Yeah, and it's looking southeast.
Yep.
This is why
It's tough.
it's tough with these cameras.
Yep.
Sometimes they're not pointing the right direction. That's what I said about that Hot Springs camera. Wow.
Wow, that was a big lightning bolt there.
That shows you that's tornadic lightning right there. Whenever you see those type of flashes, the amount of flashes, the amount of strikes, bring up the lightning potential on that. Yeah, you can definitely see that.
Quite a bit of
That's
lightning.
quite a bit.
But
Mega Doppler.
I will say this, we always want to look a little bit further down the road here.
Mhm.
Sage, Zion, Melbourne
Yep.
need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. About 10 to 15 minutes away from these areas.
So Zachary Hall is in Greenwood right now. He's kind of close to his hometown there, and near Hackett. That's where he's at. I just talked to him tonight. Don't know if he left from there. Is this going to hit Dewey, Oklahoma? No, Dewey's there might be additional storms, but no, this is not going to be there. Look at that lightning though. You can really see the flashes.
Very
Wow,
intense
lights
lightning.
lights up the entire camera.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
And this is facing away from the storm, too.
How about Cushman, Arkansas? So, what about the other storms? What are they doing? Are they rotating? Or are they just not kind of falling apart? They're not super organized.
They're not very organized right now, that's for sure. That one little area that we were watching near Dardanelle is kind of falling apart a little bit. Same deal with that cell. But again, there's just little areas of rotation that we've got to watch very closely. Again, they just rapidly rotate very quickly. Again, that rotation does look pretty broad right now. It's definitely some very
Northeast at
intense
55.
storm. Yeah. It's a very intense storm that's moving to the northeast right now in Stone and Izard County. But here's the thing that's going to happen with the storm, though. It's going to start going into a radar hole. So it's going to be a little bit more challenging to see those features on this storm. But based on what I'm seeing right now, it does look like the rotation remains broad, but still pretty intense. So, I mean, yeah, you can see it on normalized rotation. You can see it right there on the north side of Mountain View, south of Mount Olive. Again, this is tracking right towards Sage, Zion, and Melbourne. So if you're in these areas, or friends and family members who live in these areas, you need to be letting them know that they need to be taking their tornado precautions now as this storm continues to move to the northeast. And again, these storms can take right turns as well, so we'll have to watch that very closely. That could tap into the environment. But that's currently what we're looking at right now. Again, if we go back to the south, there's those little subtle areas of rotation with this other thunderstorm. There's one north of Atkins. This one's actually a little bit stronger. But again, this does look like it's kind of a little bit messy right now. It looks like these storms are interacting with each other and kind of choking off the inflow a little bit, especially in the northern part of the storm near Jerusalem and Cleveland. But
Those are those other cells. So we did have a question about Cushman. That's going to be a little bit to the east of this storm.
Yeah.
So
I
you can
think
see
they're good.
Cushman, they're good. Yeah, but get
Got
out
more
and
cells.
look to the northwest.
And Cushman, here's the thing: you got more storms coming, and these are supercells, and they're moving off to the northeast. So I would say keep an eye on the sky.
Will Benton County get a tornado watch? I think that's going to be possible. We're a couple hours away from, I think, a potential watch.
Yeah, no doubt.
Maybe less. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
If you live in Cushman, Jessica, please go outside and look to your northwest, because I think you're going to see
You're
quite
gonna
a
see
show. Very impressive lightning show. If you can see northwest, I could see it from Harrison. The lightning, yeah.
These are those types of storms you can see.
Oh, what about Cody's stream? Or if we can still get that up. Did I close that? Probably.
That was like
Let's see here.
a lifetime ago.
Let's see here. It was a lifetime ago, but I think he's still streaming.
Looks like it ended.
No, still going.
It's not live.
Oh,
That was a recording.
Bummer deals.
What about that Marshall camera? With our friend that has that there.
Yeah.
Is that up right now?
Let's see here. How to photograph.
I beg your pardon.
I'm looking here. I think this is it
That's
right
it.
here, isn't it?
Yep.
Nope.
Wait, go here real quick. Live. There we go. There we go.
Don't know
Yeah,
which
I
way
wonder
it's
what-
facing.
Don't know which way it's facing. It's hard to see when it's dark.
Yeah. I
Not
think,
seeing a whole lot of lightning, so it's kind of surprising though.
well, there's a little bit.
There's a little bit.
That's probably facing northwest, I bet.
Yeah, most likely. Dang. Face that a little bit to the east.
Boy, Melbourne needs to really watch it, guys.
Yep. This is intensifying again.
Oh, wow.
Looking here for any correlation coefficient drop. I don't
Well, you
see
can see the inflow really starting to crank.
Oh boy.
That's probably
Folks.
what's called a tail cloud that's starting to show up.
This might be close. This
That's
is
getting
close.
close. Yep.
Remember, we're pretty far away from the radar when we're looking at this.
I'm glad you already do that.
Yep.
There's the rotation indication.
Yeah, if you're in Melbourne, Sage, Zion, tornado precautions now. You need to be in your
Especially
safe
eastern
place.
Melbourne.
Yeah, you need to be in your safe place right now. This storm
Whoa.
is very close.
No
think, to drop in a
PTS. Yep.
Um,
It's really
that's
activity
some
velocity.
strong rotation there.
Oh, what are we showing here? Yeah, we're showing that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to bed. Set the alarm for 3:30. It's only like an hour and away.
Yeah. I guess it counts as some sleep.
I don't know if Ryan is having any cameras up on his stream. It's a good question. Should Jonesboro worry? Not until tomorrow during the day.
Yeah.
You all never answered me on my thoughts on Huntsville. Well, it's going to happen after 5 o'clock. So 5
Yeah.
to 6 a.m., 5 to 6 a.m., you're going to have to watch it. How's Rudy looking? Here's the deal, guys.
Specific areas, it's tough.
I know.
Yes.
But you tell me if the entire weather coverage area has a chance of storms, because I'll show you here and this will probably be an updated model run too.
3 kilometer.
Let's see. There.
Yeah.
2 looks like a broken line. So you tell me, who doesn't see storms
Based on this model.
based on this model? Yeah, pretty much I'm going to say everyone has the chance. So you could see that moving east and then moving on out of here. And then it kind of falls apart. So if Jonesboro has to watch anything, it would be tomorrow, late morning into the early, or today, should I say, late morning into the afternoon. What about Elma around 5-ish? Yes, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
You need to
So
be watching.
we're 4 hours away from potential significant weather issues.
Yeah,
So,
no doubt. I'm going to
But-
use the restroom.
yep,
I've been holding
yep,
it in.
yep.
And I'm
Go
going to get my
ahead.
forecast done.
All right. So strong circulation. You're going to start to see even some oranges showing up. It's still kind of struggling though.
It's kind of broad. It's still pretty broad.
The reason it's struggling, I do believe, is because the critical angle is not lining up perfectly. Harrison around, 6 a.m., 6 to a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. So there's a TVS. It's not as broad anymore. Man, Melbourne is really going to have to watch it here.
Still got a mic there?
Yeah, but I turned it off.
You want me to change batteries?
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do that. All right. Great. I get out of work at 7. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right. A certain time for Clarksville, if any risk. Clarksville is going to be just a little after 7. Ooh, now look, we got the brightening of the colors. We're starting to see the stronger winds that are the RFD that's beginning to wrap around. The RFD wrapping around is a signal that this is starting to begin to intensify. In Northwest Arkansas right now, it's clear. You go outside, you look, and you'll see a beautiful moon, a full moon, and even a ring around the moon too, somewhat. With every update, it's not looking good. Also, our light just went out. That shows you how long we've been on the air. Battery's toast.
I'm watching Little Rock's coverage right now.
Yeah,
They're wall to wall.
they should be. It's a pretty impressive storm.
Yeah.
So when could Dardanelle be watching? It's going to be around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. TVS is a tornadic vortex signature. Here's the lightning. Look at this. Pretty intense. And this, by the way, this storm's a long ways away. But you can still see the reflection from the lightning. And the camera is behind, essentially. So it's south of the storm. But, yeah, I'll show you the TVS. There they go. They updated the. Oh, those colors are brightening up even more, aren't they? Here's Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. Time right now is 2:11. 2:11 in the morning. How you doing, Zach?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Holding
I've
together?
been at this for about 3.5 hours.
Yeah. I know. What do you do? Like, we want to stop, but then people are on it, and they're still, in the path of this.
Can't stop.
I mean, I know Little Rock. Oh, look at that. Here we go. It's starting. It's wrapping around. So there's that circulation. A TBS is basically a strong circulation. Sherwood, I understand Sherwood, you're worried because considering a tornado went through there, that's going to be a while. You have several hours. And honestly, I don't think the storms will be as intense as they come through central Arkansas.
No.
I think they're going to be weakening. Boonville is going to be probably right around 7:30. Again, looking at this line right here. That is starting to go. Tornado warning, moving northeast. Going into conference with SPC. Here comes the watch for our area. Yep.
Let's go.
Watch is coming. Potentially, yeah. Debris with the eastern storm. Let's see. No, not quite yet. Let's see here. Unless it's a new radar update.
There's that if you want it.
Just seen it, new watch. Okay, cool. I appreciate that.
Yep.
And you got the boxes already? The double box?
Oh, you know it, man.
You know it, dude.
You know it. I got you. I got you.
I know
covered.
you do. Man, Melbourne really needs to watch it. It's not going to be good.
Yeah, Melbourne, 2:16.
Man.
3 minutes.
Yep. And that circulation is 7,000 feet up. Look at that tornado warning there, too. So these storms are going. Let's see what's happening to our northwest. Real quick, we're going to go off. We're going to bounce off of it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to load up Mega Doppler. Can Jonesboro go? Oh, yeah, you can go to bed in Jonesboro. Absolutely. Jonesboro is a little ways away. Now, that other cell, though, is starting to move towards Jonesboro, but you have several hours before it happens. Now, here's what's interesting. That line right there is way out ahead of the storms. So these aren't going to even be close to tornadic. But if any storms develop out ahead of it, which could happen unless it's capped and we just barely miss it, then the storms won't be too bad. But the models have been upticking on the storm coverage. But there it
See
is
Outflow.
right there. So that I think is a cold front.
Yeah. So the cold front is ahead of those storms.
Cold front's ahead of the
So
storms.
those probably won't be tornadoes.
These will not be tornadoes at all. But we have to watch if there's any other development out ahead of it as the energy.
So
moves
is there
in.
a chance of those storms overtaking that cold front?
No.
Okay.
Not the way they're moving. You see the way they're moving to the northeast, and the front's moving easterly.
But if that
So
front
no,
moves into an
not
atmosphere
sold on that.
primed,
Yes,
then that could fire up
that
storms.
could fire up storms, and they have to be out ahead of it enough. If they're moving northeast, guess what? They're going to get undercut. So, like if you have a storm that pops up near Tulsa and it's going northeast, it's going to get overtaken by the front.
But if it starts moving east, then it wouldn't.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back to our. So plans for Northwest Arkansas, no storms fire up. Beautiful, wonderful. Then we dodged a bullet again. You're in the Grove. Is that Prairie Grove, Western Grove? There's a few groves that are out there.
And it's just grove.
Yeah. Okay, there's that TVS. Ooh, okay. I think a problem is, here's what I think. We're going to start seeing debris. I don't like this. Oh, yeah. That's starting to develop, folks. I think we got a developing tornado. Yeah, and there's Grove, Oklahoma. And that's going to be a little bit earlier. No, Tom. Nobody's in the clear until this line comes through. But we've been kind of talking about that all night. So 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning is going to be our trouble time, according to what the models show. So if the cold front is head of the storms like it is in Oklahoma, then that means the storms won't be tornadic here because they'll be undercut. Rotation is increasing southwest of Clinton again. We will look at that, but this, folks, is bad news. So if we go to our 2-panel base velocity, I think we got a developing tornado. Golly, and that's right towards Melbourne. I think that's coming through Melbourne. Uh-oh.
Maybe.
Not yet. The next radar image, we might be able to see it. Because if it is, it would be kicking up. That is a strong circulation. Yeah. So the question is what does a critical angle look like? Let's go back to this.
So being,
Oh, there it is. No wonder.
being so far away from the radar, would that make it harder to see the debris?
Yeah, because it would have to get lofted higher.
Yeah.
So there could be debris. Now, here's what I wanted to show you. This is the critical angle. Notice how it's straightened out. How do we know this? Well, you can see that angle now straightening out. Critical angle is nearly 90 degrees. Storm's moving northeast, and this storm is ramping up. Look at the low-level shear that's increased. Now, watch how this has evolved over time. See how that line is straightened out? Now what happens is you got that horizontal spin that's kind of, if I were to draw a circulation, it would be like this. And since the storm's moving northeast, yikes, that would be going straight up. This is bad news. I think this might even become a considerable tornado here. This is very strong. Okay, so now that you've seen that, we're going to go back to remove this. Look at that circulation. It's starting to pick up on something.
It's like right in Melbourne.
Yep. We shall see. Not quite yet. It's starting to pick up something. Please, if you're in Melbourne, I don't know if anybody's in here. Is there anybody in Melbourne? It's already through Melbourne. You got to be taking shelter south of Violet Hill. This is County Road 9, by the way, right here. County Road 9. Be taking your tornado precautions. Let's go to the other storm down southwest of Clinton. There's circulation popping up as well. Ooh, I drive Arkansas camera south of Clinton. Josh,
Yes, sir.
bad news,
I
dude.
think that's producing. I think there's a tornado on the ground.
Let's get this. We'll get our camera off of here so we can show the radar in its full glory.
Right over Melbourne.
Yep.
I think that's a tornado on the ground. I think that will be confirmed soon.
Yep. And you can see kind of some PTDS signals that are showing up in the circulation aloft. It's kind of sometimes a precursor. It's starting to be detected.
Yeah, that's strong rotation. Very strong rotation. Gate to gate velocity is very.
I think the debris signature is going to show up. There's the new reflectivity image. New velocity. Look at the lightning on this. Watch this. This, by the way, is south of Clinton. There's another circulation that's ramping up. Look at the lightning there.
Wow.
I think
That's their tornado warning.
tornado warning just issued.
Here we go.
So now we've got Fairfield Bay. We got Shirley, Clinton that's in the path.
Mm-hmm.
So we got 2 tornado warnings.
And I'm trying to look a little bit closer here. Yeah, Shirley, Fairfield Bay, Prim, Hanover.
Yeah, let's zoom in
Yep.
a little closer
Zoom in
here.
A little closer.
Fairfield Bay, we know that area. Golly, no.
Don't need that.
We'll put this into motion. And there it is. That's going to be headed right towards Fairfield Bay.
Storms are starting to ramp up. They ramp up rapidly. Wow.
A lot of lightning.
Ton of
Look
lightning.
at this lightning. This lightning is intense. Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, back to this storm, Melbourne.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yikes. Wow. Boy, that
Very
is
strong
some
storm.
significant lightning. That is, by the way, right exactly where the circulation's coming through. We might be able to see something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're bouncing back and forth. Power flash on the Clinton camera. So we're just on that right now. And power's out. I still see power off in the distance. I still see power there, but
Yeah.
we could be a little delayed.
Yep.
Stand by.
We're going to see this storm go right through this camera, aren't we? Wow, that is some tit CGs.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring this up. Stand by. We're going to keep this on. I'm going to bring up Mega Doppler. Stand by. I can do something here. There we go.
Perfect. And you want me to pull this up full? Just one panel? So it
Yeah,
doesn't look as
one
messy?
panel. Yep, one panel.
We'll do storm relative velocity to show that.
Yep. Oh,
Make
look
sure
at the
that's-
rain. Look at the horizontal rain curtains. That's not a good sign.
Nope.
You only see that in one location. So I'm going to move this over just a little bit so you can see. So we got the weather camera from iDrive Arkansas.
Serious rotation might go right over it. Right over this camera.
Audio's breaking up. I wonder if it's our internet or it could be yours. I don't know. Melbourne possibly get back-to-back tornado warnings. That's scary.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it could with training supercells for sure. I think Melbourne's going to be safe from the next storm, but my goodness, that's a strong circulation. It would have to be lofted to about 8,000 feet.
In order to see that.
That would be pretty high, but it is starting to pick up some stuff. Let's go back. You can see that camera. I know we're not looking. Okay, so here you go.
Based on how strong that storm relative
Oh,
velocity is,
wow.
there's likely a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, I think there's a tornado on the ground, and it's crossing Highway 9 right now, just south of Violet Hill.
So
In between Franklin. Myron.
Ash Flat.
Take your tornado precautions. State
Immediately.
Route 56. This is a dangerous, dangerous storm.
And you need to be taking them now.
Alyssa, no worries about right now, Rogers. We've got immediate tornado conditions. Rogers, you're fine until about 5 o'clock in the morning. So you don't have to worry. There's not even a storm even close to us at the moment.
And here's the thing: if you're in Franklin and Ash Flat right now, you need to be doing this now because these storms are moving fast.
50
to
55 miles an hour.
Yeah. Not something you want to be messing with.
Look at that weather camera. Let's go back to our velocity. We got 2 tornado warnings. We'll show both of these at the same time. We got one that's south of Clinton, which is, by the way, I think exactly where the camera is located.
I think it's going to go right through that camera. So we're going to see this moving through
Wow.
in just a few moments.
If we do see it, I'll bring it up. We got it up full here. Look at that lightning.
Intense CGs.
And this is looking what, south?
Yeah, I believe so. I can check.
Oh, look at the circulation ramping up. So we're starting to see that
Wow.
RFD begin to increase.
Yep, so.
I would not want to be on the roadways right now. There.
Well, boy, that's actually going to come right over.
It's going to move right through it, dude.
Wow.
We're
I
gonna
don't
get a
know
view
if
of
those are power line flashes or if they are. Here it comes. Ooh, it's so dark. Oh, look at the horizontal curtain. Look at people driving.
I know. I wouldn't want to be on the roads right
You've
now.
got to be off of Highway 65.
Yeah.
South of
Towards
Clinton.
Clinton. No, don't be on the roads.
Yeah, I can see it. I'm watching, Billy. I'm watching their coverage, but they're not showing any weather cameras. The iDrive Arkansas camera would be great to show right now.
Yep.
They're doing a track, which is good. We should do a track too.
Absolutely.
But
I've set that storm motion
okay,
right through Shirley.
I think that's a little bit more
I
easterly.
think it is a little bit more easterly too. So between Shirley and Fairfield Bay, and towards.
Look at how still it's getting. Look at how still it's getting. Here it goes.
This is about to take off.
The circulation's crossing the road right now. Oh my goodness! Look
See
at
the
the
shaking.
wind starting to pick up here.
Yep, you can see that pole shaking there.
Yep. Look at the trees in the background.
Whoa.
Get off that
Oh my
road.
gosh.
Oh, whoa. Oh, that truck's struggling. Uh-oh.
What's that?
I think it's right
I think
there.
it's right there. I think that's coming across the road now.
That's look at how low, look at how dark that is. We'll see if the power goes out here shortly.
Just a
My
very strong
goodness.
winds there.
South of Clinton. It's already crossed the road though. The radar look at how calm everything got after it's gone through. So
I think it just moved.
where
through the
is
road.
that? Where is that exactly, that camera?
Do you want me to zoom out? Or?
Yeah, real quick. Just exit. Yeah. Okay. So it's north of Clinton. And that's looking south. So that's not exactly where the camera is located. That's actually up here. Okay, go back. That's why you couldn't. It was. It would have been a lot. I thought
There's
it
some
was
strong
south.
winds that moved.
Damn, we just got a severe thunderstorm watch
For us.
for Delaware at Air.
Yep. Delaware, Adair County. Yep.
That also includes Benton, Carroll, Madison, and Washington counties. So
And it just came out. So
It's
weather
until 10
radio is
o'clock
going to
a.m.
kick off here very soon. Look at people driving at 2:30 in the morning. Now they're driving south into Clinton. The storm is south of Clinton. You can see how ugly that is.
It's going through 10 a.m.
Yep. But 10 a.m. Oh wow. Oh wow. Franklin. It's bad news.
you need to be.
That
in
almost
your
should be a
safe space right
considerable tornado, maybe.
now. Yeah, you need to be in your safe space. Right
Wow,
now.
look at this. This is insane. Look at that
This is a bad
circulation.
storm.
This is insane. That is a strong circulation.
There's a tornado on the ground.
Yeah.
There's a tornado on the ground. You need to be in your safe space. Wow.
I wonder why it's not radar confirmed. Because no debris.
There's no debris.
It's too far away
It's-
from the radar.
It's
Too
got to
far
be.
away.
I mean, if
Lofted
you're
high.
getting 9,000 feet high for that, look, it would be potentially close to EF3 status if it would be. There it is right there, showing the in terms of.
Intensity.
Well, here's my question: does it show debris higher up?
Oh,
No.
go back to that 1.3 tilt real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
There's the thing though, but based on the SRV, I would assume a tornado is on the ground.
There it is.
That's
It's on the ground.
confirmed.
Confirmed. Tornado
Yep.
on the ground.
Yep.
This is going to be confirmed here soon. You're going to see the TDS. Watch this. Here's the tornado detector.
No doubt, a tornado on the ground.
Tornado on the ground. South of Franklin. Yep. They don't realize it yet on KARK, but that's going to be a confirmed tornado here shortly. It just
Yep.
popped off, but that is no doubt. There it is. Let's go back here to PTDS. Was that on that top tilt?
No, we're on 1.3.
Yeah, it might be briefly touching down. I think that was.
Mhm.
Yep. We're gonna find out. Look at this velocity signature. My
I mean, it
goodness.
just- The velocity itself
Yeah.
leads me to believe that that is a confirmed tornado.
There are a lot of people driving. Well, now Clinton's gone, so the storm has weakened somewhat. You can see the circulation not showing up as
Wow,
much.
CGs though are very intense.
Okay, guys, what's going on in Northwest Arkansas? A lot of people asking. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. It was just issued. We're
Northwest
kind of on the
Arkansas.
far northwest area. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look at this. I like people saying beware bounded weak echo region on the storms. So there it is till 10 a.m. Now, keep in mind, 10 a.m. is probably not our area. That's going to be farther to the northeast. So remember, this watch goes till 10 a.m. on the far eastern side of it. Our watch will probably expire around 7 a.m., I think. Wow, look at all the tornado warnings.
Just super
So now why, I guess because of the front coming through and we don't have supercells, we're not looking at tornado potential. However, sometimes those severe thunderstorm watches can also have a lot of tornado warnings.
Well, we can look at what they
Ah,
had in that latest severe
Look at what they
thunderstorm.
just did. Strong,
Considerable.
considerable. Yep.
Yep.
And there it is.
That's an observed tornado with the considerable damage.
We were
You
just
mentioned it
talking
too.
about
Oh,
that.
pick up the camera.
Oh, I drive Arkansas. It's already
Too
past
late.
there.
Too late.
Yep. There's the considerable.
Yep, that's a strong tornado on the ground. So
But this
Ash
is-
Flat, Cherokee Village, you
Mhm.
need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Murion,
Anybody
well.
in that polygon.
Yeah.
you need to be in your safe space right now. This is a
Let's see if that
strong
that
tornado.
storm motion is. I'm gonna adjust this here. I'm gonna get this exact as possible. So I don't think that's exactly the way the storm motion is. We're gonna remove a storm track.
that's based off of a
Yeah,
polygon.
place marker here. We're gonna go back a little bit. I know, but I want to go off of the actual circulation. Set
Yep.
storm motion for morning. Now, when I go forward and I right click and I set storm track, now look. Now it's going a little bit farther southeast. So I think Ash Flat is going to be in the path of this here. This is what I was
Taking more of an
doing.
easterly motion.
Ash Flat, man, oh man, considerable tornado. Look at that strength of the storm. That is a raging supercell. This is kind of a little less organized.
Kind of a mess.
Yeah, and I think because we're having cell merges and stuff like that. But
Yep.
boy, when it went through, it was pretty nasty looking when it was coming through Clinton.
It's an isolated supercell. It's
Yep.
got its own energy. It's got all those parameters it can tap into.
All right. So back to our stuff. We have severe thunderstorm watch till 10 a.m. It won't probably last that long. Let's look at the potential threats here.
I just looked at it. I had it pulled up.
Low on everything now. Okay, so it says a band of thunderstorms should continue despite a seemingly favorable warm sector environment. A tornado risk is lower and very conditional on thunderstorms remaining out ahead of the front and not getting undercut. This watch will reflectively apart. Okay, so tornado or two is possible. Large hail up to 2 inches possible. They're all in a line. they are all in a line. So let's see why that's happening. It's
Wait,
interesting.
did they say that the front being behind the storms would make the tornado threat lower?
Well, they're saying the front undercutting the storms. That's what they're saying. They're saying the front undercutting the storms.
And that would make it lower.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So why did that tornado potential ramp up? Where did that energy come from? It's a good question. Let's see. Yeah, there it is.
Kind of see that subtle little wave near Dallas.
So it takes.
Boom.
Right there, a little bit of
Explosion.
rising motion.
Yep. Boom. Those storms. Remember how we were watching those storms earlier on in the evening? They were kind of not good.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what they were.
that's what they were. Those are what exploded.
Additional ones, but it shows the energy because there's the initial ones and then they die off and then there comes the energy squeezing in. Now look, there's another storm that's popping up just to the north of I-40. And here's the energy that's swinging in. Look at how slow this trough is. Very, very slow moving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get rid of this bad.
Got some bad data.
Yeah. Get rid of that real quick. Trash. Get out of there. Josh, you want to scroll through some comments while we're just kind of analyzing what's going on?
So, any update on Northwest Arkansas? Said Austin. Right now,
4 to 5 a.m.
4 to 5 a.m. is when we're expecting those thunderstorms to start rolling in.
Let's look at the latest graph and see.
Someone earlier said a lot of
Still
the energy
doesn't
was
have
getting
it.
sucked from our area into central Arkansas. Could that be why the threat is weakening a bit?
Well, the cap
Well,
is holding.
the cap
for
is
us.
the reason why. Yeah. And that rising motion, as you just mentioned, like they took the cap off in central Arkansas,
Yep.
allowed those thunderstorms to form. Now what's happening is since the energy lags so far behind here in our area, we didn't have that cap breaking. So we're not getting those isolated supercells, but we could have just as easily seen those here if that happened.
Yep.
So we dodged a bullet on that. So are we now more of just a wind and hail threat in Northwest Arkansas?
Yes, but not entirely.
Not necessarily.
Not entirely,
Yeah.
because sometimes severe thunderstorm watches actually can produce tornadoes more often than you think, even though it's a severe thunderstorm watch. But this right here, the front is way out ahead of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and those storms don't even look like anything.
But here's the thing: you could have storms that form ahead of that front too.
That's the problem.
Those are the ones that we got to watch, and some of the models are indicating that could happen. So we got to watch that very closely.
And if those move east, then that front will not undercut that.
Nope.
Nope.
And then that will not be good.
Exactly.
What do we have here? You can kind of see
Something.
some rising motion starting to develop
We'll have
right,
to watch
right
that.
here near McAllister.
I think along and south of Interstate 40 has a chance at a tornado watch.
You think?
I think there's a chance.
I don't know. I think the cap's a little stronger there. I
See a
could be
little bit of
wrong,
clarity
but
there. We'll see.
trying to see if there's any.
Really can't see that energy moving in.
Yeah, it's really tough
Just
to
lagging
see.
behind.
Such a slow moving system.
Mm-hmm. So much slower than.
Yeah,
What we saw
models
a
were
couple days ago.
terrible about this.
Yep.
Boy, look
Wow.
at that. Now that's the energy that's kicking in. Now if that came in this afternoon,
Trouble.
that would have been trouble.
Widespread supercells.
What are we looking at? We're looking at this right here.
Yeah.
Look at that energy swinging in right there. Now that would have been trouble.
Yeah.
Puffy clouds calling.
Puffy clouds.
Puffy clouds central. How may I help you? No.
Christy Fort Smith is going to get some thunderstorm development again, right around 5 to 6 o'clock a.m. is when we're
Not
anticipating
sure
those
if we're gonna
thunderstorms
know. We're
to
doing
form.
Facebook Live. What are we on for?
Are the
4
potential
hours?
still as bad in Farmington and Faithful this morning? Again, right around 4 to 5 o'clock a.m. That's when we're
watching those
expecting
tornadoes
thunderstorm
that are going
development in our
nuts in
area.
North
So,
Central Arkansas.
Again, we're watching for that
But,
rising motion.
here's
We're
the
watching for
deal,
those storms
man.
forming along the front. If any storms form
know
out ahead of the
if
front,
anything's gonna
that's going to have
develop
the
out
best
of it.
chance for
If it
tornado
does, it
potential.
could get interesting.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
TDS south of Ash Flat. Let's go back to this real quick here because this is still a considerable tornado and likely still
Well, they
on
have a
the
severe
ground
thunderstorm watch.
based on what I'm seeing here. We're going to go ahead and remove
they
that
issued it
marker.
for
We're
us.
going to remove this
Goes
storm
until
track as
10
well.
a.m.
This is definitely likely still a tornado on the ground. I think Zach, you would agree.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I
Based
think
on
there
that
could be
rotation
two
there.
LCS.
Definitely, yeah.
tornado
That
potential.
rotation, that shear is very
The
strong.
shear is
Yeah.
very
Um,
impressive. So
definitely
it's definitely
seeing-
something to watch.
It's a very tight couplet.
How's it feel?
And remember, we're seeing this storm
Yeah,
now.
pretty juicy. Huh?
Wow.
Can we see any debris on that?
She'll see what happens.
Doesn't
That might be a bit,
doesn't
be a
look
bit
like
too
it.
high.
It's too high up. We can't. Now
Well,
there's
just,
that
just
PTDS
little-
signal.
Let me know
indication.
if you're seeing anything.
There's
if you're
likely
going
still a
out,
tornado
what
right
you're
now
gonna-
with
how
this.
are you
Just
gonna
south of Ash Flat.
Yeah.
Moving to the
sound like a
northeast. Pretty
Cool,
fast.
sir. Let me
right?
know if you
41
see anything.
knots.
This is the time
right?
when you got to be watching.
Yeah, about,
it in the early
41
morning.
knots,
And that's
about
45 miles per hour?
Violent tornado
50
parameter
miles per
on
hour.
some of the Mesoanalysis is through the roof.
Yeah, this right here is still trouble. This is still likely on the ground right now. I'm going to remove that comment real quick here.
Oh, my
Um,
goodness. Have you seen
And
the
remember,
violent
we're
tornado
looking at this
parameter?
storm almost 10,000 feet up.
It's a
Right, so this
15.
is-
Yeah.
But the rotation being this
15.
strong, this far away from the radar is concerning.
I've never seen anything
So
like
there's
that.
likely still a tornado on the ground south of Ash Flat, Cherokee Village,
But if there's no
Wilford,
storm, it doesn't
Hardy,
matter.
Highland. You need to be taking your tornado
But
precautions
the
right
cap
now with
is, like,
this rotation.
razor thin.
Anybody in that polygon
Yeah.
and that
You
white
gotta
polygon,
check that
Mhm.
out, James.
that
You gotta
is a
look at that.
different level.
I think if you're
Mesoanalysis,
near the
violent
Mammoth
tornado
Spring
parameter.
area,
That
you're going
means-
to be okay.
Large and extremely dangerous tornado.
Wilford, you need to be
Yeah.
taking your tornado precautions as well in case
I
this
have
storm
never
takes a right turn.
either.
Highland, again, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Hardy, all of these areas here have the potential
Well,
to see that
I'm
tornado
here.
move through the
I'm
area.
here. So call me
And now
if you have anything.
we're
you
looking
have
a
our
little
phone
bit
number,
further down the
right?
line here. Dalton, you need to be weather aware right now. If you got friends or family that live in
All right.
Dalton, you
Well,
need to make
thanks,
sure
James.
you are
Take care, sir.
letting them know that there is a
Okay.
strong tornado that could be knocking on their doorstep within the next 30 minutes. The storm's moving very quickly to the northeast.
Man, I took a picture of that. The violent tornado parameter is just insane. You got to see this. So first of all, look at the critical angle. It's kind of falling apart again. This really does work, by the way. Look at when it was tornadoing,
Yeah,
and now it's kind of backed
back
off
it
a
off
little
again.
bit.
But
Yep.
intensified for that period of
For
time.
that period of time, and then it went nuts. This is what I wanted to show you. You ready for this?
Mhm. Oh my goodness. I've never seen it that high before. 15. I mean, that's insane.
I mean, really? Something's wrong. I think something's broke in the matrix.
Yeah. The Matrix.
And that's no cap either. No, I'm not talking about young lingo. I mean, like literally,
There's no cap.
That's not the lingo of the young folk.
And this is why we were talking about those storms forming ahead of the cold front.
Oh my goodness! Look at the significant tornado parameter. Why did they go severe thunderstorm watch? I guess because there's no. I don't know.
I don't know.
There's no.
But
There's no storms.
but like you mentioned though, Dan,
doesn't
just because
matter.
it's a severe thunderstorm watch does not mean we can get tornado warnings. I've seen that happen plenty of times,
And including the Springdale,
including
tornado.
the Springdale tornado.
Was there a watch? I forgot. I don't even know if there was a watch.
I think there was a severe thunderstorm watch.
Yeah.
I think there was. That's something we got to look back on. I know for a fact there was a severe thunderstorm warning when the storm was there on the ground.
Yeah.
When the tornado was on the ground.
Fixed layer. I mean, everything is there, but violent tornado parameter. That is. I took a picture of that because that's nuts.
Here's the thing.
If we go to the 0 to 1 kilometer storm relativity, it's not even as high as it was when I've seen it for the Cincinnati tornado.
Mhm.
That I saw was like 500, 600. Wow. So what is causing that to go so nuts? LCL heights are fairly low. LFC height. Okay, the LFC heights are real low. So that's an issue. If anything can break a cap, only 1,400 meters, and boom, that sucker is gone.
Explosive.
Yep. And what about the let's look at the.
QLCS. potential.
Okay, we got 0 to 3 kilometer Cape now,
Yep.
and look, it's
And a
out
lot of-
ahead of those storms. Surface vorticity. Let's look at the. Okay, look at the more
Yeah.
westerly component now.
Yep.
We're talking 45 on the QLCS tornado potential.
We need to watch that lift that was going on in southeast Oklahoma closely.
Yeah,
If those start firing up, those are trouble.
that we're really geeking out here. But anyways, that's that. That storm's going nuts right there. Look at the radar hole.
Yeah,
That's northeast
huge
Arkansas.
radar
It's
hole.
not good.
Nope. And tornado warning still continues. Shirley, right now, head over down the line. Shirley, I am serious. As you'll see here, there's the circulation, a little airplane reference.
Yep.
Hanover, what's going on around here? Not really a whole lot. There's the cell and nothing in Northwest Arkansas.
We'll have to
Absolutely
transition
nothing.
to those radars, though.
Yep, we will.
So far away.
All right.
Oh boy.
All right, Josh. Wind's starting to pick up in Lowell. So look at this.
That's the violent tornado.
Jeez.
That's
I mean,
it's off the charts. It's off the
primed.
charts.
We're gonna find out what happens in 3 hours.
Here's the
Sounds
thing.
like I'm gonna stay up until around 5 or 6 this morning.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The purple ride is like 10,
Yeah.
and you're seeing like purple, 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 purple. Even
Yeah.
like more circles, like 15 as a bullseye. That's off the charts. But again, that's assuming the storm forms, right? You can have all the parameters in the
true.
world, but if you don't have a storm that's ahead of the cold front, it doesn't matter.
It's true.
So that's why we're keeping our fingers crossed. It doesn't happen.
Well, I'm handing you guys off to bed.
All right. You did great work,
Josh.
Josh.
Did I?
Yeah. Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Great
Hey,
job.
That's what I'm here for.
Yes, sir. Get some sleep.
Be safe,
Yes,
guys.
sir.
Be safe, Facebook chat.
Yeah.
Take it easy, Josh.
There's a tower going up by Okima
Okay. So this is what we need to watch.
ahead of the line.
This is what we need to watch.
Is it really a tower? Let's see. Let's see. We'll know by looking at the high resolution visible satellite imagery. So there's Okima. Let's see what it looks like from Tulsa. There's the line, and you can see this storm that's popping up out ahead of it. Potentially a storm. If it is, then we've got some problems because that's going to move into a very favorable. Jamie's asking, can you explain what numbers being high means? That means the more favorable it is for tornado potential, but only if there is a storm that moves into that environment. So here's what we need to do. This is what we're going to do. We're going to go to our weather graphics. We've already looked at visible sat or water vapor. Now, what we got to do, because everything's going to update shortly, we're going to look at the 1 minute mesosector. Let's see if we do, in fact, have a tower that's going up ahead of the cold front near Okima. So there's Chakota. There's Cypress Falls. We got to go a little bit west of Okmulgee. There's Okima. So is that actual tower? Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it could be.
But what's the storm motion of that?
So it's moving northeast, but once it gets rooted in the boundary layer, and because of the westerlies that are coming in, it could get kicked to the east. Yeah, you can tell the difference between supercells, raging supercells. Look at the colder cloud tops. So the yellow, the whites, the grays, those are those overshooting tops. So that's high resolution satellite. Satellite imagery, what it does is it allows you to see how strong the storms are. There's one a new one that's developing near Clinton.
Supercell.
So that's another supercell that's popping up. And we got over here a little bit of rising motion, and you can see the energy moving in. But when we look off to the west, you can also see more energy kind of moving in. Yeah, look at that shortwave right here.
There it is.
So
There's that.
see, this is what we're looking at, this little dark green splotch right here. Watch this thing nose in right there.
And
And
then-
as
and
that
then-
energy moves in, that cell pops up.
Mhm.
All right.
So we need to watch that.
Will it be capped?
For real, for real. Hopefully.
Now the question is does it show up on some of the higher tilts? Not really. Josh, you got to get ready for your show, man.
Yep.
And that could kick it perfectly into the Northwest Arkansas Metro. For real, for real. Any chance that the storm comes early for Northwest Arkansas? Nah, I think you're good. You just wait. I don't think it's going to get here any earlier. Do you?
It's not looking like it.
No. We're 2:50 now, and we're an hour and 10 minutes away from 4 o'clock. So I think 4 to 6. I don't know, man. The tornado watch isn't going to happen, I don't think. And the reason for that is there's so much uncertainty about development. I think we're still capped.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. Question is, if that energy comes in, is that going to stay capped?
What? I
don't
love that dog, by the way. Pressure is changing. My knee just started killing me. Your body's going to tell you a lot. Timing for Carol. You know what? We haven't shown this timing graphic. I think it's a little off now because the storms are just more and more and more and more delayed. But it's getting closer to our western coverage area. Yeah, you know what? It actually isn't bad. So ignore the midnight to 3 a.m.
Yeah.
But there's kind of a look at the timing. I'm going to adjust this on the fly because I think we got a better idea now. So we're going to adjust this here. Stand by. We're going to go 4 a.m. To 5 a.m. It's about a 1 hour window with the storms kicking east.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go.
Should be pretty quick.
Yeah, I think 3 a.m. is too early because there's nothing really popping.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. And then we're going to go kind of 5 to 8 just in case the storms kind of linger a little bit. What do you think?
I like that.
Yeah.
I think that should be good.
Now, the reason we have that overlap is because there is a little bit of uncertainty as to, storms could speed up, move in, and that also allows them to slow down. So there's your timing right there. So if we zoom in, you guys get to see exactly where that timing is. So you're kind of right on the 4 to 5 timing on Bentonville. Eureka Springs is going to be a little later, kind of like in the middle of that. So 5 to 6. And you got the widespread severe. And then you work your way down to the river valley, and it's going to be a little more delayed because the line extends to the southwest. So that's kind of what we got there.
Kind of looks like that line is
Look at Ash
catching up with that
Flat.
cold front.
Ash Flat. Is there damage? Is there damage there? I wonder.
Could
Man, that storm went crazy.
Is that Little Rocks?
That is, yeah.
Or is that
That might be KCIT, Jonesboro. Might be news. That might be Ryan Bowen station.
Stone County, yes, that would be Ryan Ball.
Yep, Ryan Bowen. That's not really going here. We're changing the radars. When will the line hit Perryville? That's going to be a while. You got plenty. You can go to bed. You can read a book, wake up in the morning. And I don't think it holds together in Perryville, to be honest with you. Man, that is just a wicked storm. Look at that thing. Holy cow. Considerable tornado. What did I didn't see what the Weather Channel did. What did they have? Did they have it coming through Ash Flat with a tornado? Read a book at 3 a.m. I know. I was just meaning kind of a little just exaggeration how much time you have. Deer, Arkansas, it's going to be about after 5 a.m. So about 6 to 8. Not seeing much wind pick up where I'm at in Bentonville. Okay, that's good to know. Because the weather will kind of tell you what's going on as the wind picks up. Man, 2 isolated cells went nuts. And the models, did they have it?
Yeah.
No.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't have those storms at all.
Sorry.
Need more Red Bull for that.
Yeah,
And then Bella Vista. Oh, someone said Bella Vista doesn't have a whole lot of wind. So just kind of a waiting game. Ryan Vaughn had a camera that is in the path of those circulations. I bet he did. Can't show his stream though. Man, just nothing popped. Maybe a little bit of development there. No.
Is there something north of Kansas? Oklahoma?
Yep. One little isolated cell. Is that going up? Possibly. Yep. Let's see here. Now, this is why this is the kind of storm you need to watch. We don't know if it's going to be capped or not. So that's one tiny little cell. Let's see what it looks like. Remember what those other ones looked like when they took off. Oh, I think we got one. Whoa. That is the initial stages of an updraft. Look at that. That is about as vertically developed as it gets. Guess what? Siloam, let's bring up that weather bug camera and look to the northwest. It should be enough clearing where we'll be able to see it, especially if it starts lightning. And I think with considering this type of environment, I think you're going to see it pretty quick. Unfortunately, there's going to be a pull in our way looking to the northwest.
Dang it.
I knew that. Yeah, it's okay. Just leave it there.
Of course.
Oh, you can see the clouds moving. You can also see the wind picking up. Let's see what this does. New updraft. Boy, that is wild. Sure, there's a way to shrink that down. What I can do though is just move that down there. All right, guys. We're watching a storm here that's still cranking up. If this, oh yeah, there's the new one. And we got another cell that's kind of popping.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is it broken the cap though?
That remains to be seen.
Yeah.
The storms are starting to intensify behind the cold front. Those don't have tornado potential though. Not a whole lot of it.
Callister. Not
Do
seeing.
you think it'd be better if we were on the Fort Smith radar on that one?
No, because I want to stay on this to see what's going on. Looks like it's still trying. Got to get a volumetric image in order for it to show up. Chatting quite a bit. Well, where are you seeing it?
Little Rock's chatting a lot.
I bet.
Yeah.
Those storms are nuts. Cap could be still holding. Not seeing any lightning yet.
They're just they're saying in the chat right now there just might be enough sin to keep those towers from taking off. Just enough.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Just that little bit.
Just tiny little bit.
energy lag behind.
Yep.
It took too long to get here.
So the potential for Lincoln is going down, but still a non-zero by any means. Yeah. Yep. But you remember there is a severe thunderstorm watch.
Severe
Boy, it's
thunderstorms can
taking a
still cause
long time
problems,
till we get-
even if they don't produce tornadoes.
Why is it taking so long to get a volumetric scan?
Not
I know you don't cover for our area, so big thank you for doing so. Yeah, you're welcome, Della. No problem.
Absolutely.
Well, I tried. Disappeared on the next scan. It probably is capped. Yeah, that front's coming through. Be amazing if the cap holds. Boy, that would be such a blessing.
It's prayers, man. Power of prayer.
Oh my goodness.
It's real.
Because those storms are going nuts, and then there's additional storms that are popping up near Witt Springs. And you know why those storms are going? Because it's cooler farther east. So that's why the cap is popping.
And that
And then energy.
forcing and that
And then
energy.
energy.
But it's exactly that. Man, we dodged a bullet with that here in Northwest Arkansas.
Yep.
A big one.
Facts. I've been praying all night. That's right.
I believe
There
in
we
it.
go.
And
Next image. Yep.
okay, still
Look
there.
at that. So what happens to the cap after the sun up? Probably will blow up to the east.
Probably. Yeah.
Here's a look at. I want to show you something here. That's that timing again.
You can. This will be interesting rewatching this Facebook Live to see the evolution of our hair. Because at the start it's all neat, tidy. Now our hair is like,
Yeah, man.
ugh. Oh man, I got a little kink in my
Little
back.
crink in the neck.
Yeah.
Wind chimes are going bananas, so it shows you that low is coming in. Check this out on Mega Doppler. This is that cell that popped up pretty dramatically, but the cap's like, get out of here.
Trash.
And I smash you back down. But it does still have that reflectivity. Sometimes that happens and then it goes boom and it pops. But you saw what happened when it really does pop. It looks tremendous. That would be an isolated cell out ahead of the line, and that would be trouble. But the good news is that'd be going out of our area pretty
Yes,
quick.
very quickly.
Strong coffee. I know exactly what movie you're referencing too. You're referencing The Family Man.
I haven't watched that one.
That's good with Nicolas Cage.
Oh, I gotta watch it
And
now.
yeah, Nicolas
I mean-
Cage and Taya Leone, and she goes, strong coffee.
I gotta watch any movie with the greatest actor of all time, Nicolas Cage.
Because what happens is like they wake up and he's like he doesn't know where he's at, and he changed like it's a really good movie. Basically, he changes lives with he's like this rich accounting. He's like this rich guy that owns a company, and then he turns into a family man with kids. And he wakes up, he doesn't know what's going on, and like all the kids are jumping on the bed. And anyways, turns to him and goes, she goes, strong coffee.
I gotta check that out.
That's a good movie.
That
We
sounds
watch it
good.
all the time. Have you ever seen that? The Family Man, Nicolas Cage.
No, never.
Looks like it.
watch
What's with the
that.
cat?
It's
guy?
like, you're not my dad, are you? Little girl thinks he's from outer space. And then she goes, welcome to Earth. It's so funny.
Gotta check that out. That sounds pretty funny.
So you think that cell is weakening?
Oh, yeah.
A lot, yeah.
It's gone.
Capped.
It's
It's
dead.
gone.
It's capped.
Capped.
You
For
can
real, for
actually
real.
see it. Watch. This is cool. Look, there it is. Trying to go up. And it's like,
It's like nope.
smash you down.
Wait, let's go south of Scott County. I saw some other stuff going
You did, huh? I don't believe you.
on.
Are you capping?
We'll see.
Down there, like south of Mina.
Let's see here. Loading up a different radar. I mean, honestly, this is the best way to describe it. If you're just joining us, this is essentially the type of atmosphere we have. There is a pool of gasoline on the floor, a pool of gasoline. And we're sitting on here on top of this gasoline. And I've got a match. And the match is lit, but I never dropped it.
Yep.
So the match goes out.
Don't drop it.
The gasoline doesn't ignite,
We're fine.
and the storms die.
And you holding the match is that cap. But if the cap breaks, then you drop the match.
Yep.
And then everything goes up.
And everything goes up, just like what happened in Central Arkansas.
And you saw it lit up like a Christmas tree.
How about this? And some eye cream. I already have the dark circles around the eyes, scattering yawns and chances of naps. I like that forecast, Kayla. I think that's going to be a lot of people.
I might not wake up.
Better blow that match out right now. Blow that thing out. Is anything else going to pop? Yeah, there's that stuff that Zach was talking about. So south of Scott County. Let's look here. Trying. It just might be enough, though. You talk about living on the edge, huh?
Yeah, this whole day, evening has been
Morning.
very nerve-wracking because you got to watch it so closely.
Yeah. Case in point, look at what's happening here. Considerable tornado warning. For those, oh man, Mountain View again in the path of another storm.
No, man, that's tough.
Yeah.
Don't want to hear that.
Towers going up west of Haskell and south of Bixby. Yeah. They are. Let's see if they really truly are. Those are out ahead of the line. I still think we're not done yet until 6 a.m.
I would agree. Still got it.
Things can ramp up real quick.
Yep. You want to know what you were describing the other day, the Norman, Oklahoma tornado, where you had that cap in place 10 minutes before that storm arrives.
Yeah.
And then, boom, you got a strong tornado. I mean, and it was that quick.
And that cap was insane.
Yeah, that was like a giga cap.
Oh, you talking about that tornado where there was
Yeah.
a huge cap and it just blew up?
It almost went to the SPC. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Robert said, you probably already explained this, but are the storms that develop ahead of the front typically worse than ones that develop right along the front? Yes. Here is why. I'm going to give you a great example, okay? By the way, I got a really cool video of an overshooting top, too. Have you ever seen it?
Is this one from Texas?
No, this is the one from just basically here, we'll put away the 8-ball.
Sir.
Get out of there. I'm going to show you this gust front. So in order to fuel storms, you have to have very warm, humid air. So what's happening here is we've got these storms that are popping up. But essentially what's taking place is you got this cold front that's causing rain-cooled air to go out ahead of the front. So now what's happening is we're getting other storms that are popping up ahead of the front. But here's the deal. At this point, we can't get that warm, moist inflow that will fuel a tornado. In fact, it's all outflow. So this is exactly why the storms are essentially weaker.
Outflow dominant.
Now, what could happen, though, is if these storms develop, as you can see out ahead of it, if those storms develop and become supercellular, then there's no rain-cooled air that's trying to go into those storms. So essentially, it would be developing out ahead of it. Now, in this case, it's developing right on top of it, and that's what we call a cold pool dominant type weather event. One thing that we got to watch is maybe a little bit of cell activities trying to pop up out ahead of
There
the
could
line.
be something that's forming there.
Those are cells that are
Yeah.
out ahead of the line because the line is in fact back to the west. I do believe.
Those would be, yeah.
Let's make sure.
Mhm.
What are the temps right now? That's a good
Good
question. Melanie, let's show you the future track for 4 to 6. Let's show you 3 kilometer graph.
3 kilometer graph.
It just popped up out of nowhere.
What?
All,
There you
all
go.
those cells ahead of it.
So look at this, the intensification.
Yep. Okay. So here's what we got. 3 kilometer graph. Intensification of the storms right as they're moving into northwest Arkansas. And oh man, that really ramps up.
It does.
So there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7.
Look how quick they get out of here.
Yep.
By 7, 8 o'clock, the severe weather risk is east of the area. It's very quick moving. Now here, well, actually it does have it. So I stand corrected.
What?
It has that supercell right there out in northeast Arkansas.
I think we have a local 3 kilometer graph, don't we?
Thought we did
Go
too.
check it out. I just don't have it loaded.
Yeah, let me look at the content library.
Cams aren't handling this scenario well at all. No, they're not. And it's all cams is convective allowing models. All the models are garbage.
Trash.
And I think the reason is because number 1, the cap was a little stronger than expected. Number 2 is the energy was very subtle. Do we have it?
I'm looking here. I think this is it.
Yep.
This is it.
3 kilometer local graph. Look at this. We got a zoomed in view.
Now look at this. So here's something interesting.
yeah.
It's showing cells forming out ahead of it. See that?
Yep.
And here comes the line.
What is that? That cold front undertaking them, undercutting.
Potentially.
Potentially. But look how they intensify.
Yeah.
I mean, that's intense.
Now you get to see a good idea where it's going. So go
Wow.
back to Siloam because someone asked about Siloam. So here you go. Something going west of Siloam. Yep.
Yep. There's some towers. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Axle.
Haskell. Yep.
Up.
Let's bring up the lightning. Let's see if we got lightning on any of those. We'll know.
That's something we got to watch.
That's a
man.
big hailstorm.
Yeah.
That's north of Collinsville.
Yeah. So these are going to be coming in during the morning show. And they will have, if they form out ahead of the line,
That's pretty
We'll have
stout.
some
Even
good
though
energy.
behind the system, there's some
So,
energy coming in.
we're watching it right now. The energy's starting to kick in.
I'm so sorry, you
But
guys are going to be
still
not
hanging on.
sleeping
So.
very well. There's going to be a lot of tired people dragging, but
Yeah.
a lot of people that will be
Nothing now, but we'll
basically just
I'll just-
thankful when this whole weather event is over,
Oh, yeah.
including
yeah,
myself.
absolutely.
Berry
Appreciate
County,
it,
Missouri,
man.
Seligman is where I am very nervous.
Appreciate it, man.
Berry County, Seligman. Go back here. Let's load that up. So there you can see Seligman. We got it on there on the actual map at about 4 to 5 a.m.
Pretty intense storms.
Need to stay home for work notes tomorrow. Yeah,
I wish.
yeah, I know.
Even my bags have bags.
It's the way I'm gonna feel here.
Yep.
So if you'll notice, those are developing out barely ahead of the front. They may get caught though. Look at that. But even
Those
be-
ones a little further south.
but even behind the front, look at this cell. 2-inch size hail. That's over hen egg size. That's a pretty intense storm. And that's behind the line. So even though the tornado potential might not be there, we still have the potential for some strong storms.
I'm telling you, that tower that's trying to go up near Haskell will be that could be problems. That's pretty well ahead of it.
Well, let's see what we got on the volumetric.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Look at the shear too. My goodness, that is some strong shear. So we'll hold that and we'll see what happens.
Watch that closely.
Lightning's just not as much.
And not very electrified.
Let's look at the R. Yeah, we'll look at a different model here. Let me go to Pivotal. Okay, here's the new RRFS. It updates every 3 hours. Okay, it has those isolated cells. Oh man.
Oh boy.
So
This is the newest one too. This is coming out right now.
Yep, I don't have it loaded yet. Hold on. Adding it right now to the stream. Josh Myers says 6Z RRFS. This is 11Z. 11Z is 6 a.m. Here we go. And there you go. There's the supercells. Nailed that, by the way.
Did.
At 3 a.m. Of course, it's already happening.
We should go back to a previous model run to confirm that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's see how you did. Truly RRFS.
No, you could technically say it was
It
underdoing
has
it.
something.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
It's garbage.
you could technically.
I'm
say it
not
was
in that.
underdoing
That's like me doing a squat and I like basically
Like-
barely bend my knee.
it.
Would you say that's a squat?
No, that's
No.
not, that's not right.
This is trash.
So does that mean that you
Yeah.
can discount this latest model run?
Well, but remember,
It's an update though. It's an updated run now.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that's
So now-
underdoing it. in
So
that
now
sense.
look at that. That's got all those storms. That did pretty well. But look at what comes in here. So we've got 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Those are all
Come on.
helicity tracks too. Eey. Let's look at that sounding here right before it moves in.
Haskell Tower's looking a little bit more healthy.
Like I said, we're here. We're here for the long haul.
We've been here.
We're going to be here. We're going to keep you safe. And, if this, oh, yeah, it's still
Yeah,
on
no
the
doubt.
ground. No doubt about
doubt
that,
about
Ava. Yeah, we're not, it's kind of outside of our weather coverage area, but I know we've been covering it anyways. But now we've got to kind of focus on what's happening here. Look at that, considerable. Let's see what we got with these towers. Trying to go up. Wonder if it's going to be capped or if it's going to hold.
The cap just killed it.
Well, I sure hope so. I don't know though. I think this energy is coming in. Look at what's going
You
on
can
west
see
of
it.
Siloam.
Yeah.
Something's starting to pop.
Rising motion.
Now, that's way out ahead of the line.
Now you've got that considerable tag on that severe thunderstorm warning.
Any hail predictions for Fayetteville? Well, if these storms do come to fruition, it's going to be trouble. And we're talking over 2 inches in diameter hail. Can we see? Not sure what you mean by can we see. Can we see the radar? Yeah.
I'm
here's
seeing
the radar.
double.
Maybe he wants to see like a future track.
Here's the radar right here. Siloam, go north. Let's see if we can see any type of structure, any type of tower. North view. Can you see anything?
It's hard to see.
The resolution's so low.
It's not bad. It's just dark.
I'm gonna go outside real quick.
Yeah.
Just to
Get a feel for what's going on. No, nothing's in Rogers. Yeah, a lot of people seeing it's about to go down. What is it feeling like outside, guys? We can see the wind cranking up. Here's a look at Siloam Springs. You can see the flags waving. Still a strong south wind. Someone asked, what's the temperature? What's the dew point? It's a good question. Let's check it out, what we got. Do we have upper 60s dew points? Yep. Here we go. Oh, man, 66 and 68.
Got some 70s in there too.
That's pretty juicy.
The yellow.
Man. Okay. So has the temperature climbed? By the way, what do the models do for temperatures tonight?
I don't even know.
Our high temperature is going to be in the mid 70s, by the way.
Oh, what I say for the low?
Now, what did you say for the high? Air is really ripe. What do you think, Josh?
Crank it up.
It's
Crank it up.
dew points in the upper 60s now.
Yep, and you can feel it. It's cranking up. Now starting to see these kind of cumulus clouds right above my head.
The low level jet is cranking, dude. I mean, it's flying right now.
Really?
Yeah, it is flying.
Can you? I wonder if you can do StreamYard. Do you think you'd be able to see it on your camera?
Potentially, especially with the full moon.
Okay.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get to the parking deck so we can see these a little bit better.
All right. I'm gonna send you the invite.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Let's check out the low level jet. I want to see this too. I love seeing the low level jet, which is basically the strength of the low level wind. So I don't know, man. I'm still concerned. Still concerned about what's going down, Zach.
Oh yeah, me too.
It's been a long time. I know we've been waiting.
See, it looks like there's about to be some undercutting, like right there.
There is.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
That's undercutting for sure. But what about this?
I don't know.
This won't be undercut if it does develop.
No.
Golly,
hopefully
it's
that's gonna be out of
hopefully this all weakens, dies out, and then the storm doesn't do anything. He's going to get up on the parking deck. He's going to see the low-level jet crank up. Look at this cell. That's not undercut, but it could be. Man, still a considerable tornado.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that was in that moderate risk.
Yeah, it's actually a little east of the moderate risk.
Is it?
Don't you think?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. All right, let's see what you say. Matthew Lowe says. Top's now approaching on those cells east of the line. Yep. They took off all right. Yeah. Let's see what we got. Oh, yeah. Look at those towers going up. It could be 40 if we look at the radar from SRX. Yeah, just prove the colors don't matter. That's right. They don't, because the risk could be higher farther east. Check out Zach Hall's last tweet. Let's see what he put. Probably said it's getting juicy, I bet. Last tweet. Oh, the gnarly. Oh. Yeah, there's your tornado. Yeah, he's on that storm. Be sheltered. Gnarly supercell. Oh, I've already seen that one. Izzard County. Yeah, it's a good question. What are dew points? That is a wonderful question. We do dumb it down. We do explain it. So dew points is the amount of fuel that's available for a thunderstorm. So the dew point essentially is the temperature at which dew will form, Haley. If the air temperature is kept at a constant, so like let's say the temperature is 60 degrees, your dew point's 55. If the dew point remains at 55 and the temperature drops to 55, you'll have dew that forms on your grass, on your car hood, on your windshield. That's the dew point.
So essentially, it's a measure of the water vapor.
It's the measure. Yeah, it's a measure of essentially the amount of moisture content that you have in the air, but it's relative when you have a temperature that's really warm. So when you're looking at relative humidity, that's not the best way to measure the amount of humidity that's in the air. Relative.
Almost for fire weather.
Well, fire weather, yeah. But here's what I want to show you real quick. So this is kind of a cool little graphic. Dew point versus relative humidity. So dew point is the absolute measure of how much moisture is in the air.
So it's the vapor pressure.
Yes. So if you look here, let's say we have a glass of water where temperature is 55 and the relative humidity is 50% because we have dew point of 37. So this means we're going to fill up the water glass half full. We still have 50% relative humidity, Haley. So you can see that right there on the screen. If we get a bigger jug, meaning the temperature is warmer, like it is right now, we have 75 degrees, but we have a dew point of 55, but that still equals 50% relative humidity. But look at how much water that's holding.
Oh yeah.
So because the air is warmer, that allows the more water vapor to be held. And then let's say we got really warm air, 95 degrees, and we have a dew point of 74, but we're still at the 50% relative humidity. So when you're talking about moisture in the air, relative humidity is probably not the way to go. And instead, it's the dew point. So that's the amount of fuel. All right, we got Josh. Josh, what's going on, man? Oh, you're going to have to rotate that sideways.
Yep.
No vertical
Hold on
video, man.
just one second.
All right.
Give me 2 seconds here. All right, there you go.
There we go. Oh. All right, we're going to bring that up full. Stand by.
Now my battery's about to die, so hopefully it doesn't go away. But this is the low-level jet at its strongest. And you can see those lower-level clouds streaming in right now, and they are booking it. And you mentioned this, Dan. So glad we got a full moon because you can really see it right now. But the winds are really strong. The atmosphere feels primed right now. It feels like that moisture is now in place.
Yeah. You really got to watch that, man. It's cranking up, too, isn't it?
And the wind is cranking right now, directly out of the south, gusts up to 40, 45 miles per hour for sure. You just felt the upturn throughout the morning. The first time I came out here at about 12 a.m., didn't feel like a severe weather day at all. 1 a.m., you can feel a little bit more juice in the atmosphere. It still wasn't quite there yet. Now, you can feel that humidity. You can feel that those parameters are back in place again. And it's all because of that low jet. That's those clouds streaming in very quickly. That's pumping in moisture into our area right before these storms develop.
Mark Dion asked, so is that tornado north of Jonesboro still on the ground? It appears that it's still a considerable tornado. Springfield, though, issuing a tornado warning that's not considerable. Maybe they upgrade it. Maybe they change that. Josh, there's a boundary that I'm seeing on Mega Doppler. I don't know if you can see on your screen. You can't because the phone's around. This boundary could be the development of additional storms. I don't know.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
Feel the naders.
Yep.
I don't know.
Outflow. Could be an outflow boundary.
It could be from those cells. Now, is that the actual front? Let's see. It could be the front that's accelerated because of the storms. So
From these storms?
yeah. Let's see. That is the front, and all those storms are undercut already. That's not.
Well,
That's
I think
not
that's
that
a subtle boundary developing there.
It's like a prefrontal trough.
Yeah. I think so.
Oh, wow. Look at this storm that's going due east. See that?
I do see that.
More east, northeast. Yeah, that's going to be something to watch. For sure.
You can definitely feel it right now, Dan. It's just a stark difference in terms of how it feels now compared to, like 1 to 2 hours earlier. This is what happens when that LJ kicks in, the little jet. Systems can get their acts together so rapidly.
So someone was asking dew point and dumbing it down. Basically, the higher the moisture, the higher the dew point, the more fuel you have for thunderstorms. The stronger the storms can be. And that's exactly what we have right now. Winds are out of the south-southwest with those cells. Yep, on the mesonet. So there is a little boundary that's developed. Why would that show up in the mid-levels, though? It's kind of interesting. Those storms aren't taking off. The cap is holding. A
Better.
little bit of rain coming down in Centerton. Yeah, a little bit of small cells popping up, Brandon. Nothing too crazy. That is definitely a boundary that is out ahead of the front. And you can see that boundary moving east too. Oh, and then look, there's a cell that's popping up ahead of that boundary.
Is that boundary expanding way down there?
Yeah, it looks like it is. Let me look at the spectrum width because you can probably see it. Yeah. A little bit of one. Yeah.
My phone died.
That's all right. I want to go outside and experience that low level jet too. So
It's pretty awesome.
Purdue has a new warning out, just tornado warn. Can you look at South Madison County? There's a little bit of light rain in South Madison County. You can see it right here, but nothing that's happened.
Energy's kicking in.
Just want to check where on the mics are. We're in 3. It's one of you guys.
5's right here.
All right, I'm gonna go check it out real quick. I've got let's see, 3A, 3B, 330 here. I'm gonna go check out this low level jet. Let's run through some times here on the future track. I know you're probably how's the show?
Yeah, the forecast is ready to rock.
All right, cool.
I know that during the show, we're probably going to be showing a live out the radar.
Easter Sunday, showers.
20% right now. Yeah. Keep it in there. I'll tell you, the energy is here.
Kind of want to go out there and experience that myself.
I would go right ahead. Go check it out. It's here and it's cranking up for sure. And here's the thing, I just saw that mega Doppler image before my phone died. This is not, like Dan mentioned, this is not the cold front. This is a boundary that's developed likely because of these thunderstorms. This is what we call an outflow boundary, and these outflow boundaries are what we call problems.
Yeah,
Because
storms could form on those.
Storms can form along the outflow boundary, and they can also spin these things up as well. And we already have the parameters.
So
in place.
that can be your drop in the match.
Yep, that can be your drop in the match. Exactly.
Essentially.
That's it right there, Zach. It's exactly what could happen. So we're gonna have to watch this very closely.
So
I'm
right,
telling you
right
right
now,
here.
there's only one storm on it, and it's down there,
This is trouble.
heading towards. Or is that movement is kind of northeast?
It's northeast right now. That's trouble for if you're along and south of Interstate 40, man. You got to watch that.
So that would be going towards Fort Smith.
Yep. And even these storms are out ahead of the boundary. I mean, these are out ahead of the boundary. And these seem to be out racing it too. I mean, they seem to be keeping pace or staying in front of the cold front. And as long as they do, that's where the potential for severe weather will be. But again, there's still a lot of things. I mean, I know it looks like the front's almost here. We still got about an hour and a half to 2 hours before this arrives. So there's a lot of different things that could change, and it's going to have to get going pretty quickly now.
Kind of looks like that is weakening ahead of it.
Well,
Ahead of
it's
Tulsa?
going to be pulsing. It's going to
Yeah.
be weakening. It just depends on the cap that's in
So
place. The cap
that-
might be stronger here
That could, even though it looks like it's weakening, it could re-strengthen.
very rapidly, especially if the cap breaks down, because now we're seeing the
Yeah.
rising motion. You can tell the rising motion's in place now because look at this. Boom, 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 boom. These storms are starting to strengthen. You see the considerable damage tag. Again, these are starting to tap into the parameters that are in place. Now, the storms along the cold front can't really do that because they're undercut, right?
Yep. They won't be surface based.
Exactly. But the ones that are in front of it, that's a completely different story. So I'm going to go back to the Tulsa radar again. I know you guys have been flip-flopping back and forth. I want to see just a little bit more details on what's going on with these storms near the radar right now and these towers that are trying to form. Again, Marley, yes, again, what we were just talking about, the undercutting cold front could catch up with these. And again, there's nothing that's developed yet, right? Like these are just simply,
No, not even lightning.
yeah, these are just simply
Just-
towers that we're watching right
Some
now.
clouds.
Clouds,
Could be producing rain.
producing a little bit of light
A little
rain.
bit of light rain.
But these are the ones that we're watching for tornado development. These storms along the cold front, while they will be intense, they could be very intense. The tornado potential is very low.
Yeah, those could produce hail.
Yep. Hail,
Wind-
damaging winds.
Yeah, straight line winds.
Yep. But the tornado potential is not zero, but it's low. It's very low.
So once the cold front moves through, the threat for tornadoes goes down. But
Mm.
still, hail, damaging winds, possible.
Exactly. And these are producing some pretty big hail.
Yeah.
But again, I mean,
Good thing that's going to miss our forecast area.
these could intensify though for sure.
Yeah, those
That-
could.
I mean, look at that. That's intensifying right there east of Tulsa. That's starting to get going. It's just this area right here concerns me a little
Yeah,
bit.
I don't like that.
Let's look at the volumetric scan on it real quick here. That way we can kind of see what's going on with these towers. Oh boy, yeah, they're trying. They're not really. They don't really have that motion yet.
I mean, there was a little bit of activity down there earlier.
Mhm.
So that might have, well, probably not served to stabilize, but it's still very ripe.
Actually, this area here is untouched. I mean, you had the little isolated shower activity, but these here,
those, yeah.
these have their own energy with them.
I think it had a little bit of rain though last evening or last afternoon, a little bit.
At this point, that's
It doesn't matter
the instability's back in place.
Yeah.
Because we saw that. in
because that
those
low level
parameters.
jet.
Yeah. Let's see. Look at this. See how they just kind of formed out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Now, based on that, to me, that's still capped.
Morning, guys.
Morning, Perry.
What's going on?
How y'all doing?
Doing some Facebook Live right now. We've been on for about 5 hours.
Okay.
And we
Still
are.
nothing's popped, but
Oh, dude, this is
there
about to
that
go up.
Potential.
These are about to go
That
up.
one.
These are the cells we've got to watch closely, folks, because here's the outflow boundary right here. The cold front's back here, so these are well out ahead of the cold front. If these continue to develop, these are trouble.
And those are heading right towards Fort Smith.
Yep, these are taking it. Hey, by the way, I'm seeing an uptrend, Dan, in these towers southeast of McAllister now.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We're 5 hours onto this. I hope this doesn't run out of time. I would hate for this to die and then we have to relaunch it.
Yeah, with 410.
So I think here's what we're going to have to do, guys.
Mhm.
We're going to stop the stream just for a little bit. There's nothing immediately that's happening. I know that that's might not be ideal, but we also have to make sure that this doesn't stop and
Yeah.
we reach a limit right as the storms are coming in.
Exactly.
So we're going to stop the stream. We're going to launch it again as it gets closer, and we'll keep you updated on that. So it'll be in the same spot. This time we're also going to launch it on our webpage because we don't have this streaming on our webpage. So we could add this link. But we're not doing weather coverage. We're just doing Facebook Live. So that's why I didn't put it on our website
And we want to have
for
that
streaming.
available.
I want to have that available, so we want to relaunch this. I think we need to stop this stream
Mhm.
and then just look for the next one. It'll be coming up here soon.
Once these storms start rolling in.
Because here's what I don't want. I don't want this to time out when we're in the middle of doing this, and then we have the actual storms that are coming in,
Mhm.
and then we're in trouble because the stream stops, and then we have to relaunch it again, and we're not ready for that.
Yeah. We want that available for when the storms are moving.
Yeah, boy, I'll tell you what though, those clouds are moving.
I'm watching these.
There is one thing that I want to say is that the shear, looking at it, these storms have to move east southeast.
Mhm.
I'm not sure they're going to do that
Check
initially.
this. Look at this. Look at this little piece. Look at that.
So-
It's got to be some kind of boundary.
There
right
is a
there.
boundary.
Yeah,
Have you seen it from
I-
Fort Smith?
I did see it from Fort Smith, and I know you guys were talking about is that the cold front? Is that the cold front? And you went back to Tulsa.
It's not.
It's not the cold front.
No.
I think it's an outflow boundary
Yeah.
based on the motion of it, right? That's what I personally think it is because you
Yeah.
see that this motion southward.
It's kind of like a prefrontal trough, or like an
It's
outflow
weird. It's
boundary.
weird because the outflow boundary usually happens after storms roll through.
Yeah, typically, but they can
They're
also
out ahead of it.
they're out ahead of it. Yep, and
So-
it makes sense because it's moving southward.
What about Grove? Grove is fine at the moment, but boy, things are really starting to uptick, even ahead of the front right there.
We got to watch this. I think we should go ahead and end the stream. though
Okay,
right
so
now.
here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stop the stream. We're gonna launch it again at 4 o'clock.
Mhm.
and then we'll just keep going. And there's a chance that we'll be doing coverage in the middle of our 5 o'clock news. So everybody just rest tight. We'll be back at 4 o'clock, and we'll continue our coverage. So until then, be careful, and we'll see you here in a little bit.